Any questions? All right, sounds great. All right, I'd like to welcome everybody again. We have 4 wonderful speakers for the weekend. But tonight, sharing their experience, strength, and hope, we have Tom and Juanita from New Mexico.
My name's Tom. I'm an alcoholic. I'm grateful to be here. I'm sober by the grace of God only. And I'm grateful to be in that shape and be alive. And we were really grateful to have been asked to come to this deal. If Juanita will introduce herself, we'll start with a prayer, and then we'll get rolling.
Hi, everybody.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. No, that's not on either. This one?
This one.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name's Juanita. And I have been affected by someone's drinking. I'm a family member who's been affected by someone's drinking. And I'm a member of Al-Anon. And I really think there's a difference in just being affected by someone's drinking and being a member of Al-Anon. So that's a little bit of a difference between two fellowships. He can tell you he's an alcoholic, and that tells you a lot. But I've heard a lot of people say I'm with someone and they're an Al-Anon, but they've never darkened the door of an Al-Anon meeting, ever. So there's a little bit of a difference there. Anyway, we're glad to be here. And do you want to start with a prayer?
Yeah, I'm going to open this with a serenity prayer, and then I'm going to say a little prayer that we were taught we like to say for these deals. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. And God, I want to ask that you bless this weekend for all of us, and that especially that you allow us to set aside everything that we think we know about ourselves and about you, about the big book, and about the 12 steps, so that we can have open hearts and open minds and have a new experience with all of these things. May thy will be done. Amen. Yay, God. You want to start?
We thought that we would start by having you guys introduce yourselves. And we came up with a rule. Sal didn't have very many, so we thought, let's throw one in there for him. And so we want your name, because this is a pretty large group. And if we usually ask your name, where you're from, if you're AA or Al-Anon, and what you expect to get out of this weekend. But because we have so many people, if we did all that, the weekend would be gone.
We'd be here all weekend.
So, how about your name, where you're from, and what fellowship you're in? And we'll start.
And if you want to give a sobriety date, or we call it in Al-Anon a serenity date, sometimes you can do that as well.
Start with Bill.
I'm Bill Sullivan.
Oh.
Give him the mic.
Maryland, and my sobriety date is April 30th, 2006.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. Let's get that mic.
Bill's got it.
Bill's got it. What we're trying to do is form a group here. And one of the ways we're going to do that is by letting people know who we are.
Also, just so everybody knows, be careful with the microphones near the speakers, because that's what Jimi Hendrix used to do with the feedback.
And you are not Jimi Hendrix.
All right. Brian K., Long Beach, New York, Primary Purpose Group, Lynbrook, New York, sobriety date, July 28th, 99.
Thanks,
Hi,
Brian.
Brian.
Ed Mutum, alcoholic, Davenport, Iowa, sobriety date January 5th, 1971.
Hi, Ed.
My name's Neil, and I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date's January 29th, 1989. I'm from Roanoke, Virginia.
Neil.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm an alcoholic from Roanoke, Virginia. March 2nd, 94.
Hi, my name is Andre. I'm an alcoholic, sober 3 years, 9 months today. I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Mm-hmm. He sounds like it, doesn't he?
Miriam, alcoholic, Long Beach, New York. Sobriety date, October 1988.
If you're not in, excuse me just a second, if you're not in a fellowship and you're just visiting or you're here to support somebody, you can say that too. We're glad you're here.
Derek, alcoholic. I'm a member of the Baldwin Group. Sobriety date's October 9, 99.
Renee T. from the Spruce Group in Queens, member of the Al-Anon and AA. Sobriety date is September 15th, 85.
Hello, family. I'm an alcoholic, and my name is Yvonne, and my sobriety date is February 18, 1988, and my home group is Young People in Recovery in Brooklyn. All are welcome.
All right.
Hi, my name is Vicki, and I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date is January 22nd, 2002, and my home group is Utopia here in Queens.
Great.
Hi, I'm Darielle, and I'm an alcoholic, and my sobriety date is November 12th, 1998. Home group Utopia, didn't I?
Hi, I'm Carol. I'm an alcoholic. My clean date is July 16 of 06. I got 20 days today.
Yeah. All right.
And my name is Jed. I'm an alcoholic. I'm from Forest Hill.
Jed.
Hi, Damon Gaverna, alcoholic from Open to Discussion Big Book Study in Manhattan, sober since 2000.
I'm Clemente. I'm an alcoholic from Brooklyn, and I think I'm Jimi Hendrix.
Hi, I'm Michelle from the Whitestone Group, and my sobriety date is 8/5/04.
Hi, I'm Maria, alcoholic. Primary Purpose is my group in Lynbrook, New York. My sobriety date is July 5th this year.
Hi, my name's Tara. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Early Risers, Long Beach, New York, and my sober date is August 24th, 1986.
Hi,
Jimmy.
Hi, my name is Joe. I'm from Astoria, Alcoholics in Action, September 29, 1989.
I'm Gene. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Jackson Heights. Jackson Heights Group of Alcoholics Anonymous. My sober date is April 16th, 2000.
My name is Tom. My home group is Valley Stream, Olivet. Sobriety date is February 05.
Hi, I'm Patty. I'm an alcoholic, and my home group is Olivet, and my sobriety date is May 2004.
Hi, my name is Anita. I'm also from Valley Stream, Olivet. Sobriety is March 28, 2004.
Hi, I'm Medina. My sobriety date is April Fool's Day, 2001. And my home group is One Day at a Time in Oceanside.
My name is Ken. I'm an alcoholic, and my sobriety date is January 26, 1996, and my home group is Sobriety First.
My name is Irene, and I'm from Al-Anon.
My name is Al. I'm from the Astoria Starting Over group. My sobriety date is Halloween, 1977.
Hi, I'm Iris. I'm an alcoholic from the Back to Basics group in Dublin, Ireland. Sober since... Sober since July 27th, 2000.
Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Back to Basics in Dublin, Ireland. And all right, my sobriety date is February 27, 2001.
Hi, I'm Brenda. I'm an alcoholic, and my home group is Rule 62 in Sweet Valley, and my sobriety date is September 23rd of 1987.
Hi, I'm Kimberly. I'm an alcoholic. I'm a member of the Back Mountain Group in Dallas, Pennsylvania, and my sobriety date is December 8th, 2003.
Hi, my name is Gus. I'm an alcoholic. I'm from the Utopia Group here in Queens, and I have 4 dates clean.
Hi, my name is Paul. My home group is the Back to Basics group in Dublin, Ireland. My sobriety date is the 13th of September 2003.
Hi, my name is Helen. I'm from Blanchardstown, that's in Dublin, Ireland, and I'm here to support my partner, Paul.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam. I'm from Sobriety First right here in Queens. My sobriety date is July 11th, 88.
Hey, what's up? My name is Danny. I'm an alcoholic and an addict. 17 days sober. Actually, it's 18. I'm sorry. It's 18 today. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ray. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is a Remember When group here in Queens. And my sober date's October 28th, 1981.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm an alcoholic, and this is my second day sober.
My name's Danny R. from Serenity by the Sea in Long Beach. Sober date November 27th, 1987.
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm an alcoholic from Queens, New York. My sober date is March 5th, 2006.
Hi, I'm Dermot. I'm an alcoholic. My group is There Is a Way Out. My sober date is January 19th of this year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is a microphone. Hi, my name is Rhonda, and I'm an alcoholic addict. Home group is Patchogue, Long Island, the Big Book. 52 days clean and sober today.
I'm Brian. I'm an alcoholic from Sobriety First in Port Jeff. My sobriety date is April 1st, 2001.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'm an alcoholic. Sober date April 25th, 2005, and I'm from Mount Sinai.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, everyone. My name is Janet. I am from the group in Port Jeff, Into Action, and my sober date is June 12th, 2001.
Hi, I'm an alcoholic, and my name is Annette. My sober date is September 26th, 2003. I'm from Port Jeff now. I used to be from Astoria. Now I'm from Port Jeff. Into Action. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Steve, and I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date is October 6, 2005, and I'm a member of the Save a West group in Long Island.
Hi, my name is Joanne. I'm from Plainview, New York, and I'm visiting today to support my husband, John.
Welcome.
Welcome. My name is John. I'm from Plainview, and my sober date is April 26, 2000.
Hi, my name is Adelaide. I'm an alcoholic. I'm from a little group in the north of France, and my sobriety date is May 9, 2005.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rob. My home group is the Winter Circle in Elmont at the racetrack, and my clean date is June 9th of this year.
Hi, I'm Christine. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is also the Winter Circle in Elmont, and my sober date is November 19th of 2005.
Sal P., Utopia, sober date, December 5th, 1934. No, I'm kidding. Sal P., May 24th, 1998. God bless.
Hey everybody, my name is Denise. I'm a recovered alcoholic. My home group is Utopia, and my sober date is June 17th, 1996.
Hi, my name is Rick. I'm an alcoholic. Sober date March 28th, 1996.
Hi, everyone. I'm Patty. I'm a recovered alcoholic from Ingram, Texas. Home group is, well, there is a solution, San Antonio, Texas. Gets confusing. And my sober date is February 28th, 1992.
My name is Chris Raymer, recovered alcoholic. November 13th, 1987, and home groups Ingram Solution Group.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bart R., recovered alcoholic. Sober date June 12th, 1995. Home group Utopia.
I'm John. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Primary Purpose in Lynbrook. I got clean on June 2nd of this year. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Brenda. I'm an alcoholic. I'm a member of the Right Place group in Westbury, Nassau County, and my sober date is October 3rd, 1997.
Hi, I'm Bill. I'm an alcoholic, member of the Baldwin group in Nassau County, Long Island. My sobriety date is August 4th, 1981.
Is today your anniversary? Yes, it is. All right, congratulations.
Congratulations.
I'm Justin. I'm an addict and an alcoholic. I'm from Queens, and my sober date is June 1st, 1993.
Hi, my name is Racy. I'm an alcoholic. My sober date is March 12th, 2002, and I'm a member of the French Church of Manhattan.
Hi, I'm Rob, an alcoholic. My sober date is June 10th, 2006.
Hi, I'm Mark. I'm an alcoholic. My sober date is December 25th, 2003, and my home group is There Is a Way Out, Woodside, Queens.
I'm Sean. I'm an alcoholic, and I'm from the Primary Purpose group of Nassau County. We meet every Tuesday night at 7 o'clock for a beginner's meeting, 8 o'clock for a big book study, shameless plug. And my sober date is July 20th, 1993.
My name's Peter. I'm recovered alcoholic. My sober date is 11th of December 1981. My home group is a Cannes Big Book Study meet in the south of France.
My name is Simon. I'm a recovered alcoholic. Sobriety date is June 20, 2003. And my home group is the Primary Purpose Big Book Study in Cannes, France.
My name is Frank. I'm from Hamden, Connecticut. My sobriety date is September 19th, 1994. Home group is Dwight Hall, New Haven, Connecticut at Yale University.
Hola, me llamo José. I'm an alcoholic from Hamden, Connecticut. My sober day was April 26, 2006.
Hello, my name is Adrian. I'm a recovered alcoholic. My home group's There Is a Way Out in Queens. My sober date is January 2001.
Hi, my name is Tom Needham. I'm a recovered alcoholic. My home group is the Way Out group on Staten Island, and God separated me from alcohol on October the 15th, 1994.
Hi, my name is Charlie R. I got 24 days today.
Hi, my name is Arnur. My sobriety date is November 13th, 2000, and my home group is Men Among Men in Reykjavik, Iceland.
Hi, my name is Axel. I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date is 29th of April, 1988, and my home group is Men Among Men in Reykjavik.
My name is Vic. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is the Primary Purpose in Lynbrook, New York.
My name is Chuck Fleming. I'm an alcoholic. I'm from Long Island. My home group is Primary Purpose, Lynbrook, New York.
My sobriety date is May 15th, 2005.
Hello, my name is Alvin. Home group is Reflections, Plainview, New York. Sobriety date October 5th, 2005.
Hi, friends. I'm an alcoholic, member of the 12 Traditions group in Canada. My name is Wally Wynn, and my dry date is December 1st, 04.
Hi, everyone. I'm an alcoholic, member of the Liverpool group in Pickering, Ontario. My dry date is April the 22nd, 1994, and it's really good to be here. My first visit to New York City. It's wonderful. Thanks.
All right.
Hi, everyone. I'm a recovered alcoholic from Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada. My sobriety date is September 18th, 2000. Mike Reed. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name's Robin. I'm an alcoholic from Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, and I'm a member of the Road to Recovery group. My dry date is September 26, 2000.
Hi, friends. I'm an alcoholic. My name is Maria. I belong to the Road to Recovery group in Bowmanville, Canada. My sobriety date is April 12, 2006. Glad to be here in New York.
Hello, I'm also a recovered alcoholic as long as I keep the Spirit of God at my side and work the 12 steps. From Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, my name is Mark Colesmith.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike. I'm an alcoholic from that state of Brooklyn. My sobriety date is New Year's Day, 2001.
Hi, my name is Maria Shurov. I am an alcoholic. My home group is Common Solution in Staten Island. My sober day is December 1st, 2005. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Dyka Heights in Brooklyn, and my sober date is around April 15th, 2006.
Hello, family. My name is Eric Conrad. I'm a member of the Unity Group, the best group in New York. My sobriety date is January 2004.
Hi, my name is Joey Jets. Progress Group, Flushing, New York, 112702.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm a recovered alcoholic from the Utopia Group, and my clean date is March 21st, 2004.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rich, and my day count is the lucky number 13.
Hello, family. My name is Harry C. from the Flushing, New York Utopia Group, and my sober date is December 26, 2000.
Hi, I'm a big book thumper. My name is Sue Borth. I'm from Weymouth, Massachusetts, and my home group is Into Action, Big Book Step Study, Weymouth, Massachusetts.
Hi, my name is Annie. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Weymouth Into Action Big Book Step Study, and my sober date is June 4th, 2005.
Hi, my name's Meg. I'm an alcoholic. I'm from Weymouth, Massachusetts, and my home group is Weymouth Into Action Big Book Study and Weymouth New Life.
My name is Danny. I am all of the above. I'm a member of the Weymouth Into Action Big Book Step Study.
My name's Roger Taylor. I'm an alcoholic. Sober date June 17th, 1994, from New York City and West Hampton.
Everybody, my name's John Bardo. I'm an alcoholic. I'm a member of the Dykeman Group in scenic Upper Manhattan.
Hi, everyone. My name's Arnello. I'm an alcoholic. And my home group is an AA group east up in Ulster County. And my last drink, by the grace of God, was February 17, 2003.
Hi, my name is Leslie. My home group is the Gardens Group in Kessel Street. And my sober date is June 7th, 1987.
Hi, I'm Kathy. I'm an alcoholic. My sober date is January 26, 2004. and my home group is Mid-Harlem.
Hi, my name is Carl. I'm from the Big Book Study in Harlem. My sober date is November 11th, 1991.
Hi, my name is Wallace from Forest Hills. My sober date is August 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And it's 31 years.
My name is Glenn Seifert. My group is There Is a Way Out in Woodside, Queens, and my sober date is September 8th, 2004.
Hi, I'm Veronica C. I'm a recovered alcoholic. My home group is A Vision for You. It's a big book study. Come on down on Thursday nights at 7 o'clock. And my sober date is July 30th, 1990.
I'm John. I'm an alcoholic. I got sober in Brooklyn, May 20th, 1980. I'm a snowbird. When I'm in Florida, I call the Reflections Big Book Study in Fort Myers, Florida, my home group. When I'm in New York, I call Fort Tilden and Breezy Point, my home group.
Hi, my life-saving friends. My name is Jimmy, and I am an alcoholic, and I'm a member of the Sobriety and Beyond group in Fort Tilden and Rockaway, and my sobriety date is October 3rd, 1999.
How you doing, everybody? My name is Jeff O'Neill. My home group is Flushing Unity Step. Sobriety date, Pearl Harbor Day, 2002.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elaine. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Sanford and Flushing. Sobriety date is May 21st of this year.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Fody. I'm from Flushing Unity, and my sobriety date is August 16, 2004.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nick. My home group is Flushing Unity Group, and my sober date is October 16, 2004.
Hi, my name is Chaya. I'm from the Little Church in the Gardens, and my sobriety date is May 19, 2006.
Hi, I'm Amber. I'm an alcoholic. My meeting is Utopia, and I have 69 days today.
My name's Bill. I'm an alcoholic American. My sobriety date is June 3rd, 1991. I'm from West Milford, New Jersey.
My name is Dawn. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Live and Let Live in Astoria, and my sober date is October 15th, 1991.
Hi, my name is Bea. I'm from the St. Nick's group in Queens, and my sober date is August 18th, 1987.
Hi, my name is Roy Russo. I'm a real alcoholic. My home group is Utopia in Flushing. My sober date is May 14th, 1989.
My name is Dorothy. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Keep It Green in Woodside, and my sober date is September 17th, 1988.
Hello, my name is Jane, and I'm an alcoholic, and my sober date is April Fool's Day, 2005, and my home group is Flushing Unity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carmel, and I've been a member of Al-Anon since May 1991.
All right.
My name is Abby. I'm an alcoholic. My home group is Serenity in Bethlehem. My sober date is October 4th, 2000.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm an alcoholic from Allentown, PA. My sobriety date is March 23rd of 06.
Hi, my name is Alexis Peters. I'm a recovered alcoholic from Whitehall, Pennsylvania, and my home group is Fogelsville Big Book Study Group, and my sobriety date is March 14th, 2005.
Hi, my name is Siobhan. I'm an alcoholic from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, and my sobriety date is April 19th this year.
I'm Elizabeth Batches, recovered alcoholic, Firing Line in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
I'm Tim Nagel. I'm a recovered alcoholic from Bridgeport, Connecticut. Home group is the Monroe Big Book Study Sunday night, April 2006.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa. I'm an alcoholic, and my home group is the Monroe Group, and my sobriety date is February 14th of 04.
Harry, grateful recovered alcoholic, and I'm tied for the record.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jennifer Nagel. Excuse me. I'm recovered alcoholic. My sobriety date is May 26th of 06, and my home group is the Big Book Study Group in Monroe.
Hi, my name is Linda, and I'm a grateful recovered alcoholic. My sober date is February of this year.
Hi, my name is Stan. I'm an alcoholic, of course. Sobriety date is September 8th, 2004. And I belong to Utopia Group. Thank you.
Well, welcome all of you. And I'm glad you're all here. It's good to hear where everyone's from, get some kind of an idea of what, sobriety dates and how much sobriety there is in the room. Was reminded of a couple things. I've been to the last two internationals, and they didn't do it, but I understood that the one before that when, at the international, they have a big flag ceremony, and they bring out all the flags of the nations. And he said when Ireland came out, they gave them a standing ovation. 50,000 people. They were so grateful that the Irish were sober. But anyway, I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that. We're going to tell you a little bit about ourselves, and then we're going to, I guess, do a little group conscience action and figure out about breaks and things like that. My name is Tom, and I am an alcoholic. And by God's grace, I've been continuously sober since June the 15th of 1986. I hope you're impressed with that. I only say it to impress you. Reason being that when I was doing it, when I was working on sobriety, I had 8 days and 16 years, and that was the best I could put together. When I surrendered my life to a power I didn't understand or couldn't see, everything changed for me. And I hope that's been your experience too. I have a home group in Santa Fe, New Mexico. We're simply called an AA group. That comes from the long form of the third tradition. It says, roughly says, any two or more gathered for the purpose of sobriety may call themselves an AA group. So we do. And we meet at the Salvation Army on Monday nights at 7 o'clock. We run till 8:15. All of you are welcome. We'd love to see every one of you there. What we do is we're a big book step study group, not in the way that they do it in Massachusetts, the way they do it in New Mexico, or actually I don't even know how they do it in New Mexico, but the way they do it at my home group. And what we do is we go very, very slowly through the big book and very kindly. Okay? Hope you hear that. And we look for the directions that we are sure are there for how these 12 steps are supposed to be worked. And we share our experience with working them. Not our opinions about what it might be like if we did work them, but the experiences that we've had working them. Big difference. One of the things that I keep hearing, and I hope that some of you have gotten, is that you can recover from alcoholism. If you read your big book, it promises you that about 16, 17 different times that I know of. And it's absolutely the case. One of the other pieces that a lot of people miss is that relapse is not a necessary part of recovery. You don't have to do it. Okay? A lot of people do. I did. Some other people did. But it's not necessary. It doesn't have to happen. Another important piece. When I first came to Alcoholics Anonymous in 1985, I didn't want to be there. My wife at the time, who is also my wife at this time and sitting next to me, Juanita.
That's good information.
She had issued me an ultimatum, and it was go to AA or get the hell out. Probably none of you were ever given that choice, but given cold weather was coming on, and given that choice, I went to AA, and absolutely hated it. I thought it was the most grim place I had ever been. I thought the people there were pathetic losers. At the time, I was shooting a little heroin to be able to get well enough to go into the meeting, but they were all losers. I didn't drink, though. That was very important. And anyway, I didn't like it at all. And one of the things that they said that I heard them say that I really didn't like was, you don't ever have to take a drink again of alcohol as long as you live. That didn't sound good to me. That wasn't good information for me, okay? Because what alcohol was for me was medicine, okay? I didn't party, I didn't have fun. I was extremely desperate, and alcohol was a medicine that worked for me. And when I found that it did, I kept indulging. I kept taking that medicine. I knew enough to know from the broken bones and the jailings and the times when you're just separated from alcohol, you just can't get a drink, that those times are not good times for a guy like me. Okay? Being off the sauce is not a good place for a guy like me to be. So when they said you don't ever have to drink again for the rest of your life, I thought that sounds like a life sentence, you know. But then later, once I came to this big book, and I was about 6 years sober when I came to people who had actually done the stuff. You know, Ed was talking tonight. A lot of people talk this. Talk is the cheapest thing that we've got going for us. But if you watch people and you watch how they behave and you watch the ones that are walking it, their lives are different. They've been changed. And when I saw that, I experienced that. People whose lives were completely different. And their words and their actions matched up pretty darn close. Then I became interested in this thing, and somebody gave me the real magic formula. They said, you never have to feel the way that you used to feel again. And I thought, my God, that's what I want. You know, that's what I'm after. I was 6 years sober. I was on my way out. I was on my way to drink again. I know full well I was. I was depressed again. You know, you've heard it called untreated alcoholism. That's exactly what it is. I have something. Alcoholism does not exist in a bottle of Jack Daniels for me. Alcoholism exists inside of me, and Jack Daniels is the treatment for that. Okay? And so, but I didn't understand that. I went through a treatment center, and I was led to believe or interpreted it, what they told me as soon as I got the booze out of my life would improve, and my attitude would improve and everything else, and it just didn't happen that way. So I'm 6 years sober. I'm on my way out, and actually I was thinking I met a man by the name of Joe H., who some of you know. Actually, I heard some of his tapes. It was 1992, and I heard some of his tapes. And what he said in there is that you can recover from alcoholism. And if you do exactly what it says to do in the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, he guaranteed that you would have a result. You'd have a spiritual experience, and you'd recover from alcoholism. No one had guaranteed me anything like that before. When I got sober, it was a lot of therapy, a lot of different stuff. I won't go into all that, but a lot of you know what I'm talking about. It was everything but the 12 steps within the rooms of AA. And so I set out to meet Joe, and I found him. I located him. He was speaking in Amarillo, Texas, and I found him, and I got a hold of him and talked to him about this. And he did a lot of things with me that weekend. He was a speaker at a conference, but he showed me how to write inventory as it's outlined in the Big Book on a napkin. I'd done 16 inventories from every kind of treatment center manual you could find, but never done it as it was outlined in the Big Book. And it was simple enough you could fit it on a cocktail napkin in a restaurant, a coffee shop. And anyway, we did a bunch of stuff, and he said to me, and this will be interesting for the people from Cannes who are here, he said, are you coming to Breckenridge this summer? And I said, Kentucky? And he says, no. He says, Colorado. And I said, well, why? He says, oh, well, man, that's the Fellowship the Spirit Conference in this July 93. And I said, well, I've never heard it. What is that? He goes, man, that's the Cannes Film Festival of people who do the work from the Big Book. I said, damn, I got to check that out. So Juanita and I went up there in 93. It was the first Fellowship of the Spirit conference, I think, anywhere that was ever held. We were the only New Mexicans. We came back shouting great tidings in our meetings, and people would roll their eyes, get up and go to coffee. I mean, we were what is the word, a pariah? Is that, yeah. We absolutely were unpopular coming back with that message into the community where we lived. And now we just, last weekend was the 14th. We've been to every one of them, and we had almost 100 people from New Mexico up there. And the entire complexion, the entire fabric of Alcoholics Anonymous in Santa Fe where we live has changed in those 14 years. I was sitting in a meeting not too long ago, and a woman from, I don't know where she was from, some other place, California, Pennsylvania, something, and she was sharing, and she said, I'm so damn sick of these Santa Fe AA meetings where all you ever hear about is the steps and the big book and God, that I just don't know what to do. And I thought, hallelujah! We've done it. But anyway, point of that is that I was a hopeless drunk. There was no way out for me. I had no idea how sick I really was. It was a last window of opportunity that I had. My life was useless and worthless. You've heard other people say this. That it's absolute truth that there wasn't a person that cared about me or was even in touch with me, my business partners and people like that, who wouldn't have been better off if I had left the planet on June the 14th of '86. My family would have been much better off if I had. They honestly would have. I had a wasted and worthless life that I had burned to the ground. I was 38 years old and my life was over. And due to an incredible blessing and a lot of luck, and purely by the grace of God, my life was turned into something worthwhile that meant something, and I'll be forever grateful for that. And so what I wanted to say to you guys is we bring tidings from your Western cousins. We were with, Arnella was there last weekend. And I think there's a guy, Jim M., who was there, is going to come down tomorrow. But we were with a lot of people from Colorado and Arizona and California. And, Ed was asking me about this Fellowship of the Spirit conference. And I was telling him it's coast to coast now. I believe we've been to all of them now that we're at this one. There's about 7 of them, and they're starting in this coming April. They're going to have Fellowship of the Spirit South in Lafayette, Louisiana. Yeah, Bubba R. and Bubba. That's really his name. Yeah, and Bobby B. And a bunch of those guys down there have started this thing up, and so there will be Fellowship of the Spirit South. So we're really happy to be a part of this. I'm glad to finally make it to this one. I've always wanted to come to this one. I was raised in this area. My early drinking was out in Nassau County. I went all the way through school in Port Washington, and probably somebody here from Port Washington. And then I was kind of misplaced out to the west. I was on a geographic, and in the late 60s, early 70s, I ended up in Santa Fe, which is where I did most of my drinking. But and I'll tell you more about that. One piece, we've been into Manhattan twice since we've been here. We arrived yesterday, and I was telling Juanita, we've gone through the Midtown Tunnel 4 times, and I told her I used to drive that in blackouts all the time. I'd leave Long Island, and I'd go to the city and have an adventure, come home, and never remember it. And today I can't even, going through there sober is an adventure now, So I'm really grateful to be alive and grateful to be here, and I'm going to let Juanita tell you about herself.
Hi, everybody. I really am glad to be here, too. And the Mother Conference in Colorado sends greetings, and it's nice. Tom and I both sit on the board of that conference, and so when we say we bring you greetings, we really do mean it. I walked into my first meeting of any 12-step program while Tom was in the treatment center, and I walked into an open meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. And as I sat down there and I looked around, I wasn't sure what to expect. But this one man came up to me, and I watched him I watched him when I sat down going around the room, and he was handing out these little chips to people if that was their first meeting. And he came to me and he asked me my name, and I told him my name's Juanita, and he said, well, welcome, would you like a chip? It's a welcome chip. And I said, well, I'm not an alcoholic. And he said, that's okay, honey, this is just to welcome you into the halls here. And I said, yeah, sure, I'll take one. And I carried that around with me for a long time. I finally lost it. I don't know where I did, but it was a nice little reminder of just coming in to some hope. As I sat in that meeting that day, it was a Saturday, actually it was a Sunday morning, and I listened to people as they shared at that meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I had some very serious thoughts go through my head, because, you see, I drank an awful lot. I drank an awful lot, and I did an awful lot of drugs. I did just about every kind of drug I think there was at the time, every way there was to do it. And so as I heard people share, I could relate to the way they felt. I could, they talked about the hole that the wind would blow through. They talked about the hopelessness, the loneliness, the sadness, the frustration, the loss that they were feeling, and how they couldn't stand to see themselves, couldn't stand to look at themselves. And I thought, oh my God, that's how I feel. Am I an alcoholic? And I had that doubt with me for many, many years, until I found a sponsor that put me through the pages of the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and I found out for myself, for reasons that I'll go into later on, that I was not an alcoholic, that I was not a drug addict, but that I belonged in the fellowships of Al-Anon, the fellowship of Al-Anon, that I had been affected by someone's drinking and had an allergy to alcohol, however, when somebody drank, not when I put it into my body. And we'll go into that a little bit. So when I finally went into my first Al-Anon meeting, not too long after that, I did it for all the wrong reasons. When I took Tom into the treatment center, they said to me, before we let him out of here, you're going to have to go to 3 Al-Anon meetings. And I thought, you want him that bad, you can just keep him. I really did. And so I wasn't too keen on this Al-Anon business. Plus, I always thought that it was his problem. And I didn't have a problem. It was all his problem. But they said that it'd be a good idea, and I wanted to look like the kind, supportive, loving wife that I wasn't. And so I thought about going, and the first time that I went to this building, it's called the Friendship Club in Santa Fe, and there was some stairs going down, and it was lunchtime, and I was going to go in my lunch hour, and I went, and I was in my car, and I was driving around, and I saw some of these people walking into this building. They didn't look too swift, and I thought, I don't know that I want to go in there. And so I drove around the building, and I drove around again, and I thought, you know what? I don't think I want to go down there. And so I just ended up going back to work. Well, Tom would call me up, and he'd ask me, have you gone to an Al-Anon meeting? And I say, no, not yet. And he goes, well, I think you'll really like it. He said, I found this little AA meeting here at the treatment center, and they're great people, and I think you'd love the people who go to Al-Anon. And I thought, yeah, sure, whatever. You see, because if he was telling me to do it, if he was suggesting it, that was the last thing in the face of this planet that I was going to do. But he kept bugging me, and he kept bugging me. And another family day was coming up at the treatment center, so I thought, you know what, I just better go. So I went for the wrong reason. And I walked into this meeting on July 2nd, 1986. And I looked around that little meeting, and I thought, you know what? I'm coming because I have to come, but there's a bunch of housewives here. I wasn't a housewife. There was a bunch of aging hippies, and that was kind of like been there, done that. And then there were a lot of people who were very nicely dressed, business suits, business clothes. And I thought, not one person here can help me. Not one person here can help me. You see, I was a professional woman, and people where I worked did not talk about things that were going on in my life. I remember one day, shortly after Tom, it was almost a year that we'd met, we'd taken this little trip to Mexico. And coming back after 2 weeks, it was a buying trip for Tom. He's in construction, and he was coming back over the border, and we had the car full of tiles and hardware and all sorts of things that he was going to use on a job on a house he was building. And as we pulled up to the border cops asked us to pull over to the side, and they were going to check our car further. Long story short, I was the one they strip searched, not him. And why am I going into this? There was a purpose, and it just kind of flew. Give me a second; it will come, or it'll come back later.
You didn't want the people in the office.
Oh yeah. So anyway, thanks, honey. So coming back, I told the people at the office what happened at the border, and their mouths just kind of dropped to their chests, and so I knew that my little stories just weren't appreciated, and they just couldn't understand it. So I quit talking to the people in my office because, like I said, the things that were going on in my home and in my life, they weren't talking about. So I knew that these people at this Al-Anon couldn't help me. At this Al-Anon meeting, they just couldn't help me. But I sat there. I sat there and I sat there. And towards the end of the meeting, this woman shared, and she was brand new, I guess. Well, she was brand new. And she says, I just need to know how to get my husband sober. And she shared for a little bit about what was going on in her life. And then she said, thank you very much. And, then I promptly raised my hand. And I proceeded to tell her and everyone else how I'd gotten my husband into the treatment center. And when I was done, they said, thank you for sharing, keep coming back. And I thought, I will, because you guys really need me. They really needed me. I had been to some family days. I knew I had some important information. What I very conveniently forgot was that about a month before Tom went into the treatment center, I had woken up from a dream that I'd had, and in this dream there was this dirty, smelly, creepy, crawly guy crawling out of the gutter. And it was Tom. And as I woke up, I tried to deny that the dream didn't mean what I thought it meant. And what I thought it meant was, this is really the type of man you're married to, and this is really your life, which is in the gutter. And you're in the gutter with it. And I could no longer deny that. I could no longer deny that. And I had been denying that for 9 years. And I said a prayer, and the prayer was, God, what am I going to say? I'm going to talk to this man. And my next thought was, you've been talking to this man for 9 years. What are you going to say that is going to be any different from what you've said before? And I said, I don't know, God. If I talk to him, you need to give me the words. You need to give me the words. Steps 1, 2, and 3. And I was clueless. So I walk into this Al-Anon meeting and I share, and I think, I got him into the treatment center. Never once did it occur to me that perhaps he was as sick and tired of being sick and tired as I was. You see, I thought I did it. That is my disease. I think I got power over him. I thought I had power over him. I thought I could figure out the magic words to say that would get him sober. So I sat at my meeting. Is she not the cutest little thing? She's a sweetheart. I'm glad she's here, by the way, whoever her mother is. Seriously. One of the things that I tell the women or the fathers who come into my meeting at home is, I'm very grateful that you're here, and I'm very grateful that you brought your children, because our children are the ones who suffer the most in our families. So God bless you for bringing your kids. God bless you. I was sitting at my home group on Wednesday. My home group is the New Hope Family Group, and we meet at 12:10 on Wednesdays in Santa Fe at the Friendship Club. And if you're ever there, come join us. We let alcoholics in all the time. In fact, we have quite a few alcoholics who have decided that they need Al-Anon. And we're very glad they're there. They have a lot to offer. I have a little gal I sponsor who adds to that, and what she says is, we're glad you're here, but remember, in this program, in this fellowship, you are a beginner. You know, all the work that you've done is good work. It's kept you sober. But for the family stuff, you're brand new. So just a little reminder that she likes to throw out there. So anyway, I was sitting at my home group, and when the meeting was over, I was talking to a couple of the gals who some of my closest friends. And we were talking about, the weekend that we had just been to at the Fellowship of the Spirit in Colorado, and that I was coming here to the New York Fellowship of the Spirit. And they asked me, well, are you participating? And I said, yeah. I said, Tom and I are doing a workshop. And my friend Libby said, oh, that's going to be great. And all of a sudden I found myself crying. And I said, you know what, Libby? I said, I really don't want to go. I really don't want to go. I said, if I could have my choice, I would just stay home. Because what happens to me is when I go and I have to share, I have to be open with these people. The prayer that Tom said at the beginning of this, which is, I ask God for an open heart, an open mind, and I also ask God for an open spirit. That opens me up completely and fully, so that when I share with you, it's not head stuff. It's not coming from my head. It's coming from my heart. It's coming from my soul. And I said, I'm awfully raw right now. I said, I'd rather be here feeling raw with people I know. And she said to me, she's such a little brat, she said, but you do some of your best work when you're wide open. You see, what happened is that 2 weeks ago yesterday, my father passed away. And I had been his primary caregiver. And I was blessed with being him when he passed on. And I really am raw. And I got in my car to go home, and I thought, those people in New York are just people who haven't become your friends yet. And as some of you introduced yourselves, you said, hello, family. And so what I say to you tonight is, hello, family. And what you'll hear from me and what you hear from Tom, it's not just going to be head stuff, but it's going to come from our hearts. It's going to come from our hearts. I have a friend who says, we speak the language of the heart. We speak the language of the heart. From hearts who have hurt to hearts that are hurting, so that our hearts may heal. So what we do this weekend, we will do in prayer. We will do with God, and we will do with love. And I am very grateful to be here with you this weekend.
We're thinking that smokers probably need to smoke and peers need to pee. And how long a break would you guys like to take?
10.
I hear
Okay.
15. I hear 10. What do we want?
15. 15.
15. Okay, let's
We'll
be
be
back
here.
here. I'm an alcoholic. By God's grace, I'm sober and alive and grateful to be in that shape. I was telling some folks at the break that my sponsor for 8 years was a man named Don Pritz. He died in March of 2005. And he used to say that the most important thing that will happen here this weekend is when you guys are all talking together. And so we have to respect that and not break that up. Isn't that right? What I'm always trying to do is get Juanita to sit down with me and plan one of these out. Yeah, right. You know her. No. And what she always says to me every time, she goes, let's just let God show us what's supposed to come out, you know. And that's a little scarier than when you plan it all out, you know. You gotta trust the Spirit. Well, you got to trust that Spirit's going to fill you and speak through you. And so that's generally what we do. This afternoon we meditated for a while and asked for something to come forward. And what came forward is Juanita would like to start this with some 11-step stuff. And then we're going to flip back to the first step at some point. So, Juana?
Okay.
Well, let me just say one thing before she gets started. Typically, I explain, we've never done one this big, but we've done a lot of these. We've literally done them coast to coast. And I usually explain, generally we have a few more Al-Anons that have showed up at this, but I'm glad the ones that are here. But what my mission with the workshop that we do is twofold. And number one is I want the family members to understand that I do have an illness, I do have a disease, and that what I did, the way I harmed them, was beyond what I could control. It really seriously was. It's not a make-believe illness, it's a real disease. And could I have done it any differently, believe me, I would have. And I'm still working on that. I'm 20 years sober, and I'm still working on that won't regret the past part of the 9-step promises. Because there are things that happened to my family that I still regret, and that's just the God's honest truth. So could I have done it any differently? I would have done it differently. And I would. So I want the family members to hear that and understand that. I think that's an important piece. For the alcoholics, if you open your hearts and your minds to what Juanita has to say, you'll get a deeper understanding of what that did do to the family. You see what I'm saying? And how your families were affected. And hopefully there'll be some healing come out of that. You know, we go to a lot of conferences and just a whole lot of them. And oftentimes the Al-Anon will be relegated to like the 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon slot. It's when everybody's eating and they're all falling asleep. I don't know if you've ever been. But beyond that, about half to 2/3 of the alkies don't show up for the Al-Anon talk. And I have a theory about it. If you're not recovered, meaning if you haven't taken the medicine that we offer through the steps, then you probably got a lot of baggage that you're carrying. By that I mean guilt and shame about your family and what happened with them. Don taught me that I had a lot of guilt and shame because I'd done a lot of things that, unless you're a sociopath, you should feel guilty and ashamed of, you know. And it's absolutely true. But I've cleaned 90% of that up, and as best I can. And so we find that it takes something special to listen to a family member and really hear them in a lot of cases, especially if you haven't cleaned up your stuff with the men's work. So anyway, that's my mission with this, and that's I hope what we will accomplish. Okay.
So. Why the 11th step? You know, as Tom shared with you, we did some meditation before we joined up with the other people we were going to dinner with tonight. And when I came out of it, it was clear that, it was the 11th step we were going to start with. Well, it must have been about maybe 8, 9 years ago. And Tom was sponsoring this woman, a mountain woman. I mean, literally a mountain woman. She lived up in the mountains and came down to town very rarely, and she had not only a mountain woman but a dog woman, and I really mean a dog woman. She had dog wolf woman. She had dogs that had the wolf strain, and she had anywhere from 45 to 60 of them at different times as she lived in the mountains. And one day, she was at our house, and she was having a tough time staying sober. She'd been around Alcoholics Anonymous for a good 20, 25 years, right?
One thing that happened was the dogs ate her 4th step. That was a bummer.
And she was down at the house one day, really a sweet, sweet heart that this woman had. And she was tough for me. She was really tough for me. You know, there was always a crisis going on in her life, and it was just difficult. And I really had to work my program and bring God into any interaction I had with her. Well, one day she asked me, she was at the house, and I had brewed some coffee, and I gave her a cup of coffee, and she said, "How do you stay sober? How do you stay sober?" She said, "I can't stay sober. How am I going to stay sober?" And I said, "Well, Shem, I don't know, honey, because I'm not an alcoholic, so I don't know how to tell you to stay sober. But what I do know is that when I have a very, very difficult time, what I do is I pray. I pray." I said, "I pray, and then I pray some more, and after I'm done praying, I pray some more." I said, "I have to pray like my life depends upon it, because it does. I have to pray as if my ass depends upon it, because it does." And I said, "So after I pray, and then I pray some more, and I just keep praying. That's all I know to do." I got that there is at least about 10 fairly new people, very new people in the room. And maybe a few more. And there's some of you who maybe have never worked the steps, or who are just, as I spoke to you in the break, some of you said you're just beginning to work the steps. Well, what my sponsor first said to me was, the step that you can begin working immediately is the 11th step. The 11th step is about prayer and meditation. Prayer and meditation. So, if you will indulge me for about 10 to 15 minutes, I would like to take you through some meditation and some prayer. Now, the prayer that I'm going to take you through, as I ask you to get comfortable and get quiet, are my morning prayers as I begin my day. I think it's pretty appropriate to do this as we begin this conference. Okay? So, get comfortable. Close your eyes. I'm going to begin this meditation the way I began it with my children when they were very, very little and had a very difficult time getting quiet at the end of the day so they could go to sleep. And what I would say to them is, wiggle your toes and wiggle your fingers. You see, they had to begin to feel their bodies and feel their bodies moving before they could get them to stop. They had to become aware of what was going on with them physically. So wiggle your toes and wiggle your fingers. And now breathe in, breathe out. And slowly stop wiggling your fingers and your toes. Breathe in, breathe out. Imagine yourself on a warm beach, not too hot, just a nice warm beach with the sun shining on you and the sand below you. And you feel the warmth of the sun on your toes. You feel the warmth of the sun moving through your feet to your ankles. You feel the warmth of the sun as it begins to go up your calves, slowly to your knees. Going up your thighs. Just Just a nice, warm, gentle sun and the warmth from the sand slowly filling you. You feel the warmth of the sun on your rear end. Very slowly going up your spine, filling your back. Nice, warm, gentle. You feel it on your hips, your belly, your chest. And as you feel the warmth entering your chest, there's a bright light that begins to slowly fill you. The warmth goes through your shoulders, down your arms to your elbow, your forearms, down to your wrists. The light filling you also, and the warmth goes down into your hands. Slowly enters every single finger of your hand, and the bright light fills you deeper and slowly becomes even brighter. And as that bright light goes down through your arms, to your hands, to your fingers, all your troubles, all your worries, all your cares go straight out from your fingertips. And the light becomes brighter and fills you more fully. And the warmth begins to go up your neck, through the back of your head, to the top, down your forehead, your eyes, your cheeks, your nose, your ears, your mouth, your chin. A nice, gentle warmth, and the light fills you fully, completely. That's the light of God, welcoming you, filling you. Saying, let me in. As you recognize this light as God, we began a prayer. And in this prayer, we ask God to direct our thinking, to divorce our minds from thoughts of self-pity, dishonest, self-seeking motives, so our thinking may be on a much higher plane, free of these wrong motives, so that we may use our brain as God, the light, would have us. We ask for an intuitive thought or decision. We ask to be shown what each and every step should be along the way, to relax, take it easy, not to struggle, just to wait for the next right thing. We ask God to take away our self-will to the exact degree it's not of service to God and to our fellow man. Help us, God, to recognize when we become agitated or doubtful, irritated, bugged, pissed off, fearful, so that at that exact moment, you give us your power, God, so that we may pause and ask you for right thought or action and your power to carry it out. Grant me the ability to remind myself consistently throughout the day that I'm not running the show, to say to myself, "Thy will, not mine, be done." Keep me from the dangers of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, foolish decisions, jealousy, self-righteousness, procrastination, and perfection. Grant me the ability to be more efficient, to not burn up energy foolishly trying to arrange the show to suit myself. I'm undisciplined, God. Please discipline me. Show me the way of kindliness, patience, tolerance, and love with everyone I come in contact with today. Help me grow in effectiveness and understanding, in love and tolerance. Grant me the ability to carry the vision of your will for me into all my activities. Your will, not mine, be done. Show me what I can do for the person who is still sick and suffering, and give me whatever I need to be able to carry out your will and be of service to you and to them. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. We ask that God give us the ability to feel Him, His presence, as we're here this weekend, to see the presence of God in ourselves and in each other in this sacred time. We want to enter the world of the Spirit, to have sobriety, to have serenity, to have peace of mind, to have usefulness and purpose. Feel the light. Not only is it in you, the light surrounds you. And the light shines out from each and every one of us and goes out to each other, to everyone here in this room. That's the peace, that's the love, that's the joy of God. As you slowly come out of this, be mindful that this feeling of peace, this quiet, is here for us at all times. This weekend, when we leave from here this evening, as we go home, and as we come in contact with those we love and those we don't know. As you're ready, slowly join us and come back and ask God for the energy to be mindful and to be present for the rest of the evening while we're here. Thank you.
Anyone fall asleep? I almost did. Okay, we're going to start in with the first step, and I'll tell you a little story. 1986, I go to a treatment center in Albuquerque, New Mexico, not to get sober, but to get out of the storm of my life, the crap that I'd created out of my life. My problems had piled up on me, and they'd become astonishingly difficult to solve. In fact, there was no solution to them. I had bounced checks all over town. Doctor told me if I kept drinking, I was going to die in 6 months. My wife wanted me out of the house. Business partner had just found out I'd been stealing from him for a period of time. Doctor told me if I kept drinking, I was going to die in 6 months. My wife wanted me out of the house. Business partner had just found out I'd been stealing from him for a period of time. Was extremely irritated with that. And he was, I guess, an unrecovered Vietnam veteran, but he was not happy with old Tomas, I'll tell you. And so the last thing, we were bankrupt, but we didn't know how to file bankruptcy, or we probably would have done it. We were just too ignorant. But we had an insurance policy because Juanita worked at the state, and in those days insurance would pay for treatment. And so I ran off to hide in a treatment center for a 30-day period. To get down there to stop shaking, I drank a miniature of Stolenaya vodka. Because it wasn't going to be my last drink. Had I known it was going to be my last drink, it would have been a quart of Jack Daniels, right? Still mad about that, 20 years later. But at any rate, I go down there, and a lot of good stuff happened, and some kind of crazy stuff happened. I was introduced to what I consider real AA, and I was found by Alcoholics Anonymous. A little meeting came in every morning into this place, and they were there whether the patient showed up or not. They met outside, and they enveloped me. They just real quickly, the reason I went out there, I knew AA wouldn't work for me. I knew I couldn't live on this planet without drinking. But in this treatment center, it was very progressive for 20 years ago. They boiled all their meat. They had no fat. They served no sugar whatsoever, and there was no caffeine at all. And through the grapevine, I heard that this little group of people that were meeting outside on a patio served real coffee with caffeine in it. And I thought I'd like some of that. And so I went out onto this patio to drink their coffee. And I'm the only person I've ever met who went to AA for the coffee. It's the God's honest truth. And they were just singing a different song, it seemed. You know, they were telling these crazy stories and just outrageous things, and then laughing like crazy about them. You know, it's all the stuff I've been trying to hide and keep under wraps. But at any rate, in the treatment center, the treatment center part itself diagnosed me, and they said, "Well, you know, what have you been up to? You know, what tell us about your life?" I said, "Well, I've been drinking for 16 years, and I've taken a lot of drugs." And they said, "Well, tell us all about them." And I said, "Well, I basically drink whiskey for breakfast. If I don't, I can't get to work. I mean, that's my life, and I drink it all day. And when I don't, I start to shake and come apart, and oftentimes have blackouts, and have beaten my wife severely in a blackout. I broke my arm wrestling a guy one night." And I tell them all the dramatic, crazy, the jails and the hospitals and all the stuff that's happened to me. They say, "Well, you're alcoholic. You're definitely alcoholic." Well, what else? Well, I've been, importing and distributing cocaine for many years. I like to inject it. I had a heart attack one night. They said, "Well, you're a cocaine addict." I said, "Okay." I said, "What else?" I said, "Well, I've been, using heroin on and off mostly on for 10 years. And, I never seemed to get away from it." And I told some, stories about that. And they said, "Well, you're a heroin addict." And then, anyway, I went through this whole litany of stuff. All the benzodiazepines, the psychedelics, the uppers, the downers, all the painkillers, all the different things I'd taken. And they said, "Well, you're an addict to this, you're an addict to that, you're, blah, 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 blah." Okay, so I'm just, what do I know? That's what they told me. That's what I go out with. And so I'm going to Cocaine Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and Alcoholics Anonymous, and, calling myself a this or that and the other thing. When I met Joe, he told me something that no one else had told me, and he said, "It's very, very important. It's vitally important that you know what's wrong with you, because you can't recover from something you don't have." People look and they think about that. It's like you can't recover from something you ain't got, right? I mean, that just makes sense. I mean, if you didn't have a medical condition, went to a doctor tell you can't recover from it because you don't have it, There is no recovery from that for you because you don't got it. But that didn't make any sense to me when I first heard it. And he said, well, look at it this way. You're starting a spiritual journey with these steps, aren't you? And I said, yes. He said, you're invested in the truth. Aren't you in rigorous honesty, what we're talking about here? Honesty is different from truth. I won't go into that, but a lot of you know the difference. But he said, rigorous honesty, isn't that what we tout here? And I said, yes, it is. He said, well, if you go into the step process or the spiritual journey with a half-truth or an untruth, how can you expect to have good result from it? I said, well, now you put it that way, I guess you can't. He said, well, so what are you powerless over? That's what he asked me. I didn't really understand the question. I said, everything. He said, oh, really? Are you really powerless over everything? I said, oh, yes, I'm powerless over everything. He said, well, why don't you do something? Why don't you take everything that you think you're powerless over and put it through, start with the doctor's opinion, and put it through the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And he said, and here's how you're going to do it. Take the statements that they wrote, okay, the Big Book, most of it was written in 1938. As you know, it came out in April of 39. It was published. They were working on it for at least a year prior. So he said, go through it and take what they wrote in 38 and flip it. And all of the statements that they made, you turn into a personal question for yourself. And where it says we or, they or alcoholics or any of that, you say Tom, I, or me. And try that out. Personalize it and see what happens. I didn't know at the time that he was tricking me. Okay? I've tricked many since then. Here's the trick. Instead of this dull read that in the treatment center they told me you can't sleep, well, read the Big Book. You'll go to sleep, right? You ever told that? We might have told somebody that.
It's true.
It's true. If it's just some kind of a dull read that's about other people, it'll put me to sleep. But as soon as I'm in there, it's my autobiography. And the thing I'm the most interested in the world is me. So that it hooked me. Okay? It's a dynamic. It actually works. It hooked me. It had me. So I'm in there reading about myself now. And I start putting all this stuff through the Big Book, the Valiums and all the LSD and all this jazz. One thing that really, really surprised me was the cocaine piece, okay? Now, I'm going to explain to you. I don't want to offend anybody by talking about drugs. I'm going to explain in just a minute why I'm doing this, okay? And I think it's very important. I'm a big fifth tradition guy. I don't bring drug addiction to Alcoholics Anonymous. I hope there's people that have a problem with that, and we can discuss it over the weekend. But I've got to tell you how I established my first step, and that's why I'm doing this, okay? I put the cocaine through. I've got a long, long cocaine history. It started in 1970, and it went until sometime in the late 80s. But the first thing that I got was I couldn't remember the last time I did cocaine. Couldn't remember it. And I told you the last drink I had, I was standing in front of the Barrel House liquor store, Santa Fe, sucking down a miniature of vodka. I shot some heroin that morning. I remember that. Last cocaine, I don't remember at all. And I did an awful lot of it. I had a lot of bad experiences with it. So that got my attention. Why can't I remember it? And then I started to put it through, substitute cocaine for alcohol in the Big Book. And what I came up with was I got to a point with cocaine where the going up was not worth the coming down. The depression I felt from doing it was not worth the high that I got. And literally, I would turn down free Coke. I'd say, no, you got any heroin to go with that? Oh, you don't? No, thank you. Okay. Now here's the fifth tradition part. I try to sit down with a crackhead and work with a crackhead, right? And he's going, oh, and then I'd do Coke all night. And I'm thinking, yeah, I'm right with you. And then I'd go out and steal something and stuff. And I'm thinking, well, I didn't steal too much to get it. And he says, what's your experience? And I say, well, I just got to a point where I didn't want to do it anymore. The going up wasn't worth the coming down. And his eyes glass over, okay? He experienced the same depression I did. But there's something different with him where he would go back to it. And what he got out of it overrode the part that said, don't do it. It's not worth it. With me, the depression part overrode the high. You understand? And so we don't have a common language. He doesn't understand what I'm talking about. We got to a point where I said, no, that's the end of that deal, to free cocaine, and he just doesn't understand that, okay? Beyond that, they didn't have crack when I sobered up, so I never had the experience. As far as I'm concerned, you shoot cocaine. That's what you do. But as far as he's concerned, you smoke crack. So it's a different kind of a deal. Okay, so lo and behold, I find out I've been going to CA meetings calling myself a cocaine addict. I'm not. Why am I not a cocaine addict? Because I can choose whether I do it or not. Okay? Does not mean that I could go out here and smoke some crack with some joker with impunity and do that. It would derail me from the spiritual path I'm on. Okay? But the thing is, I can exercise my power of choice where cocaine is concerned, and I choose not to do that. Okay? Now, that same choice I made with booze and with heroin hundreds of times. I chose not to and then did. Okay? I drink when I don't want to drink. If you can relate to that, you know what I'm talking about. Okay? I set out. I've got every conviction in the world. Today I'm not going to do it. I tell my wife. She believes me. Everybody's happy. And 2 hours later I'm drinking, and I'm the most surprised one. Okay? I say I will never do that damn heroin again, no matter what. You know, I'm not going to associate with those murderers and those people that I'm always running with and stuff. It's not going to happen anymore. And 3 days later, I forget my strong conviction. My mind says, you've been working real hard at your job. You've been clean for 3 days. You ought to reward yourself. You know, and I'm back at the Connects. So, and the Valiums and all that stuff was stuff that I used to enhance my experience with these other things, okay? I designed that experience. I chose to do that or not to do it, you know. Being addicted to LSD is a little, I know I've met people who said they were. I don't quite understand that. That's spooky to me. But anyway. So, but out of this, well, the point I'm trying to make is out of all of this, I got my truth, okay? I'm a real alcoholic. I am a real alcoholic. No matter how much information I am given about myself, no matter how well I understand that the first drink always leads to some horrible scene in my life, you know, and will ultimately destroy me, I can't use that information to keep me from picking up that drink, okay? Because that worm starts turning, you know, the stuff starts happening, and at this time it's going to be different, and it's been like that 1,000 times with me. I've lost the power to choose whether I drink or don't choose. And I never got it back sober either. That's interesting. I hear people say today, I choose not to drink. And I think, well, if you can choose not to drink, if you have that power, then you're not my kind of alcoholic. Because I lost that power to choose. And I'll tell you, if there's time this weekend, I'll tell you a very interesting story about that. So I'm a real alcoholic. I'm a hope-to-die heroin addict. I will never get off either of those two things through my own power, volitional power. It ain't going to happen. One of the really neat things that happened to me through recovery in Alcoholics Anonymous is I don't do heroin anymore. I don't shoot heroin. I hadn't for 20 years, okay? I don't cheat on my wife. I don't gamble very much. It's gotten a lot better. There's a lot of things. I don't. God bless you. I don't lie generally. I generally tell the truth. And that's just, you know, because making amends for lying is so humiliating. After a while, you just hopefully stop doing it, you know. But so a lot of things have come along with working a spiritual program that I work in Alcoholics Anonymous because I'm powerless over alcohol. But I don't bring those things specifically to AA. I can't stand up at a podium for an hour and talk and not tell you about heroin in my story because it's one of the things I tried to use to get off of booze. It did not work. Okay, but I also tried to use antabuse, and I'll tell you about that. But I don't dwell on drugs in AA. Okay, some people say it's all the same thing. A drug is a drug is a drug. I don't know what kind of Jack Daniels and what kind of heroin you were using, but to me they were very, very different experiences. I had two completely different sets of people that I ran with. You know, very rarely would the twain meet. Because I drank and shot dope, I was an outcast in every group. No one wanted to hang out with me. You know, the drinkers didn't trust me because I was sticking needles in my arm, and most heroin addicts don't drink whiskey right after they get high, but I do. Okay, so anyway, I was kind of a social outcast in every society. But the point of all of that is that I think it's extremely important that you know what's wrong with you. Okay. If you want to try that, if you never have, I suggest it as a real good exercise. Be invested in the truth. Okay, the truth will set you free. Juanita, she was working with a gal who'd been 11 years in AA. A gal named Kim who lives in Santa Fe. I sponsored her husband. And Kim was in AA and called herself an alcoholic because she had gone to a treatment center where they told her, you're an alcoholic. She was 17 years old. She'd been doing some coke. And she went into a treatment center, and they said, well, a drug addict and an alcoholic is all the same, so go to AA and say you're an alcoholic. And so she did. I don't think she'd been drunk 3 times in her life. But for 11 years, she was in AA and trying to do AA, and something just wasn't clicking. And she started working with Juanita, and she went through the big book, And she got to the point where the truth about what was wrong with her was much more important to her than some phony sobriety date. And so she tried, if you know what the Marty Mann test, or what we call it, it's not really what it is, but you try some controlled drinking, like 2 drinks a day, no more, no less, for 30 days, or something akin to that. If you really want to do it, read the primer on alcoholism by Marty Mann, and she lays it out. But you try some controlled drinking, like the big book says, and Kim just got tired, I think, wasn't it?
She got pregnant.
She got pregnant and stopped. But she had gotten her truth long before that. And what happened, this is the interesting thing that happened to her. She left AA, but she got into Al-Anon big time, and she's an extremely effective member of Al-Anon, okay, because she's not in the wrong fellowship any longer. And her life took new meaning. It took off when she found that truth. One other story, the story of Laura, and I hope this illustrates something. I tell this all over. There was a neat gal that went to the friendship club that Juanita was talking about. She went to AA meetings. I'd heard her speak, and Laura always talked about heroin. She was a heroin addict is what she was. But she liked AA better, you know. You hear this a lot. Oh, well, the AA is better than the NA, you know, and da-da-da-da. I mean, I hear this coast to coast. The point is, you know, I think with that is that we members of Alcoholics Anonymous, it's requisite on us to help people in NA and CA to make their programs stronger, you know, and help them out. At any rate, this Laura was going to AA meetings, and she would slip like every once in a while. And I thought, you're a heroin addict. You need to sit down with her and talk to her. But she's a woman, right? She was an attractive woman. And she was in her early 40s, and I thought, don't go there. You know, it's like, that's not your business. Let her work that out with somebody else, and et cetera, et cetera. And so I never said anything to her. I never said, Laura, you might be in the wrong fellowship. You might be in the wrong fellowship because you're not in the place where the people have what you have so that you can reach out and help somebody else who has what you have, which is how we save our own asses here, right? And I never did. I never said a word to her. I just let it slide. They found Laura in a parking lot in Santa Fe with a needle in her arm, dead as could be, leaving 3 children. And Tom never said anything because he didn't want to cross that boundary with a woman. And to my great shame, that happened. And I tell you, I will never, ever let that happen again. Okay? I care more about you. I love you more than I care about your feelings. Okay? And saving your life is more important to me than whether you like me or not. Absolutely it is. But it took that dramatic a thing happening. And I hope that helps somebody. I hope Laura's story will help somebody. An alcoholic is someone who drinks too much. There's someone who has a problem with alcohol. They've lost the ability to choose whether they can drink or whether they can't. And I cannot. I've lost the ability of choice to take the first drink, and I've lost the ability of choice to take the second drink, okay? And it's just as simple as that. We'll read all sorts of stuff, doctor's opinion, Bill's story, more about alcoholism. It's all going to boil down to that again and again. If you don't have that, if you don't lose control over the amount once you first start drinking, okay, but you're drinking for some psychological reason, some, what did Big Frank used to call it, emotional or situational drinking, okay? Then you might want to look at it. Am I an alcoholic, you know, as described in this book? It's certainly worth looking at, you know, and if you care about the truth, then you'll do that. You want to hit it?
I'll tell you a couple little stories. When I got my current sponsor, there's a story she used to tell about when she got her big book. And it goes like this. She went to this guy after being in Alcoholics Anonymous a few weeks, and she said, the woman who brought me to Alcoholics Anonymous said, I have to have a big book, that the way we recover is in the big book, and so I want a big book. And you were talking about the big book, and you've got the big book, so I want to buy one. And he said, okay. He said, I'll sell you a big book, but first of all, I'm going to tell you a little story. And so he told her the story of when he had about a year in Alcoholics Anonymous. He went to this guy, Larry, And Larry had some time, and Larry was, he was a big shot in Alcoholics Anonymous out in California. And so Hugh Douglas goes to Larry and says, Larry, I want to talk to you about this big book. And Larry says, okay. What do you want to talk to me about? Well, Hugh had thought he found some loopholes in this book. And so he wanted to chat with Larry a little bit. And Larry said, you know what? I'll talk with you. But I'll talk to you when you can tell me what's on the first page of that book, Alcoholics Anonymous. So Larry went home and he memorized, the preface. So he memorized the preface and comes back about 3 months later and begins to recite the preface. And Larry says, what are you doing? He said, well, you told me that you'd talk to me about the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous if I could tell you what's on the first page. He said, well, that's not on the first page. Go on, get out of here. So he goes back home and, he memorizes the table of contents and comes back to Larry. And Larry says, that's not it. Go on home. So he, goes back one more time and finally he reads and he memorizes the page, Alcoholics Anonymous, the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism. He says, that's it. He goes back to him and Larry says, oh, go home. I don't want to talk to you. Finally he says, okay, the first page, Alcoholics Anonymous, just Alcoholics Anonymous on the page. So he goes and he, says that to Larry, and Larry says, that's not it. Can I borrow your book?
Yeah.
Please, babe. And Larry says, that's not it. Give me that book. And so he grabs the book from Hugh, and he said, there is nothing on the first page of the book Alcoholics Anonymous, and if it has taken you this long and you still couldn't figure it out, how long do you think it's going to take you to figure out what's in the black lines of this book? So, I know there's a lot of you who have been through the steps many, many times and probably know this book a lot better than I do, and I know it pretty damn good, I'll tell you. But is this as far as God can take you? Is this it? Is this it? When I sat down one day in morning prayer and meditation, I realized it was time to go through the steps again, because I realized I was powerless over what was going on with my father, with his illness. He had prostate cancer that had metastasized in the lungs and in the bones, and I started to put it through the first step. I thought, God's brought me a heck of a long ways. My life is good. My life is really good. My relationships with Tom is good. My relationships with all members of my family was good, really good. Not just kind of good, but really good. I was in a good place. I felt good. But I was having difficulty watching my father go through this and the pain that it was causing me and seeing the pain it was causing him. And my mother, still an unrecovered family member, 80 years old and unrecovered with the disease of alcoholism, the family disease of alcoholism. And so I said, I need more. So my question to you is, have you gone as far as you can possibly go, or is there more? Is there more? Because for me, there's always more. Just like the title of the chapter, More on Alcoholism, there's always more. So, a little more about Hugh. About 5 years ago, I was speaking at a conference in Laughlin, Nevada. I shared my story, got done, was thanked by people, but I didn't feel quite right. And I thought, what is wrong? There's nothing wrong with my story. I did a great job sharing my story. I felt good about it, but I didn't feel quite right deep within. And I thought, what is up? So I made a mistake that I make every once in a while, and I said a prayer. And I said, God, what is wrong? Why is it that even though my sharing was good, I don't feel right? I don't feel like I was connected with the people who were in that room. Well, this book tells me that, in fact, this book promises me that if I ask and I really want the answer, I will get it. And guess what? I got the answer. And what I got was, you need to work these steps. You need to work these steps. So I promptly did. 6 months later, I was sitting up at the conference in Colorado. That is I consider my home conference. It was a Saturday night. And I was sitting out there in the audience waiting for the Saturday night speaker to begin. And all of a sudden, in a room full of people, a noisy room, bright lights, I find myself in a very dark place. It was dark. I'm not talking a bad place, but it was a dark place. It was dark and it was quiet. And I was alone. And I can't tell you how long that lasted, but when I came out of it, the thought that came to me was, if you do not work these steps again, you will die. You will die. Physical death doesn't matter. Emotional death doesn't matter. But definitely was a spiritual death that I was coming to if I didn't get to working these steps one more time. So I did. I began immediately. Well, I went through that set of steps. And then I found myself, I guess it was January down in Midland in 2005. I was sharing my story one more time. And I found myself towards the end, I'm almost done, getting this thought of something I needed to share with the people as I was telling my story. And I thought, no, I don't think so. We're not going there. And when I was done, I also realized that I didn't feel that connection one more time with the people who were sitting in the audience. And I said, okay, what's up with that? Not only what's up with that, but I realized that I had denied God. I said no. I was given an intuitive thought of something to share, and I said, no, we're not going there. So not only was I not feeling connected, but I said no to God. And I said, what's going on? And I remembered an amends I hadn't made. It was an old amends. So we went up to Denver, and this was January, mid-January, and about 3 weeks later we're up in Denver, and I sat with Don, and I was telling Don this story, and I said, Don, I found an amends that's a very, very old amends that I need to make. And he said to me what I knew, but we can't see our own stuff. He said to me exactly what I know I've said to many people who I work with, who come to me. And he said, if there's something between you and another person, there's something between you and God. He said, you better go make that amends. So I did. So this brings me back to the story of Hugh. Hugh, who was my grand sponsor, Mary Thayer's sponsor, he was one, Hugh and Beverly. Hugh received a letter from a woman who absolutely loved him and who he loved. This woman was a longtime member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and Hugh had 9 years. And in this letter, this woman wrote, she said, Hugh, I love you, and I'm concerned about you, and I'm concerned about your sobriety. She said, you have become like the old golf pro. You know how to teach the game, but you don't play anymore. You know how to teach the game, but you don't play anymore. If I'm not actively in the steps, I can become like the old golf pro. Hugh went out. 9 years of sobriety, and Hugh went out. He came back. He died with 20-some years of sobriety, 27, I think. And went on to help a lot of people. But that story reminds me of when I was in Laughlin. It took me 6 months to begin to work the steps again. And I could have died. I could have died. See, what I found out for myself is not only alcoholism a deadly disease for the alcoholic, but it's a deadly disease for the families as well. I am not so much suicidal, but I am homicidal. I will take your ass out before I take mine out. But either way, it's a deadly disease.
Well, thanks a lot. What was that amends?
Okay, he wants me to tell it. We'd been married maybe 4 years. I was working at a medical center, and he liked to do a little heroin, as he told you. And there was a box of syringes that I thought he would really love me if I took him home to him. So I took him home to him. You know, always trying to please your man. And he wasn't as thrilled as I thought he would be, actually. I think I brought it a little close to home for him. But I needed to make amends for that box of syringes that I'd stolen. So I did go home and I made amends. I paid them way more than the syringes were worth to them, but not more than they were worth to me.
Yeah, she's not kidding about the homicidal part either. If it doesn't come out this weekend, you can ask her about the time she nearly drowned me in the bathtub when I was passed out there. That's a good story, cute story. Okay. Rolling right along. I'm in the doctor's opinion. Actually, no. Hang on. Sorry. It's getting late and I jumped. This is a piece that we like to point out. We are all over the place tonight, I'll tell you. Okay, I had a favorite big book. It was a 3rd edition. I got it when I got sober, right? My old big book with all marked up and this, that, and the other thing. And I was with a good buddy of mine, J.S., from Redondo Beach, California. If you ever have a chance to hear him speak or get his... He does a workshop on the history of Alcoholics Anonymous. He calls it the Akron Genesis of AA. And we were up talking, sometimes a couple of guys get together who have heard of each other or have talked on the phone, and, you're both really excited about Alcoholics Anonymous in this journey. We stayed up till 3 a.m. just talking, he and I. And at one point he said, Tom, what big book do you use? And I said, I've got my 3rd edition, my old trusty 3rd edition. He said, all the newcomers are using this one. It never occurred to me, I go out to the penitentiary, I do a workshop, and we're fumbling around in the Roman numerals because they don't add up anymore, right? But out of my self-centeredness, I'm going to use my old 3rd big book, So I changed. I use a 4th edition now. So in the 4th edition on XX... which is the coin I got last month, had XX on it. Dos Equis. I really like that. It says, while the internal difficulties of our adolescent period were being ironed out, public acceptance of AA grew by leaps and bounds. For this, there were 2 principal reasons. One, the large number of recoveries and reunited homes. And Juanita and I always talk about the fact that although we do see recoveries quite often, we don't see reunited homes as much as we think they used to. And hopefully, by doing this work, we're going to be a force for that. That's what we hope. We, against all odds, we've been married, the 19th of this month, we will have been married 28 years. We've been together for 29 years. And there's no way that we should be together. I mean, everything, if you add it all up, we're as different as night and day. Everything about us is different. And the horrible 9 years that we had, where she nearly killed me, I nearly beat her. It's just awful, grim stuff. There's no way you ought to be able to surmount that, and yet we have. And people always ask us, how have you stayed together? How has that worked for you? And I always tell them that it's the 10th step, is probably the single most important piece, that we're telling each other constantly, I was wrong to do that. I was wrong. You didn't deserve that. That's when we throw in. I hadn't found that in the book, but it sounds good. I was wrong to do that, and I regret it, and God willing, I won't do it again. And those golden words, I was wrong, have helped tremendously. And beyond that, we have a common purpose. We have unity in our family group, that we're out to help alcoholics and their families, and we do it together. And that common purpose has helped us to stay together. We'll talk about more of that during the weekend. Okay, on page XXII, the very bottom of the forward to the third edition, it says, in spite of the great increase in the size and span of this fellowship, at its core it remains simple and personal. Each day, somewhere in the world, recovery begins when one alcoholic talks with another alcoholic, sharing experience, strength, and hope. And that's the way we do it. I mean, we do these workshops, we do a lot of different things. But when you get right down to it, it's one alkie talking to another. I think it's one alkie reading this book to another is what it amounts to. You know, one of the dynamics I was taught by Don and Joe and a lot of these people was that Don always used to say, problem with alcoholics is they can't read. He said, I don't mean they're illiterate. I mean, they just can't read. They read a sentence and it's not what's written there. And so after I instruct someone to go through the book and to turn the statements into questions for themselves, then I sit and I'll read it back to them. Excuse me. Invariably, they hear it completely differently than they did when it was rattling in their head. And so I really believe in that dynamic of reading the book. I read the entire big book, the doctor's opinion in 164 pages, to another alcoholic. And we go through it that way and try to follow the directions. Okay, now we're to the doctor's opinion. 25 in Roman numerals, XXV, very bottom of the page. I personally know scores of cases who were of the type with whom other methods had failed completely. Am I of the type with whom other methods failed completely? Absolutely I am. So what I did was I put a big plus right after absolutely. I agree with that. That's been my experience. Okay, next page. Down here it says, in this statement he confirms that we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe. So I stop the guy and I say, have you suffered alcoholic torture? Now that's different for everybody, but I have certainly suffered alcoholic torture, and I could tell you about it ad nauseum. We must believe that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. Okay, I didn't get that. When I first read that, I didn't understand what that meant. What do you mean my body is as abnormal as my mind? I overdrink, okay, because I overdrink, and let me tell you why I overdrink. I have a lot of problems. I've had an extremely difficult life. My childhood was less than great, okay? And then I basically never caught a break, you know. It was you know, the SOBs coming at me from every direction, nobody cutting me any slack, you know, ex-wives, girlfriends, my children don't appreciate me, you know, on and on and on. And if you had my kind of life, you'd drink too, okay? And so I drink, and because that's medicine, I overdrink, and you know, I drink for psychological reasons. That's why I drink, okay? And you go, really? The guy said to me, really? You know, let's look at that. Okay. Did you ever, you know, and of course you all have heard this, most of you, did you ever drink because you were feeling really funky and you know, just the anxiety and the angst were upon you? Oh, did I ever 100 times. Did you ever drink actually because you were celebrating something good happened in your life? Well, as a matter of fact, I did. Yes, now that you pointed out. How about this kind of drinking? There ain't nothing happening. You're bored senseless, and let's drink and get something going. Done that too. Okay. So that kind of, you know, squashes the psychological aspect. But the thing that they got into with me was, did you ever go out to drink and take a couple of drinks and you start to feel pretty good? You're not feeling all that angst, and you have celebrated, and things aren't dull or anything, okay? And you get to where you say you want to go, and then you keep drinking. And I said, well, as a matter of fact, that brings up a time that I can remember very well. It was April 15th. Somebody said my sobriety date was on or about April 15th. Of course, it's tax day, right? Juanita says, I don't care what you do, but be home by midnight because we got to sign off on our taxes. Honey, don't worry, I'll be home by midnight. Okay, fully intend to. I've been drinking. I start drinking with some guys after work. Actually, the guy who was paying us, you know, brought out some whiskey, and we started drinking. And that's the last thing I remember. Next thing I remember, I'm stumbling up the steps. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I'm going, oh, my God, how could I have done that? How could I have missed the deadline? Well, I was told about that episode by the people who were cognizant of what was going on, okay? They said I did all sorts of, I peed in the fireplace and drove home, just awful stuff. Long drive home, and I was all over the road, and a guy was following me, and it was just a horrible, disastrous, typical evening. But when I looked at that sober, something happened to me, and it was this. I claimed that I wanted oblivion, that I drank for oblivion. I drank for relief that oblivion gave me. I just want out of here. I'm chicken to kill myself. I'm afraid of where I'll go if I do. But I can't stand to be here and be conscious of what's going on. Man's intolerance to man and just the horrible suffering on this planet. I'm a sensitive guy, and I just can't take it.
They're right with you, honey.
And I drank for oblivion, okay? And what happened was, when I remembered that night, what I saw was a guy who was drinking, maybe he was drinking for oblivion, I don't know, but I hit oblivion. I hit oblivion and then drank a fifth of whiskey, oblivious to the fact that I was doing it. You know what I'm saying? My mind's not drinking at that point. We don't care what kind of an upbringing I had, what my parents were like, or what kind of deep-seated psychological problems I have after I'm oblivious and I'm still tipping that bottle. Something else is drinking, and it's not my normal function, okay? And that's when I got the physical part of my disease. I drink in a way that most people don't, okay? I drink in a way that when something clicks inside me, I lose control and I keep drinking. And that's what they're talking about. That's the deal. You want to talk about Al-Anons and the physical?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the allergy that the doctor talks about on that same page. It says, the doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests us. Well, the first time I went through the steps, several times I went through the steps, I was like, well, that doesn't apply to me as a family member. I can certainly see how it applies to an alcoholic. And as an Al-Anon, I take what's in here, and every time it talks about alcohol or drinking, I put in thinking. I put in my thinking. I'm powerless over my thinking. And for those of you who are alcoholic, there's a place later on in the book where it says, we have now, what is it? It says, we have solved the drink problem. Now we're faced with the problem of living. So if there are those of you who have solved the drink problem, God has solved the drink problem, this book also says the main problem of the alcoholic centers in their mind. So if the main problem centers in your mind, you might want to consider putting your thinking through this book, just like I would as a family member. Okay? So that's what I do. Well, I heard a friend of mine he was talking about the first step. And he said, an alcoholic can say, my name is so-and-so, I'm an alcoholic. And you get it. I mean, you get it. You get it. But when I introduce myself and I say, my name's so-and-so and I'm an Al-Anon, it's like, well, what does that mean? And he started to talk about what happened to him with somebody's drinking. And I started thinking a little bit more. And the next time I went through the steps, I began to pay a little more attention to this allergy. And this thing that we say a prayer, I say a prayer when I start the steps anew, which is I ask God for a new experience, an open heart, mind, and spirit, a new experience. I got a new experience. When I saw the word allergy, I thought back to the days when Tom would come home and he'd walk in with a six-pack, he'd walk in with a bottle of wine, or he would come in just completely loaded. And I remembered what happened to me. And what would happen to me, the physical factor that would happen to me was this. He'd walk in, he'd be loaded, and immediately my gut would feel like a wet washcloth that somebody was trying to wring out. It was as if though somebody were just taking my insides and just wringing them. They were just like knotted and just being crunched together. And that feeling would go all the way to my back, and my spine would begin to stiffen. My shoulders would stiffen. My arms would tighten at my sides, and my hands would immediately turn into fists, and my jaw would do this. What is an allergy? I got bitten by a bee many, many years ago on my little finger. I still have a little scar from it. My entire arm swelled up and became very red all the way up to my shoulder. That's an allergy. An allergy is an abnormal physical reaction. I had an abnormal physical reaction to bee venom. My arm swelled up and it got red. I had an abnormal physical reaction to alcohol, and I didn't even have to drink it. It was a physical reaction that would begin in my belly, go to my back, up my spine, and my entire body would do this. I didn't even have to drink it. And I would have an abnormal physical reaction. And to me, as a family member, that's an allergy. I was taught that it's a 3-part disease. It affects me body, mind, and spirit. That's my body. That's my body. The doctor's going to talk about the mind, and as a family member, that's the obsession. That's the obsession. I cannot stop thinking about him and what he's going to do, how much he's going to drink, what he did, what I know he won't do, and how is he going to affect me? How can I make him not drink so that I won't be affected? So I won't be affected. Now, it's not to say I didn't love him, although I wasn't quite sure at the time many times, but it was like, how was I going to get him to do what I wanted him to do? Another way the body for me as a family member is affected is I would make sure he'd go to the doctor. I'd make sure my children would go to the doctor, but I wouldn't go to the doctor. I would not take care of myself at all. He came first, my kids, and I came in somewhere down the road. And that's the body for me, and that's the allergy.
Okay. So going on with this idea of we're still on XXVI. It did not satisfy us to be told we could not control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life. I was maladjusted to life. They told me that at an early age. First psychiatrist when I was 17 years old. We're in full flight from reality. I was told that all my life. Or we're an outright mental defective, and I've been called that for years and years. So I might qualify for all three of those. It says these things were true to some extent, in fact, to a considerable extent with some of us, but we are sure that our bodies were sickened as well. And I am sure, because when I drink, something happens that is beyond all of that, like I told you. But here's an interesting statement here that he makes. He says, in our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. Okay? And how I read that is if you don't have that physical, that allergy, that phenomenon of craving which develops, then you don't have alcoholism. You may have something else, but it isn't alcoholism as described in this book. Let's see. I'm going to throw this in. This just hit me. I don't know why I'm even bringing this up. We 20 years ago, we used to go to a lot of meetings in West Texas, in Amarillo and Lubbock and places like that. And you hear these old-timers who are like dissing hospitals for alcoholics, And they'd go, well, in the old days, we just get some honey and orange juice and put them on the, take them into the bedroom and put them in there and just feed them honey and orange juice, and they'd shake it out in a few days, and that's the way we did it. We didn't have all these fancy hospitals and all this. And I thought, well, that sounds good. I guess that's the way I ought to be doing 12 steps, till I read in the doctor's opinion, it says, though we work out our solution on the spiritual as well as altruistic plane, we favor hospitalization for the alcoholic who is very jittery or befogged. More often than not, it's imperative that a man's brain be cleared before he is approached, as he then has a better chance of understanding and accepting what we have to offer. I've heard too many stories of people having seizures and dying on people's couches to believe that that's a good way to do it. But the bottom line is, it doesn't matter what I believe. The big book says that's what AA believes, okay? Down at the bottom of the next page, it says, of course, an alcoholic ought to be freed from his physical craving for liquor, and this often requires a definite hospital procedure before psychological measures can be a maximum benefit. And then Bill says in his story, treatment seemed wise for the delirium tremens were going to happen, basically, So 3 times I read in the big book that we believe in hospitalization because, we're not just nut jobs or having a bad day. We have a physical illness that needs treatment. You want to say something? No. Okay. We believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics, manifestation of an allergy, phenomenon of craving is, listen to this, is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. I'm always working with guys and I say, do you lose control over the amount of booze that you drink once you start drinking? And they'll sit there for a second and they'll go, not always. Right? Not always. I say, that's not what I asked you. Does that ever happen to you? Have you experienced this? Oh, yes, many times. And I said, well, then one thing we know about you is you ain't an average temperate drinker, based on what this book says, okay? Because it says it never happens in the average temperate drinker, okay? We don't know if you're alky yet, but we know you're not an average temperate drinker. These allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all, and once having formed the habit, they found they cannot break it. Once having lost their self-confidence, their reliance upon things human, this is that sentence we love, their problems pile up on them and become astonishingly difficult to solve. I'll tell you a quick story, just because I like to tell it. It's totally irrelevant, but no, it's not. It's not irrelevant. I read this, and I was going through this with a fine-tooth comb. I didn't want to miss anything. I'd almost missed AA, so I tried to do this, dot every I, cross every T. I was anal retentive about doing exactly what the big book said. And I'm reading this, and it says that these allergic types can never safely use alcohol in any form at all. And what I immediately thought was, I know I've taken these. I have a liver condition, and I take, I can't remember what it is I take for it. Yeah, well, it's a tincture. It's milk thistle. And for a few years, I had taken this tincture, and I read on it that it had grain alcohol in it, okay? But I'd taken it. And I didn't know any better. And so as soon as I saw it had grain alcohol in it, I stopped taking it. And I thought, that's interesting because I did take it and I didn't get drunk. What's up with that? Okay. And some years later, after, and so I debated that. And what I came up with was it's not safe for a guy like me to do that. That's what the book says. I can't safely do it. Okay. It doesn't say that, God won't protect me at certain times. That's not a really good idea for a guy like me. So I'm up at the health food store, and I'm buying this milk thistle, and I'm explaining to the gal there, I want the milk thistle that's a tincture with glycerin, not grain alcohol. I can't do any alcohol. She looks through the shelves, and she looks for a while. She says, sir, they all have grain alcohol in them, but, sir, there's no more alcohol in one of these tinctures than there is in a ripe banana. And I never thought this. I did not plan this. What popped out of my mouth was, it's funny you said that because when I eat a really ripe banana, it makes me want to drink Jack Daniels. And she looked at me like another head had grown out of my neck, And I said, oh, that's okay. Don't worry. I'm sorry, She doesn't need that information, but I do. And alcoholics need that information. You get what I'm saying? It's just a simpleton little thing. It's probably not at all important, but I don't go near alcohol. I don't gargle with Listerine. I don't do any of those things. Why? It's not safe. Maybe I could. I don't want to chance it. There's no reason to do that. Frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. The message which can interest and hold these alcohol people must have depth and weight. In nearly all cases, their ideals must be grounded in a power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their lives. And this is a very important piece. My home group just dwells on this, I'll tell you. The question is, what do you mean by frothy emotional appeal? What the hell does that mean? And it was Joe and other people who said to me, did you ever have anybody come to you and beg you to stop drinking? I said, oh, my God. I said, Juanita would beg me. She'd say, I can't stand to see you killing yourself. You got to leave. He said, well, that's frothy emotional appeal. How about like a doctor or the courts? I said, oh, my God. I said, my doctor, Trevor Hawkins, who I love, in Santa Fe and just respect so much. He said, Tom, he said, if you keep drinking the way you are, you're going to die in 6 months. You're 37 years old and you're going to be dead in 6 months, and I can't stand to watch it. That's frothy emotional appeal. I mean, that really is. Your doctor who likes you and is your friend says you're going to die in 6 months. I tell you, I went right to the liquor store because that made me nervous as hell to hear that. You got to have a drink. What do you do with information like that? You got to have a drink, right? But that's frothy emotional appeal. And then Judge Cuate Chavez, okay, he tells me, I came before him, he says, Tom, you ever come before me with one of these drunken charges again? I'm going to put you under the penitentiary. We'll throw the key away. You're going to jail big time, okay? Frothy emotional. I don't want to go to prison. I know what happens in prison. You know, I don't want to go there. Frothy emotional appeal. But I leave and I'm drunk that night, okay? Drunk that night, not intending to be. I used to give myself little pep talks. I'd be driving to work. It's a 20-mile drive from my house to Santa Fe. And I'd say to myself, Tom, you're too good to live this way. You're killing yourself. You're destroying yourself. Come on, you were raised better than this. You know, you shouldn't be doing this. You can do better. Today you're not going to drink. Today you're going to... And I'm feeling pumped up. I'm feeling great. And my truck drives itself to the drive-up liquor window. For some bizarre reason, I'm there to buy a pack of cigarettes. So I figure, well, how could a couple of shooters hurt? I'll stop tomorrow, you know. And the one that got me was I remembered my little son, 6 years old. He's now 34. He's out here in Huntington out here. We're going to visit him and stay with him for 4 days after we're done here. He's 6 years old, and we're standing in front of Cliff's Liquors in Santa Fe. And I've got a miniature of vodka. And he's saying, Dad, you don't have to drink that. You don't need that, Dad. Please don't drink that. You don't have to drink that, Dad. And I'm seeing a movie of myself drinking that thing. His heart's breaking. My heart's breaking. There's nothing I can do about it. Frothy emotional appeal doesn't suffice for a guy like me. You can't scare me into it, okay? You can't bully me into it. You can't intimidate me, and you can't break my heart into it. There's not a way you can do it. It's got to be something else.
So, it's 9:50, and I'm sure you all are tired, and I'm kind of tired. I think time's you're a little tired?
Huh?
Are you a little tired? Actually, he could probably go
no,
up.
I'm
we
not
won't
tired.
ask him.
Let's go to 11:30. What do you say? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
So, we need to know what time you all want to start up tomorrow morning.
We need a group conscience.
Somebody says 10, 9.
10?
9.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Ed made a very important point. Are we talking about breakfast, Bart? What time for breakfast?
8 o'clock.
The locals are shouting 8 o'clock. What's the deal? What's the consensus?
9. 9?
For breakfast.
8.
8 o'clock breakfast?
8 o'clock breakfast, 9 o'clock we start here.
Be there, be square.
All right. Thank you for your attention and your time.
You want to start with the prayer?
Oh, prayer, meditation.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name's Juanita, and I'm a member of Al-Anon.
Hi, Juanita.
And it's nice to see y'all back from last night. I think we have some new people here this morning, and welcome to you as well. A couple of you came up to me last night, and said you really liked the meditation, and would it be possible to start this off this morning with some more meditation? And if you guys are up for it, we will do that. We'll let a couple of you just kind of settle in and relax. And we'll start off with a moment of silence and the serenity prayer. And then we'll go into the quiet. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So I think my wish for you all, if you get nothing else this weekend, and it doesn't matter whether you're new or you've been in it for some time, is that the most important thing for me and what has been of the most value is my relationship with my Creator. And that relationship, my connection with this Creator, is what has kept me here and what has given me peace and has eased my heart and allowed me to show up and be the person, the woman that God would have me be. So I'm really liking that you all are enjoying the quiet time and the meditation. When Bill and Bob first got sober, Ann Smith, Dr. Smith's wife, was the one who insisted on quiet time in the morning. If Bill and Bob had had their way, they'd have been out the door and out saving drunks. And Ann insisted that they take some quiet time in the morning. She said that's the most important piece. And Dr. Bob, later on in his book, Good Old Timers, he emphasized first things first and first things being God. So I'll ask you to get comfortable. Get quiet. Feel your body. Begin to breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Begin at the bottom of your feet, on the soles, to feel a light begin. Begins at the soles, goes up to your ankles. Just a quiet, small light that slowly goes up your calf to your knee with a gentle warmth that begins now to go up your thigh. Soft, gentle light, gentle warmth. Feel it in your butt, your abdomen. Soft. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe from your belly, slowly filling it, letting it out. With each breath you take in, it's God's love that comes into you, filling you. And with each breath goes your worries, your troubles, your concerns. Breathe in, breathe out. The light slowly spreads, going up your spine, filling your back, into your shoulders, your chest. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in God's love. Breathe in God's peace. Breathe in God's grace. light goes down your arms to your shoulders. To your elbows. Down your forearms to your wrists. Into your hands and to each finger. Breathe out your troubles. Let them slide out through your fingertips. And what's left is God's peace, God's love, God's light. The light slowly goes up into your neck, up the back of your head, a nice gentle light, down your forehead, your eyes, your nose, your ears, cheeks, mouth. The light goes down into your chin, filling you completely. With each breath, you are filled more and more with God's peace. The light begins to grow, filling you more, until you feel it radiating out from you, reaching out to your neighbor, filling us all. Breathe in, breathe out. God, we feel your presence with us. We ask this morning, as we begin our day, that you direct our thinking. Divorce our minds from thoughts of self-pity, dishonest, self-seeking motives, so that our thinking may be on a much higher plane, free of these wrong motives, so we might use this brain as you intended. Grant us an intuitive thought or decision as we go about planning our day and as we move through it. Show us what our each and every step should be along the way, and give us whatever we need to take care of such problems. Grant us the ability to relax, take it easy, not to struggle. Just wait for the right answers to come. Take away our self-will to the exact degree it is not of service to you and to our fellow man. Grant us the ability to recognize when we are first becoming agitated or doubtful, irritated, bugged, pissed off or fearful. And in that moment, grant us your power to pause and ask you for right thought or action, and your power to carry it out. Grant us the ability to remind ourselves consistently throughout the day that we're not running the show, but to say to ourselves in a humble manner, your will, not mine, be done. Your will, not mine, be done. Keep us from the dangers of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, foolish decisions, jealousy, self-righteousness, procrastination, perfection, criticism, and judgment. Grant us the ability to become more efficient, not burn up energy foolishly, trying to arrange the show to suit ourselves. Discipline us in this practice, as we are undisciplined. Show us the way of kindliness, patience, tolerance, and love with everyone we come in contact with as we go about our day. Help us to grow in effectiveness and understanding and love and tolerance. Grant us the ability to carry the vision of your will for us into all of our activities. How may we best serve you? Again, your will, not mine, be done. Show us what we can do for the person who is still sick and suffering, and grant us whatever it is we need to be able to do your work. We feel your presence. We feel your light deep within us. It burns brightly. Keep me open, God, with this light deep within me as I go about this day. Open me up so that I may let your loving presence shine out from within me, and so that I may experience and see your shining presence in others. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts that we are blessed with this day, and blessed with your bounty, and blessed with the presence of each other. With each breath, we begin to feel not only your presence, but the energy that you are going to feed us with today. An energy that will keep us present. An energy that will prepare us to be receptive to your words, to those thoughts that are of you. With each breath, we take in more and more of your energy, more and more of your light. And as we begin to slowly pay attention with each breath to our body begins to respond to the energy, and we become more and more present to be centered, to be with you and each other today. Slowly we pay attention to our bodies more and more, and slowly we come back to be present to this beautiful day. As you're ready, come back and join us, filled with a new energy to be present. Thank you. Morning. You ready? All right. Let's do it. You want to start us off, honey?
My name's Tom. I'm an alcoholic. By the grace of a loving God, I'm sober and I'm alive, and I'm grateful to be in that shape, and grateful to be here with you all. Guess there's some people who weren't here last night. I'll tell you, I've been continuously sober since June the 15th of 1986. I have a home group in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where I'm from. We're called an AA group. We meet at Monday night at the Salvation Army in Santa Fe at 7 o'clock, and you're welcome to come join us. I think if you're here at this deal, you'd probably like our group quite a bit. Those are some of the components to what I consider make me a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. One of the other components is I do service work. Almost always have a service commitment of some sort, and I sponsor people. I think everybody ought to sponsor. That's my personal opinion. If you're not sponsoring, you should. That's what I think. You know, if you're 2 months sober, you've got something to offer somebody, and that's the way this thing started. And I think that's our real service when it gets down to the basics of it is one alcoholic talking to another. We talked about that last night. Not everybody agrees with that, and you don't have to. That's just what I believe. Let's see. I didn't say last night, to tell you a little bit about myself, I'm 58 years old. Been married to this woman, Juanita, for 28 years. I have 4 children. Yeah, that's pretty good. First wife only lasted 7 years. I have 4 children and 7 grandchildren, and don't look like an old grandpa. I am, but let's see, what other pertinent information is it that I can give you? I grew up. I was telling you last night. I went to school. Grew up. I didn't really grow up. That's not a good description of it. But I got older in this area, Nassau County. I went all the way through school. And back in late 60s, early 70s, I moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've been there ever since. Did some 90% of my drinking I did in the New Mexico area, but I did some real interesting drinking here in New York, Massachusetts, and Vermont. And I think there's people who still remember me from those days. So that's kind of my deal. Juanita and I met in 1977, and it was lust at first sight, and we our mutual sicknesses kind of meshed, and we got sicker together, and then I like to think that we've gotten well together, and that's a story that we try to tell. So last night we started off. Do you want to do more on the doctor's opinion, or are we pretty well? Yeah, I think we pretty well hammered the doctor's opinion last night. Basically, the idea, if you read that, what I get from the doctor's opinion is that this is a real physical illness that can be diagnosed, has a physical component to it, which is beyond any mental considerations or psychological considerations. And the doctor goes over and over that. You know, Bill Wilson says in the doctor's opinion that we believe that any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. And my sponsor, Don P., was very adamant about that. And there was a movement that took place, 3-4 years ago. It was rolling along pretty well, where we tried to get the doctor's opinion, which had been page 1 in the very first printing of the big book, restored. We didn't want to change it. People got their hackles up when we even talked about it. We said, no, we're not saying change it. We're saying restore it to its first edition format, so that we get the doctor's opinion back to page 1 and people don't miss it. And in New Mexico, we brought it up at the area level, and we had tremendous debates and fights. And, you have people who got sober anytime after the second edition came out, which was 1955, who were just adamantly against, any messing with the big book whatsoever. They'd never heard of restoring it. Old timers were railing against it and all this. Finally, it went to a vote in my area, and I think it was 55-18 against doing anything about it. And I was a GSR at the time, and I called Don, and I said, Don, it's just a horrible failure. We just, we got voted down so badly. I said, if anything at all happened, I said, maybe we raised the consciousness about the doctor's opinion a little bit. He said, what'd you think you were doing it for to begin with? He said, what'd you think the point of it was, So anyway, and there's still some of us who are making waves about that. I don't think it'll ever happen. But at any rate, it's extremely important. I think if you don't start there, you don't understand that it is an illness. I always say in my home group, if I don't have a physical disease, I'm just a nut job. I'm just a wacko. Who is doing something that's destroying him. Because he has no mental control over it. But it's much more than that. One other piece, I don't want to miss this. I'm so blithering and sleep deprived on this trip. But there's a piece here I didn't want to miss. Don really got a kick out of this, and since we're in New York, I think it's appropriate. If you've got a fourth edition, if you want to follow along with me, XIV, which I'm too tired to even figure out what that Roman numeral means. I think it's 14. There's a little piece here. I was telling you last night, when I came to this work, because I almost missed the whole recovery process. So when I came to this work, I didn't want to miss anything. I became anal retentive, and I dotted every I and crossed every T, and I wanted to follow every direction precisely as it was stated in the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I think Juanita was there when this happened. My home group, we registered in New York at GSO. I registered us. I was the first GSR up on Soft Broadway up there where some of you have been to the General Service Office. Used to be on Park Avenue. Now it's up there on Reinhold Niebuhr Place or whatever it is. And because we were in New York, we went up there and I registered my group there. But then I did another piece that I'd wanted to do for a while. I said, if you read the bottom of this, page 14 in Roman numerals, it says, "We shall be interested to hear from those who are getting results from this book, particularly from those who have commenced work with other alcoholics." Okay? We should like to be helpful in such cases. So I'm up at GSO, and I've registered the home group, and I said, "Oh, by the way," to the lady that was the office manager, I said, "I'm here to report in from Santa Fe, New Mexico." And she said, what do you mean, report in? I said, "Well, I'm here to report about the results that I'm getting." She said, what in the world are you talking about? And I whipped out the book and I said, "Well, it says right here that you're interested in hearing from people who are getting results using this, but particularly working with others. And we've started to work with people who could never stay sober using the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous, taking them through the book and working the steps as they're outlined there, and these people getting sober who never could. So I'm here to report that." She said, "Duly noted." Okay.
So the doctor's opinion speaks about the mind, the obsession, and it's the same thing for the family member as it is for the alcoholic. I can't stop thinking about what he's doing, what he's going to do, what he has done. How much will he drink? How can I get him to not drink? Where can I hide the bottle? How can I threaten him? How can I reward him? I mean, how and how and how. And I said it this way, maybe said a different way, maybe a little more emphasis on a different word rather than that word, maybe the right place, he's all I think about. He's all I think about. He is the main occupation of this mind. Just the way booze was the main occupation of his mind. And my body's affected. And like I said last night, I have the allergy of the body, an allergy being an abnormal physical reaction. I had that when he drank. And then the doctor says that this is all well and good. However, a psychic change is needed for the person suffering from alcoholism. Psychic change. And he also says that the person suffering from alcoholism has to recreate their lives. He talks about how those of us affected by alcoholism can't tell the difference between what's true and what's false. There's a total lack of perception in my thinking. I don't know what's real. I don't know. I have no clue what reality is. And I'll give you a little for instance. One day, I was going to wash Tom's Levi jacket. I was emptying out the pockets. I pulled out handfuls of Kleenex, pens, construction pencils, papers, and all of a sudden, out comes a needle and spoon. And I sat down on the bed, and I held it in my hands, and just then he came into the room, and he said, "Juana, what's up?" as he saw what I was holding in my hand. And I said, "What is this? What's going on?" And he patted me on the shoulder, and he says, "It's not what you think." Whoa, thank God it's not what I think. You know what I mean? Because what I was thinking was not good. So I said, okay. I handed it all back to him, got up from the bed with a Levi jacket, and went and put it in the wash. Couldn't tell true from false. And if I even caught a glimmer of what the truth was, whew, okay. There's a joke, then the punchline is, "You're going to believe me or your lying eyes?" I'll believe you, honey. Can't tell true from false. My sponsor always says, people ask me, "What step are you on?" And what I ask them is, in what area of my life? Because these steps can be worked in many areas of our lives. First time I worked the step was about alcohol in him. And was I alcoholic, which I found out I wasn't. Then it was about his recovery. You see, because I started working the steps when I was 2 years in. He still hadn't worked the steps. I would tell him about working the steps out of the big book, and he just thought I was crazy. He'd be, yeah, whatever, you don't know, you're not an alcoholic. So I had to let that go, and I had to work the steps around his recovery. I've worked the steps around many, many things. Jealousy, fear, my dad's illness. I mean, I've so many things. So in what area of my life? Every time I get to the place where I find myself restless, irritable, discontented, which is what the doctor's opinion speaks about, I have to ask myself, what's going on in my life? What is it that I'm trying to have power over that has got a hold of me? What is it that I'm trying to have power over that's got a hold of my ass, that I feel the flames of hell licking at it, you know? I mean, really, that's what it feels like. It feels like hell is right here, and the doors are just about ready to shut in on me. So where am I? Where am I? Because that becomes a normal way of life for me. And the book, in the doctor's opinion, says this then becomes the normal alcoholic life. Paraphrasing. That, I think, is the essence of the doctor's opinion. The allergy of the body and the obsession of the mind, and that we have to recreate our lives, and we need a psychic experience in order to have that. A complete psychic change is what the book calls it.
I meant to mention this last night, and I might have said something like this. The line that Juanita was quoting is, to them their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. And what's abnormal can become normal. I mean, it just seems like it's, I thought everyone was drinking like I was at one point. And as bad as I thought I was and realized that I was 20 years ago, consistently over the years, and I think this has to do with working the steps with other people, taking we call it taking somebody through the book, or taking them through the work, or taking them through the process, whatever you want to call it. I get glimpses of myself. Sometimes I get better glimpses of myself than I do when I'm actually working the steps for me, because I'm less defended. Do you get that one? That's a trick, too, that you can use with alcoholics. You want to tell her something, say it to her. She'll be listening, and she won't be defended against it. Okay? So if I'm working with the steps with someone, it's not about me, right? It's about them. So my defenses are down, and I absorb things. And what I've found over the years is I was a lot worse than I thought I was. The depth of it has become richer, and if you will, over 20 years. And I'm still finding out stuff, and I'm talking about my active drinking alcoholism. That's what I'm talking about. Things I had no idea about. To them, their alcoholic life seems the only normal one. I think we've hammered that sufficiently. I said it last night that I assumed, and I don't know that anyone ever told me this, but it's certainly what I put together, was that if I would stop drinking. See, I got to the point where I was physically dependent on alcohol, which has nothing to do really with alcoholism. It has a lot to do with drinking a lot of booze. But you don't have to become physically dependent to be alcoholic, as most of you well know. And some people who are physically dependent, given a sufficient reason, frothy emotional appeal, can stop or they can moderate. That's the hard drinker, That was not me. But I became physically dependent, and I drank so much that everyone saw it as a problem, including myself. And I assumed that if I will stop drinking whiskey for breakfast, that my life will come together. I'll have some kind of a decent life, or at least a much better life than I had when all I did was drink and think about drinking. I'd become unemployable. I'd become just a complete mess. So I stopped drinking, and I didn't have hangovers anymore. I wasn't physically sick. I wasn't vomiting blood in the mornings. I wasn't doing the things, the family didn't see me stumbling around. I wasn't beating holes in the walls and doing the crazy stuff that I did when I was drinking. But inside, I was a mess, Juanita said it, restless, irritable, discontent, I've got an illness, a disease, a malady inside myself that I found out later was a soul sickness, and now you've taken my medicine away. It's not good. That's not a good deal. So I got real busy for 6 years. I did a lot of stuff. Okay, there were a lot of workshops in Santa Fe. A lot of famous anonymouses were coming through doing workshops, charging money for it. There was every kind of psychotherapy and psychobabble and, you name it. And I tried everything I could try other than working the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous and doing things like writing inventory and making amends, right? So I didn't get well, and I didn't get happy. I mean, there were some sweet periods just from physical sobriety. I don't deny that. There were some good things. I went from an alcoholic junkie who, couldn't walk a full circle around our we call it the plaza in Santa Fe. It's the square. To 2 years later, I was playing ice hockey, and I was, physically I was starting to come back really well. But inside, I still had this thing going on. And it came to a head when I was 5.5 years sober. Our youngest daughter tried to commit suicide. And it the whole house of cards that we had going kind of fell apart at that point. You couldn't deny what was happening. And I hit a bottom in sobriety that was at least as bad as the drunken bottom that I hit. And at that point, I became teachable. And it's kind of this chicken or the egg thing sometimes with alcoholism. But I had I was wired a certain way many, many years before I started drinking. It's like this. I've heard people say I needed to drink long before I took the first one. And with me, I think of two things in particular. I was a little boy. I was 6, 7 years old. I was down in southwestern Kentucky with my grandmother one summer. And I was bitching and moaning and complaining. And my grandmother said, Tommy, do you know what's wrong with you? And I didn't. I wanted to know, Do you know why you're so miserable, she said. And I didn't. And she said, you never think of anybody but yourself. Okay? So she nailed me at 6 or 7 years old. I mean, really, that's what it's going to grind down to. A month ago, I was back in Port Washington. I went to my 40th high school reunion. And I saw people I hadn't seen in 45, 50 years. And I saw one guy, Billy Guerreri, a guy that he grew up. He's not an alcoholic. He's a kid that grew up in my immediate neighborhood. And I saw him, and we were saying hi to each other after almost 50 years. And I said, Billy, I remember, we were about 11 years old. And I said, hey, Billy, let's you and me blow up the sewer. And he looked at me and said, why would we want to do that? And I said, I knew right then we weren't on the same track, You went home and I dumped gas down the sewer and blew it up, It's that kind of stuff. Budding alcoholic. So I don't know. Where did that come from? I guess I assumed that I had grown up and just wasn't aware of it because I was drinking so much. But in point of fact, I hadn't grown up, and I had a lot of problems. I had a lot of things eaten at me. And on top of all of that, I had all of the stuff that I'd done as a drunk, 16 years of drinking, added to all of that other stuff that I came into it with. So I was carrying a lot of junk with me. Tom I, some of you know, we were talking about Tom I this morning. And I heard him talk about the amends process one time, and he said, I've never heard it put better. He said, when I was out there ripping and running and doing the stuff that I did, he said, I was selling little pieces of my soul every time I would do that. And he said, through making amends and working this process and living a decent life, I've been buying back pieces of my soul little by little. And so I hadn't done any of that. You get it? I've been physically dry, but I had not done any of that recovery. And so I was in bad shape. And I hit this wall at 6 years. And they say when the student is ready, then the teacher will appear. And I think that's the case. I've never known God to let anybody down who kept seeking. That's just been my experience, and especially my own experience. And so what I found out was, and I said it last night, alcoholism doesn't live in a bottle of Jack Daniels like I thought it did. It's inside of me, and it always was. And the booze is just medicine for that. There are other things that are wrong. And what I got at 6 years was I can't live a successful life drunk or sober. Okay? When I'm running it, when I'm doing it, when I'm making the decisions, When I'm using this, which is broken, to try to fix this, which is broken, it's not successful. It doesn't work. I do our state penitentiaries in Santa Fe, and I go out there Thursday afternoons. We do an ongoing big book study with these guys. And I always tell them, and they love hearing this, I say, in AA we don't talk about right or wrong, good or bad. Said that the catchword we have in AA is, how's it working for you? Does that work or doesn't it work, right? The big book constantly talks about effectiveness as one of the key words, And it wasn't working for me. It just wasn't working for me. I wasn't able to put together a successful life. So what we were taken to, you want to do 52 or you want me to?
Just
Oh, you got something else. Huh? She's got something else up her sleeve. Anyway, and I'll let her do that. Page 52, yeah. We were led to page 52, and generally when we work with people, we'll go all the way through, up to page 43, which I should have read. Wasn't so tired I would have read.
One of the questions that we're asked to consider in this book is there's so much here, and obviously all we can do is just give you a little taste. But one of the things I realized, and it speaks to this in There Is a Solution, is that it says on page 19 that we feel elimination of our drinking, elimination for me of my controlling, is but a beginning. A much more important demonstration of our principles lies before us in our respective homes, occupations, and affairs. I could go to meetings for a long time, sit in meetings, sound great, look great, but watch me after I leave you. Watch me when I get in my car. Watch me when I walk into the doors of my work. Watch me when I walk into the doors of my home. And I think this speaks to it. You see, I could pull this off for an hour. I could pull it off for a little while before the meetings talking with you or after the meetings talking with you. But what I was living was an entirely different story. I was told, if you're not taking this program home with you, you don't have a program. And for a long time I thought, yeah, whatever. Because I wasn't living it. So I didn't want to listen to that. But the truth was, that's where the real demonstration of this program comes to be. How was I behaving when I walked in the doors? How was I treating my children? How was I treating him? And I will tell you, for a long, long time, I didn't have a program at home. Did not have a program at home. So There Is a Solution tells us there is a solution. Can you imagine that? It tells us a little bit about a fourth dimension of existence. The fourth dimension of existence is the spiritual life for me. And this book later on says it's not a theory, we have to live it. I have to live it in my home. I have to live it in every phase of my life. So it goes on to say, at the end of There Is a Solution, that there are clear-cut directions given in this book on page 29 showing how we recovered. So that's what this is about. And then it says each individual in the personal stories describes in his own language and from his own point of view the way he established his relationship with God. That's what this is about. This is about my relationship with God. See, for a long time I thought it was the steps that kept me in recovery. It was the meetings that kept me in recovery. It was my sponsor that kept me in recovery and kept me sane. It was my relationship with God. Later on in this book, much, much later, it says in the chapter to the wives, I think, or the family afterward, I can't remember which one it is, it says God's either relieved his alcoholism or he hasn't. It's not the steps. It's not the book. It's not a sponsor. It's not meetings. God's either relieved it or he hasn't. So what does that mean about the book? What does that mean about the steps? It means that's what I do as a practice so I can get out of myself, out of my head, begin doing things for me in a clear, practical manner so that by the time I get to step 12, I have a spiritual awakening. I have a relationship with my Creator. That'll relieve my alcoholism. So, then in the chapter more about alcoholism, and I got to share this with you because for me, this was so classic. It says on page 30, more about alcoholism, and this is the way I read it. Most of us have been unwilling to admit that we were real obsessive, controlling family members. No person likes to think that he is bodily and mentally different from his fellows. Therefore, it's not surprising that our thinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove I could think like other people. That I could think like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, I will control and enjoy my alcoholic is the great obsession of every abnormal thinker. That was it. What I found out was that if I'm controlling him, I'm not enjoying him. And if I'm enjoying him, I got no reason to control him. Why would I if I'm enjoying him? The great obsession, the persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. Many, many years ago, a woman I worked with walked into the rooms of Al-Anon, and I said, "Carolyn, I'm so glad to see you. How you doing?" And she says, "Well, I'm doing okay." And, she came around for about 6 months. And then all of a sudden one day I didn't see her. And I didn't see her at work either. And about 3 months later, after that 3-month period, I saw her at the office. And I said, "Where have you been? I haven't seen you at meetings. I haven't seen you at work." And she said, "Well, she said, I had a little problem with my heart. And but I'm back now. I'm okay. It wasn't. It was just a little mini stroke, but I had to pay attention to it." I said, "Great." And turns out it was Wednesday. And I said, "Well, will I see you at the meeting today?" And she said, "Well, I don't think I really need it anymore." And I thought, okay. Well, at that time, it was only her husband who drank. And later on, it became her son. And later on, her daughter married an alcoholic. And I was just reading the paper about a month and a half ago, and I saw that Caroline had passed away. And I never saw her in the rooms of Al-Anon. A friend of mine, Arbutus, from down in Texas, says there's nothing more stressful than living with an alcoholic, drunk or sober. Drunk or sober. And Caroline never felt she needed this program. And it doesn't matter whether she did or not. But I have to pay attention to this because the illusion that someday, somehow, which is my great obsession, that I will control and enjoy him, control and enjoy my children, right? Because at times their drinking and their use of drugs affects me. That's my great obsession. That's my great obsession. And my obsession can go from one person to another, wherever there's booze. Then it tells me I had to fully concede to my innermost self. Those of you who are alcoholic have to concede to your innermost self that you're alcoholic. I had to concede to my innermost self that I was a controlling, obsessive family member. Then it says the delusion. This is the first step in recovery. This is the first step in recovery. And the delusion that I'm like other people. Okay. I used to think I was like other people, but what about now? 20 years. 20 years in the program. I'm not the way I used to be. I'll tell you, I'm a far cry from the woman I walked in as. It's like night and day. Yeah.
She hadn't tried to drown me in the bathtub in well over 20 years.
I'm not the same woman. However, it says, or presently may be. That has to be smashed. You see, I'm not the same woman. Later on, when we get to the 10th step, it says, it cautions me about resting on my laurels. I used to think that laurels was, sitting on my rear end. I found out that resting on my laurels is resting on my successes. And I'll tell you, I've had a lot of successes in my life after 20 years. I'd like to take it easy. I'd like to just coast for a little bit. Thank you very much. I'm tired. You know? I got a lot of sponsees. I do a lot of traveling. I got 7 grandkids. That's a lot of work. I'm married, for crying out loud, you know? I've got a lot of successes. So I think I'm probably like other people. Now, after 20 years, it says, can't think like that. That idea has to be smashed. And if it's smashed, if you took a glass and you smashed it, that means it's no longer usable. That idea is no longer useful for me. When I walk in or after 20 years. It says, we know that no real alcoholic, no real obsessive controlling family member ever recovers control. Then it tells me on page 32, though there is no way of proving it, we believe that early in our thinking careers, most of us could have stopped this obsessive thinking. But the difficulty is that few obsessive controlling family members have enough desire to stop while there is yet time. How about the alcoholic? There ever come that point where you could stop? Then cross the line? Must have been about 10 years ago, I guess. We took a little trip down to New Orleans. And I had just spoken in Beaumont, Texas with my friend Don. And we took a few days and traveled to New Orleans. And, you know, I'd never been to New Orleans. I'm not an alcoholic. I wanted to have one of those hurricanes and, you know, a couple of other drinks and have a good time in the city.
Sex on the beach.
We didn't have sex on the beach.
No.
I had the drink Sex on the Beach.
There you go.
Okay. TMI. So we go down there, and I end up pretty loaded. And we came back home, and Don was over at our house. He was in Santa Fe doing a workshop for us, kind of like we're doing here. And, you know, we told him this little story, and all of a sudden Don looks over at me, and he said, I know just enough of your story that I do believe if I were you, I would never drink again. And I thought about that for a while. I thought about it for quite a while. I didn't want to do anything too hasty, mind you. So I thought about it, and after a few months, I thought, you know what? I've heard enough stories in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous about people who could drink with impunity, and then one day something happened to them, and they crossed the line. And I thought, I think I'm going to take Don's suggestion. And while I have the ability to make the decision and have choice, I'll choose not to drink. And I made that decision and never gave it a second thought. You know, we'll travel someplace and, you know, Tom will say, why don't you have a drink? And I said, no, I made the decision. And he'll just kind of shake his head and going, how can you do that? You know, how can you do that? I have a healthy respect and a healthy fear. I know my background and I've heard your stories. I've had enough trouble just doing my program to have to do with, you know, no thank you. But see, there was yet time for me. What there was not time for me was with the family stuff, the obsession about his drinking, the need to control him. So that's the first time it mentions stopping. Then it says on the very next page, where it says, the middle of the page where it says, young people may be encouraged by this man's experience to think that they can stop as he did on their own willpower. We doubt if many of them can do it because none will really want to stop. So my question is, do I really want to stop? I get people who come into the rooms of Al-Anon, and I ask them, do you want to stop? The sentence before this says there must be no lurking notion that someday we will be immune to alcohol. So one of the questions I ask them is there anything that you think that you haven't done that might work to get your husband, your child, your parent, your friend, your employer, whoever it is, sober? Sometimes they'll say, I've done it all. I've done it all. There's nothing left. But every once in a while, someone will say to me, well, there are a couple of things I haven't done. And it's, X and X. And I tell them, maybe you need to go give it a try. Do you think that if you did that, something might change for them? Well, I think it might. Go do it. Because as long as they have any lurking notion that there might be something that they could do, they're not fully going to give themselves to this program. I came to Al-Anon meetings for 2 years. He wasn't drinking. I always said to myself, if he just quit drinking, I'd be okay. Now he's not drinking. You know what? I'm not okay. In fact, I feel worse after 2 years sitting in Al-Anon meetings and him not drinking than I ever did while he was drinking. So I finally got a sponsor. Finally reached my bottom. There was finally no lurking notion that it was his problem only. And it was only until that point, 2 years later, that I wanted to stop. You see, before then, all I wanted to stop was a little bit of the pain that I had. All I wanted to do really was to become a little bit more efficient in my ability to control and manipulate and get away with it so that nobody would know what I was doing. I wanted to get more subtle with it. I didn't want to stop. I wanted to get more subtle. So do I really want to stop? Then on page 34 it says in the middle of the page, for those who are unable to drink, to think moderately, the question is how to stop altogether. And I love the next line. We are assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Not everybody who comes into our meetings wants to stop. Some just want to get the heat off. Like when I sent Tom, first time around, he didn't want to stop. He wanted to stop me nagging at him. He didn't want to stop drinking. My question as a family member is, do I really want to stop the insanity going on in my life? What's going on in my life today that is making me crazy, that is making me insane? And do I want to stop that? Do I really want to stop that? It goes on to say later on that that it's impossible. We don't have the ability. We don't have the power. The needed power is not there. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I'm stark raving sober. I'm 6 years sober. My life isn't working. I'm depressed again. And really, I was on my way out and had become teachable. And somebody said, have you looked at the bedevilments, on page 52? And I said, no, I haven't looked at any of this, Hello. I hadn't looked at any of this in terms of step work. I thought the big book was just an inspirational book that you opened up and read some page at random and started a meeting with whatever you had read. But in terms of an actual workbook or a textbook, I had never used it that way. And they said, well, look at the middle of page 52 and check it out and ask yourself, how well you doing? What is Ken Devaney says, how's that working for you, Sparky? We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view. We were having trouble with personal relationships. Are you, Tom? Oh, yeah, big time. couldn't control our emotional natures. Well, only when I'm driving, somebody cuts you off and you show them what step you're working, We were a prey to misery and depression. Juanita loves to do this. We live out in the desert, and the high desert, but we live in the desert, and you'll see hawks and eagles out there, and they're circling, and what they see is a little mouse or some kind of a rodent. And misery and depression are the hawk. I'm the mouse, and so I'm the prey, and misery and depression are after me. And I was always either miserable or depressed. Not always, but a lot of the time, more often than not. Couldn't make a living. The interesting thing for me is how the big book works on so many levels. If this was boring stuff, I wouldn't be doing it. But every time I come back to it, I have a new experience, my latest experiences to bring to this work. And so what this means to, if I'm sitting down with a guy who's been drinking last week or 2 months ago, and we're going through this, and I say, you having trouble making a living? Well, that means one thing to him. That means, I've been unemployable for the last 6 years. I'm having a lot of trouble. I don't have any money, and I owe a bunch, and I can't make a living. That means one thing to him. But if you ask me at 20 years, are you having trouble making a living? That means something completely different to me. It means, is what I'm doing to get the shekels, is that fulfilling to me? Is that my heart's desire? Do I feel like I'm doing the best for God and His kids that I could be doing through what I do? Is it a living and not just survival? You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of ways to look at that. Go ahead.
How am I doing with my checkbook? Am I balancing it? Am I paying my bills? How am I doing with spending? How's my credit? I remember one time I went into Dillard's and I had an armful of clothes and stuff that I was going to buy. And I made a big mistake one more time. I said a prayer and I said, gee, God, do you think I need all this stuff? Joking. God didn't care. It was a prayer as far as God was concerned. And what I got was, no, you don't need any of it. I think I kept one thing. I put it all back and I kept one thing. But shopping, spending was taking care of me. It was something from outside making me feel okay. I'll give you a quick for instance. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada, many, many years ago before I came in the program. And there's a game called Whack-A-Mole, W-H-A-C-K, Whack-A-Mole, M-O-L-E. And there's this table about this size, and there's about 10 holes. And out of any one of these 10 holes in random order comes this little metal mole. And there's this big rubber mallet. And the object of the game is that when the little mole comes up, you have to whack it before it goes back down in the hole. Well, being the hypervigilant person I always was, because I was hypervigilant watching him, I was good at it. The prizes were stuffed animals, little stuffed animals. I came home with a suitcase full of stuffed animals. But that's what alcoholism is to me. It's like, here comes the first little mole. That's the booze. Down goes the rubber mallet, you get it. All of a sudden, here comes a little mole from someplace else. That's sex. Bam! You whack that little mole, and down it goes. Up comes another one. Exercise. Bam! Down it goes. Here comes another little mole. There's food. Bam! Here comes another one. Working. Working too much. Bam! Here comes another one. Shopping. Bam! There's always a little mole coming up, and that's why I love the chapter title, More About Alcoholism, because there's always more. There's always something else I need to look at to put through the first step, something that's got a hold of me.
Okay. Am I being, I told you last night we were bankrupt, but we were too ignorant to apply for it, to claim it. We had nothing. We had less than nothing when we got sober. And today we're solvent. We have all the money that we need. We really do. Don said, I was telling someone last night, Mike, said, Don used to say, there's never enough money, but there's always enough money. Yeah, chew on that one for the afternoon or something. But anyway, we have enough money. That's what I'm trying to say. but am I a good steward of what God has presented me with? Am I taking care of it well, or do I squander it? When Juanita told me that, she said, I now say a prayer when I go into a store, God, don't let me buy anything that I don't need. I said, hell, I'd never buy a thing if I said that prayer every time I went into a store. That wouldn't be any fun. Okay. We had a feeling of uselessness. I think I told you last night that when I got sober, if I had died the day before, everybody I knew would have been better off because my life had no use whatsoever. It had no purpose. And sometimes I can still feel that. I don't believe that, but I can start to feel that way. We were full of fear. Remember how it's going to tell us later we were driven by 100 forms of fear, more like 1,000. But, am I full of fear? Well, I was at 6 years. I was completely full of fear. I'll tell a quick story. When I was drinking, my typical drinking evening would go, come home. I'd been drinking all day. I'd pass out someplace between 7 and 9 o'clock. Okay, I didn't fall asleep. I'd pass out, sleep like the dead for a period of time. And it seemed like invariably at 3 a.m., or very close to it, 2:50, I had a digital clock, and I'd come stark awake. I'd bolt upright in the bed, and I'd look over 2:58. I knew it would be 3:01. Who is it? Scott Fitzgerald. He said, "In the dark night of the soul, it's always 3 o'clock in the morning." And it's just if you know what I'm talking about, you know, and if you don't, you don't. But it's just awful. I mean, to me, that's the worst. And I knew I'd be up for the rest of the night. I thought I had a sleep problem. What I found out years later was the booze had run out about that time, and something's calling for something. If I'd taken another drink, I could have gone back to sleep, but I didn't know that. So I would lay there and I would think about all the crappy things I'd done in my life, all the money that I owed, the people I'd ripped off, the women I had mistreated, the lies I'd told my children, just the despicable life I'd been leading up to that point. And I'd play this back to myself for like 2-3 hours until it was time to get up and have a drink and go off to work, that kind of deal. And then wonder why I was depressed all the time, wanted to kill myself, And what it was that stuff was chasing me. It just absolutely was chasing me. And so stopping drinking didn't end that. I had a bunch of garbage. I'd never cleaned it up, and it was following me into my sober life. That's exactly what was happening. And so I was full of fear because I'd done a lot of things that you'd be fearsome if they were following you around, and that was the deal. I kept feeling like the hammer was going to come down. Back in the 60s, we all talked about karma, and I still believe that there is such a thing as karma. I don't understand how it works, but I've learned sober that what goes around comes around, The Buddhists say right action brings right result, and the reverse is true. So I was always waiting for that hammer to come down. So I was full of fear, more sober than I'd ever been, further away from my last drink than I'd ever been. We were unhappy. Of course I was. Couldn't seem to be of real help to other people. Before I came to this work, to the book, I sponsored innumerable people. I tried to play junior therapist. I didn't tell you last night, but at 2 years sober, through a bizarre series of mishaps, I became a counselor in a treatment center. Never worked a step. I was a high school dropout, but I was a counselor in a treatment center for 2 years. And so the things that I learned, a lot of it was misinformation. I tried to play junior counselor with the guys I sponsored. It wasn't step work. It was something that I was making up. And, of course, I wasn't effective with it. Most of them got drunk, and I had to go back and make amends to a lot of those people later. So I couldn't seem to be of real help to other people. Was not a basic solution of these bedevilments more important than whether we should see newsreels of lunar flight? Of course it was. So what it boiled down to was, I thought that I was always told I was an intelligent kid. I had a high IQ. I lowered that IQ, by the way. I found out you can do that, with chemicals. You can effectively lower that IQ. But, I thought I was a capable guy. I was brought up by people who said, you've got a good mind. You can do it. If you apply yourself, in that horrible, the P word, we call it, you just don't live up to your potential. Oh, my God. So I assumed that if I stopped drinking, I'd live up to my potential and I'd put together a groovy life, okay? And it just didn't happen that way. You know, I was a failure sober, and now I could see it, you know. And so something more than my power had to come into play. And that's where I found myself at 6 years sober.
Continue with the second half?
Or, you know, wherever you want to go.
Whatever. Okay. What I usually like to do with the second half of the first step, the bedevilments, is I like to do what I call mind mapping. And by that, I mean personal relationships goes on the top of my page. Then I list every single personal relationship I have. I have a relationship with myself, relationship with God, I have a relationship with my husband. Okay? So there's 3 relationships right there. Then my parents, my children, my employer when I was employed, employees, friends, sponsor, sponsees, grandchildren, whatever personal relationships I have. Then I ask myself, what's not working? What's not working with these? Where am I in my life unmanageable? Where is this relationship unmanageable? And then I list it. And it doesn't take long. Everybody, when I give them this assignment, goes, oh my God, I'm going to be doing this forever. Nah, 15 minutes tops. Doesn't take long. What's not working? How honest am I being? How honest am I being? How honest am I being with myself? In the chapter How It Works, it says, those who cannot recover are those who cannot be entirely honest with themselves. What does that mean? It means that it's much easier for me. It means that it's much easier for me to be honest with you guys than it is to be honest with me and what I'm up to and why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's the hard part. I spent my whole life lying to myself about what I was up to because I didn't really want to acknowledge it. So am I being honest with me? Am I being honest with Him? How am I doing with God? Am I spending time with God? What's not working? And what I found was when I did this, the list on Him was, there must have been like 35 things. List with myself, about 6 to 10, you know. God, there was about 4 or 5. You know, my parents, it was, you know. But His was the longest, by far. And all of a sudden, as I looked at this, I realized that if there was a problem with Him in some area, okay, no communication, no trust, fear, jealousy, what have you, then guess what? It wasn't just with Him. It was in every other area, in every other relationship I had. Because it can't just stay in one. It's in all of them. It's just, it wasn't of that magnitude as it was with Him. So I saw that it was dominating all my relationships, all of this stuff. And then I list, you know, how's my emotional nature and all the stuff that he talked about. That's the second half of the first step. Now, how many of you have heard that saying, insanity is repeating the same things over and over again, expecting different results? Heard that? Turn to page 37 in your big book. I want you to see the definition of insanity that the book gives. This is after the little story about Jim the car salesman, which I love. I love the story of Jim the car salesman. Jim, at one point, owned a car agency. Because of his drinking, he lost the car agency. Jim was now employed by the car agency. Jim shows up to work on Tuesday. What happened to Monday? Okay, he goes back to work on Tuesday. And he has a few words with the boss. He's a little irritated. So remember what I told you about the self-honesty? Jim's having a little bit of problem with self-honesty. Okay, shows up to work on Tuesday. He's a little irritated. If you owned the car business and you lost it and you're now an employee of the business you owned, would you be just a little bit irritated? Or would you be downright pissed off? I'd be so pissed I couldn't see straight. I'd want to rip somebody's head off. You get an idea of what I'm like without this program, huh? He has a few words with the boss. Now, if he's really pissed off, how do you think the few words with the boss might go? I think it'd be more than just a few words, right? He let the boss know exactly what he was thinking. He says, because he says nothing serious. Then he says he wants to drive out to the country and see one of his prospects for a car. It goes on and on. Bottom line is, his mind tells him that he can take a drink if he only mixes it with milk. And he ends up having quite a few drinks, and he goes out. And he goes on to say that at the bottom of page 36, he said, Jim had much knowledge about himself as an alcoholic, yet all reasons for not drinking were easily pushed aside in favor of the foolish idea that he could take whiskey if he only mixed it with milk. Then it gives us a definition of insanity. Whatever the precise definition of the word may be, we call this plain insanity. And this is what insanity is. Lack of proportion. Lack of the ability to think straight. How can that be called anything else? That's insanity. I lack proportion in my thinking, and I don't have the ability to think straight. I used to think that it was what I did that was insane. That's not insane. The thinking is insane. The thinking insanely leads to the action. So it's the thinking that's insane. The second step says, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. If lack of proportion in my thinking, if the inability to think straight is insanity, then I have to come to believe in a power that can restore me to sanity. Sanity means I'm going to think right, and I'm going to have proportion in my thinking.
I think the natives are getting restless, and so are the non-natives. And why don't we take a break for 10 minutes? You want to do that?
Sure.
Be back here when?
8:30 or 10:30 by that clock?
10:30, be back here?
A couple of years ago, when he found out we were coming to Staten Island, it was about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, he said, he says, have you learned how to say, how you doing? And I said, how you doing? And he goes, no, how you doing? He says, you can't come here without knowing how to say that.
How you doing?
So I've been practicing ever since.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back. Carl, how are you? Good. Yeah, we're pretty refreshed. She had a nap. I want to, we're going to get
rocking and rolling.
Rocking into the fourth step, but I want to tell a little story first. We're famous for our little stories. You might have noticed. Here's something that I didn't want to miss. I was talking to John at the break, and I told him I'd bring this up. I said, you look back on 20 or so years of sobriety, and you say, how could that have happened to a daily drinker like myself? What caused that to happen? And it reminded me of something that I had wanted to tell if there was time. There isn't, but I'm going to tell it anyway. Hi. Did you ever hear people say at an AA meeting, today I choose not to drink? I used to say that. I didn't know what I was saying, but I would say that because I was mimicking other people. I heard other people say it, so it sounded good, so I said it. When I met Joe and started doing this stuff with him, started going to Fellowship of the Spirit, Joe and Don both, but Joe especially, used to hammer the idea that an alcoholic is someone who has lost the choice whether they drink or not. Okay? And then I started thinking, well, I've been saying, today I choose not to drink, and I heard people say that at meetings. And what came back, I was about 7-8 years sober, and what came back to me was something that had happened the summer of my second year of sobriety. I was 2.5 years sober. And how it tied in is this page 56 and 57, when they're talking about the minister's son, right at the end of We Agnostics, it says, his alcoholic problem was taken away. That very night, years ago, it disappeared. Save for a few brief moments of temptation, the thought of drink has never returned. And at such times, a great revulsion has risen up in him. And here's the deal. Seemingly, he could not drink even if he would. Okay, God had restored his sanity. And what I remembered, and I'd completely forgotten this until I started talking to Joe about some stuff, about choice. When I was 2.5 years sober, I'm a construction guy, general contractor, and I'm doing a job for a lawyer in Alcoholics Anonymous. Which I don't suggest that, but I decided to do that summer. And I left the job site at lunch, and when I came back, my workers had cut a hole in this guy's roof in the wrong place. Cut it in his living room instead of his den or something like that on a flat roof. And I lost my cookies. I just completely lost it. I started yelling, screaming, but something was happening to me. Something mental was happening to me. And I couldn't breathe right. I was hyperventilating. And what I know now is I was having an episode, like a psychotic episode, they call it a shame attack. But what my mind was doing, you might have heard, your mind might have done this. I know other alcoholics who have experienced this. My mind was saying, you're an effing loser. You'll never be any good. You've done this for 20 years. You still don't know what you're doing. This lawyer's going to sue you. Everybody in AA is going to know you're a jerk. Blah, 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 blah. And it's going, and I can't stop it. And I can't breathe right. And I jump in my truck, and I scream out of there. And one of my guys who was riding with me came with me for a short distance. But when he saw I was doing like 109 miles an hour, he begged me to stop the car. He jumped out and told me, please, slow down, take it easy. It's going to be okay. And I knew it wasn't going to be okay. And I was racing towards my home. I jumped the median, started racing down towards Santa Fe, going out of my mind. And my mind is going at me 1,000 miles an hour. When I experimented with psychedelic drugs in the late 60s and the early 70s, I had some episodes where I felt like I was fighting for my sanity. Like, don't think that, don't go there, oh no, don't think that, and you're back and forth kind of parrying with your, and that's exactly what this was like. It was like I felt like I was hanging on by a thread, fighting for my very sanity, okay? And so I'd been in a treatment center. I'd worked in a treatment center, and so I thought, now what did they teach me? What are my little rules of what I have to do? What are my things I need to do? And the first thing I thought of was call your sponsor. Well, it was in the days before cell phones. I couldn't have found a phone booth. Plus, my sponsor was at work at 3 p.m, so that wasn't an option. Go to the club, be around sober people. The club didn't open till 6. Still doesn't. Okay, so that wasn't an option. And I thought, read the big book. Well, hell, I couldn't have read the phone book in the shape I was in. I mean, it was just, and it was getting worse and not better. And my mind started feeding me information. And this is what it told me. It said, if you don't get down to the El Toro liquor store and get 2 shots of bourbon in you immediately, I'm going to go completely insane, lose my mind, have a psychotic break with reality, and never come back the same. And I'll spend the rest of my life in Las Vegas, New Mexico, in the state mental institution. Okay? And this was the truth. This was not just a passing thought. I knew that this was true, as well as I know I'm sitting right here. And I thought, my God, it's true. I've got to get down there and stop this. Whatever's happening to me could be fatal, And so I start saying the prayer, and the prayer I said was, God, please help me. God, please help me. God, please help me. What I meant was, help me to get to the liquor store, get some booze in me so I can stop this thing that's happening to me before I go permanently insane. But I didn't finish the prayer. I just kept saying, God, please help me. What happened is I went into some sort of a crazy blackout, like an emotional blackout, and I went right past the liquor store and I never drank. Okay? Now I'm putting all this back together again about me saying, today I choose not to drink. And what I got was, that day not only did I choose to drink, I thought my sanity depended on drinking. You following me with this? I mean, this is true, real stories from true life. Okay, not only did I choose to drink, but thought my sanity depended on it, and I wasn't allowed for some reason to do what I thought I had to do to stay on the planet. Okay, so I don't say any longer, I choose not to drink today. That is absolutely God's business, every bit of it. I hope John understands what I'm saying. I think he does. I don't choose to, I don't choose not to. It's all up to God. If I keep doing the same, and the other thing we often talk about this, I don't worship the big book. I love it, but I don't worship it, All it is a manual to get to that power, okay? That if I try in a flawed way to do what it says to do in here, and I never do it perfectly, I don't even do it with grace. I do it crummy, I do it half-hearted. I do it badly, I do it anyway. If I just try, if I'll just reach out, God reaches the rest of the way, and I'm saved. And that's been my experience with that. I just wanted to share that quickly. Hit it.
So, the decision, third step decision. Did any of you think well?
Did you think well about the decision?
Did you any of you think?
Did you think at all? Did you think poorly?
I napped. So, we're faced with a third step decision. Y'all ready? You guys want to say the prayer together? Okay.
God,
I offer
myself to Thee, to build with me, and to do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help, of Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always.
So,
no amen at the end.
Amen doesn't come in till the seventh step prayer. So this book tells me that after I say that this is a beginning, but it's only a beginning. But quite an effect can be made, and we can feel that effect. But it says we must launch out on a course of vigorous action. Launched out. You ever seen, on TV, the rocket ship, spaceship launch? That's what we must do. We must launch out, just like that rocket ship does. Launch out in a course of vigorous action, vigorous exercise, not just like a little stroll in the park. Vigorously. First step of which a personal housekeeping. So, when I first set out to do this fourth step, I sat with my sponsor and we read this, and we read through the fourth step, and she said, the object is that you're going to find those things which have been blocking you from God. So, she's going to find the patterns, the flaws in your makeup that cause you to do the things you do. She says it's fact-finding, and you're going to face these facts so you can get rid of them, so that God can get rid of them. So I sat down one day after we did this, and I made my list out and started writing the reasons that I was upset, angry, hurt, threatened by these people, institutions, principles, which are beliefs. And I couldn't get started. I started, but I couldn't finish. And so I met with my sponsor, and she says, what's going on with you? She says, I know you did a good first step. I know you did a good second step. I know you did a good third step. She says, I just don't get, why you can't move on through with this fourth step. And she says, what goes through your mind when you sit down and write? And I said, well, I start thinking about step 6 and 7. She says, well, why would you do that? And she says, what do you think about? I said, well, what goes through my head is, if God removes my character defects, my shortcomings, I said, I don't think there's going to be anything left of me. I'm scared to death that there won't be anything left of me. Because I thought I was nothing but shortcomings, nothing but character defects. Everything about me was flawed. Everything about me was wrong. And she looked at me and she kind of giggled a little bit and she says, oh, honey, there's so many of them, he's never going to take them all at once. And with that, I was greatly relieved. And I started writing my fourth step. So I'm going to share with you a couple of resentments that I had. Said, I won't, not on him. Well, maybe, but not
Why don't you tell what happened when you took your inventory to your sponsor?
Okay.
Because that illustrates.
All right, he likes this. So I sat down with my inventory because I was going to read her my fifth step. And I started reading, and I read through the first page, and I read probably 2 names, and, why I was angry, and the areas it had affected, sex relations, self-esteem, security, pride, fear, ambitions, pocketbook. And then I got to the next name, and I read, the other 2 things, and I got to the next name. And then she stopped me. And she says, wait a minute. And I said, yeah. And she asked me, so where's the rest of it? And I asked, what do you mean? And she says, it's good as far as you've gone. She said, but where's the rest of it? Where were you at fault? What have you done wrong? I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And she says, oh, sweetheart, you forgot to turn the page. She sent me home to turn the page and write out the rest of my inventory, which was where I had been at fault, where I was wrong. And she made me do it in red ink so it would stand out. And I did. And after that, the other inventories I've done, because I have after that I had a new sponsor. And my new sponsor has me do one more column, and it comes from the sex inventory, and it's the question from the sex inventory that says, what should I have done instead? Knowing in my 4th column what I now know about myself, what should I have done instead of what I did? And that gives me my values. The 4th column is where I went against them, and the 5th column are my values, how I feel I should live my life. So I had a resentment against an uncle. And this uncle had sexually molested me as a child. And I had a resentment against nuns. But with the resentment against my uncle, the reason was he had sexually molested me as a child, and I listed the areas that it had affected. Definitely my self-esteem, my personal relationships, my sex relationships, my ambition, and my security. So when I looked, and when I wrote those 3 columns down, and I said the prayer that the Big Book asks me to say, I feel like I'm coming from here. Ask me.
Don't ask me about it.
So what it tells me is I ask God to show me the same tolerance, pity, and patience that I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And when this person offended, I say to myself, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful? Save me from being angry. Thy will be done.
Those are 2 prayers.
Then I go back to the list, prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. I'm looking at you. If you were looking at the way you're looking at me, it's a complete 180. So I went to look at this. I couldn't figure out any place in this that I had been wrong. As far as I was, I just couldn't see it. So when I'm reading my inventory, doing my 5th step with my sponsor, and we got to my uncle, I said, sorry, I got nothing going on here. I don't have anywhere where I'm wrong. I don't have anywhere where I'm at fault. And she got real quiet and she said, you're right. She says, you're absolutely right. You are not at fault. You are not wrong in any of this when you were a child. She said, but I want to ask you a question. And the question she asked me was, so tell me, what does it do to you today? What does this resentment do to you today? So I thought about it for a while, and she didn't have me answer it right away. It took me 2 days to do my 5th step. So I came back the next day, and I answered her question. And I said, what it does to me today is that I use it. I use it. I use it to not have to be responsible. I use it so that I can continue to be a victim. I use it so that I can draw pity from people, or I can incite anger. Any way I could use it, I use it. So I realized that there was no wrong on my part as a child. What he did was very wrong, but I had no wrong as a child. But where I was at fault was at the age of 34. I was using it. And every time I thought about it, I made it worse and worse in my head. I played it worse and worse. The movie never played the same. I made the whole thing greater and bigger and badder. So with the fourth step, it doesn't matter whether the resentment is real. What does it say? Real or imagined. It's a resentment, irregardless. Real or imagined, it doesn't matter. So that was my resentment on my uncle. Then I had a resentment with nuns. I went to a Catholic girls' school, and every day we had religion class, catechism class. And I must have been in second grade, and we're getting ready for the sacrament of communion, reconciliation. And so the nun is telling us, young nun, she was probably in her mid-20s, maybe late 20s, I can't remember. When you're, 7 years old, everybody looks old to you. But so she's talking to us about sin, and she's talking to us about venial sin and mortal sin, and what the differences are. And my little hand went up, and I asked her, well, what do you do when somebody touches you? When somebody touches you down there. And what she said to me was, well, you don't let them. Now, what I heard is it's your fault if they touch you. So I had this resentment against nuns, big resentment against nuns. So when I wrote this down, and my first sponsor didn't have any experience with this, so she basically let me slide when I got to my fourth column, and I couldn't find where I was at fault. However, I went to a conference, and I met a friend of mine. Her name is Rusty Kelly. She was an Al-Anon. At the time, she had over 30 years in Al-Anon. And I mentioned to Rusty that I had an amends to make, and it was to nuns, and I told her the whole story. And she really helped me with that last piece of the inventory. In talking to Rusty, what I came to, first of all, I realized that I never said the prayer asking to set aside what I thought about nuns, because I didn't want to look at it from an entirely different angle. Now, I'd have told you that I had, but I realized in hindsight that I'd never done that. You see, sometimes I have to ask myself, do I really want to know the truth? Because sometimes I don't. Sometimes there's a payoff to the way I'm feeling and to the way I'm thinking, and it allows me to behave or not behave in certain ways. So I had to go back after talking to Rusty and look at this. And what I realized is that I set the nuns up to be God. I set them up to be the voice of God. And when this nun said to me what she said, what I imagined, I'll correct that, what I imagined she said to me, whether she said it or not, I thought, this is God speaking. What I realized is that, at the age of 34, at this point I was probably like 35, looking back on the inventory, I realized that, remember what we talked about earlier this morning when we talked about insanity, lack of proportion, and the inability to think straight? Every time I thought about this, I didn't think about it as a 36-year-old woman. I was back to being a 7-year-old child, thinking about this stuff. Now, if I'm 36 years old and looking back and thinking about it as a 7-year-old child, there's a lack of proportion in my thinking, and I'm not thinking straight. So when I thought about it in that manner as a child at the age of 36, I see not a woman, not a young woman who's inexperienced in the world, who's secluded, but, like I said, the voice of God. So as I look at it from the right angle, setting aside what she did, asking God to help me, I saw just a scared, frightened young woman who, in the early 60s, people didn't talk about sex. People didn't talk about sexual abuse. It just wasn't done. And I had no clue what kind of training this young woman had or what kind of life she led. I don't know if perhaps she was running from a family where who knows what was going on in the family, what she knew or anything. She probably got done that day with a little catechism class and headed out to the door and went to the nearest nun she saw and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what to do. This kid said blah, 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 blah. What do you think that means?" Or she might have locked it in the recesses of her mind. Who knows? But the point is that she wasn't God, and that's how I was seeing her. So, just to fast forward, I did make amends after talking to Rusty, going back to Rusty and talking about this. And Rusty said to me, she says, "Well, you need to make that right." I said, "I know. That's why I'm here talking to you." And she asked me, "Do you know any nuns?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I do." And she said, "Who?" I said, "Well, I have an aunt who's a nun." And she says, "Great. That's terrific." She says, "I want you to go and be as kind and loving to her, just treat her right." And so I did. She actually came to my mother's house to visit my mother about 2 weeks after this happened, and we invited her to dinner, and I made dinner for her. And, we get along very, very well today. But, the point is that I have to find where I'm at fault in the resentment. What does it say? The inventory was ours and not the other man's. So, well, I'll let you share.
Thanks. She's going to let me hammer that piece a little bit. One of my all-time favorites. Okay. I've done an awful lot with the fourth step over the years. Both before, I did way too much before I got to the big book. I did every guide imaginable, and, you don't even want to hear about it. But it wasn't what Alcoholics Anonymous says to do, and there were no guarantees attached to it. Since I've been hooked up with big book people, I've seen an awful lot of stuff, too. I mean, a lot of extrapolation, where you just take what's written in the book and then you add to it and add to it. And I think there's some good stuff that you can add to it. One of the problems that I see, I don't think the original guys, when they were writing inventory, were writing these long pieces where they got into deep analysis about this and that and what does that mean and what's underneath that. And I think they just wrote it out, and they just hammered it out and they just talked to each other about it, took it to God, and went on their merry way. And there's pros and cons with that. I mean, you can sweep things under the rug that climb out of the rug later and get you, But what I see oftentimes, places that we go, is people trying to really use the fourth step as a tool to fix themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? In other words, rather than just keeping it simple and not getting into a bunch of analysis, they're trying to use the fourth step, make it more complicated, get into some deep analysis, get some kind of self-understanding, some self-knowledge that they're, through which they can fix themselves. And as I understand it, that's God's job. That's not my job to do that. So I've gone way out into left field, and lately I've come back, and my inventories are very brief and to the point anymore.
Here's one of my inventories that I did a while ago. There's two resentments on here. And then there's this page here on the other side, and there's 2 resentments on here. Very simple. It's very quick.
And if you've never written inventory, you're not going to fit. If you come to me with an inventory on a napkin like that, I'll send you home in a heartbeat. Forget it. But But it's this deep analysis stuff that starts to bother me about it. Let me read a few things. Resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. Destroys more. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease. Okay, I never read the word disease in the big book other than right here on page 64. I mean, at least not in the 164 pages. It may be there, but I never noticed it. For we've been not only mentally and physically ill, we've been spiritually sick. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically, okay? You ever know people get sober and right away they're in the gym and they're jogging and they're, no, you've never known anyone like that, right? Our friend Mickey M. says the problem with that is you can't outrun alcoholism. You can jog all day, but you're not going to get away from it. And don't look back because something might be gaining on you, and it is. In dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. We list people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. We asked ourselves why we were angry, and Juanita went through all the various aspects of self that were hurt, threatened, or interfered with. So we look at all that stuff, and I could go into some deep analysis with the third column and all that, but I'm not going to. I'll let somebody else do that with you. Let's see. We went back through our lives, nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we were finished, we considered it carefully, and the first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong, okay? But to conclude that others was wrong was as far as most of us ever got. I blamed the whole world for everything in my life. I don't know if you did, okay? Usual outcome, people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Sometimes it was remorse. Then we were sore at ourselves, but the more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived. It's plain that any life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. Why is that plain? That's what I ask my guys, is that plain to you? Well, it's plain to me because I blamed people and hated them, but they didn't change at all. It didn't do anything to most of them, unless I got in a drunken fist fight with them, in which case they normally beat me up. But here's a little equation they throw at us. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile? I got sober. I was 38 years old. My children were mostly grown. They were half grown. I'd missed their growing up. I'd missed a whole marriage that I was in. I'd missed half my life, basically. And so when I read that to have resentment is to squander the hours that might have been worthwhile, it just sent a chill down my neck. Okay, because I'd squandered so much of my life, I didn't want to squander any more of it. Okay, I think we looked up squander. It said spend worthlessly or spend uselessly, something like that. But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance or growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. I use grave. I think of it's going to put me in the grave. We found that it is fatal. It means it'll kill me. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit, the insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again. And with me, Tom, to drink is to die. It's a total no-brainer. It's just an easy equation. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. Okay. Now, in the beginning, when I read that, I thought, well, if I ever get angry, I'm not a good AA. Did you ever think that? Oh, I was angry. Oh, the shame of it, Well, I get angry every day, okay, so maybe I'm not a good AA, I don't know. But I'm not driven by anger, okay? It doesn't hang on me the way it did, okay? We talked last night, some of us were talking about what is resentment, and I told about a Navajo kid in the penitentiary who I was explaining what a resentment was from my point of view, and he said, oh, a replay. I know that one, a replay. I said, exactly, there you go, I can't shake it. It's with me. It's crippling me all the time.
Refeel it over and over again.
Right.
Every time I think about it, I'm feeling the feelings one more time.
The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. Of course, we looked up brainstorm because today that's a good idea, right? But brainstorm in 39 it said mental unrest, a storm in the brain. That's not for me. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men. Perhaps.
Dubious.
Yeah, it's doubtful, but maybe normal people can afford that. But for the alcoholic, these things are poison. I don't want more poison. We turned back to the list for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Juanita told you it's 180 degrees. It's the opposite angle. It's if I thought this was true, now I think this is false. And you told me that that was true, and I said it was a lie, and now I see it's true. Okay, it's the
third step says that we're going to go through the triumphant arc to freedom. The next sentence here says that we look back at the list, it holds the key to the future. So if I'm going to go through this triumphant arc, in which I'm going to pass through freedom, here's my key. My key is that I've got my resentment list, and I'm not going to keep looking at it from the standpoint of, you're to blame for my life. You're to blame for my misery. He's to blame for my life. He's to blame for my misery. It's like, I'm going to go back and look at myself. What was going on with me? What did I do? What did I not do? This is my stuff, not his.
We began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. In that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancied or real, had the power to actually kill. Now it says going to kill me. How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We could not wish them away any more than we could alcohol. I don't want to feel this way, but I can't shake it. It clings to me. This was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Though we did not like their symptoms and the way these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. Okay? Now, somehow or another, we skipped over the part that said we invariably find that sometime in the past we've made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt. Okay? So our troubles are basically of our own making, right? I don't know where that is, but third step. We normally read that. What Mary Thayer had said to me was, Tom, you're the fish you've got to catch. Okay? And I said, yeah, but Juanita, she said, shh, you're the fish you got to catch. What were you up to? Okay? Now, with getting into some prayer stuff, I think these are important because they've worked for me. I'm sharing my experience with you. When I've said these prayers, something has changed. Something has shifted. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. So I turn that into a prayer because it says we ask God. I say, God, please help me to show Joe Blow the same pity, tolerance, and patience that I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. Okay? When a person offended, we said to ourselves, Joe Blow is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God, save me from being angry. Thy will be done. Okay? We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. I was reading some inventory to Don one time, and I couldn't get where I was going with it. I mean, I couldn't get free of it, is what I'm saying. And he said, did you say a prayer and ask that God show you how to take a kindly and tolerant view of that person? I said, I didn't know that that was a prayer. He said, sure. He said, read the big book. Okay? I still don't read that as a prayer, but Don told me that it was one. Okay? I don't know if of those of you who know his story, that he was in the penitentiary in Colorado and the guys were telling him about this stuff, so he was going to try it out. He thought it was a bunch of hokum, right? And so he said, okay, God, show me how to take a kindly and tolerant view of Adolf Hitler. And he slept on it. And in the morning when he woke up, what was on his mind was the Volkswagen. And that Hitler had some part in the Volkswagen in bringing transportation. And it's not that let Hitler off the hook, but he had to start laughing that there was a power there that would do that would flip this thing. Okay? So, I mean, that's a far-out example. But when I started doing this and saying this third prayer, it made a huge difference. And what Don told me, we said, Tom, that's a substitute thought. That's when that little niggling kind of a resentment starts up again. You substitute this good thing that God has given you for that. It sounds a little Pollyanna, but if your life depends on it, why would you not want to be Pollyanna? As far as that goes, you know what I'm saying?
When I put this thought, God, show me how to take a kindly and tolerant view of my uncle who molested me, what came to me was he must have been hurt in the same way when he was a child. Okay, that's the first thought that came to me. And another thought that came to me was, how miserable must this poor man be today? because he was. He was a drunk. He was an alcoholic to the very, very end. Now, I will tell you that my view of my uncle changed to such a degree that when he passed away last December, I called Tom up on the phone and I told him that my uncle had passed away, and I was crying. I was crying, and I was sad that I had lost a family member. So I came around full circle. I think with these prayers, for me, it's a measure, it's a yardstick of how willing I am to work this program. How willing am I to be free? If I'm willing to say these prayers, that says a lot. If I'm not willing to say these prayers, there's a part of me that chooses to die. Chooses to die. Every day I get to make a decision. Am I going to live or am I going to die? And to be able to say this prayer means I'm going to live. I'm going to live for today.
Yeah. There's one other thing that Don told me when he explained this as a prayer. God, please show me how to take a kindly and tolerant view of this person. What he said to me, he said, Tom, this is the forgiveness piece. I never heard him say that. I never heard him say it in a talk, one-on-one. He never said that to me except for that one time. And he said, this is the forgiveness piece. And he said, forgiveness is to make it as if it never happened at all. And something clutched up in my guts when he said that. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't like the sound of that. And what I remembered, what I got was, I'll forgive you, but I'll never forget, because I might need it. I keep it in my hip pocket, and if you screw up again, I'm going to whip it out and remind you of how you screwed up, right? Okay, I need this. I can't let this go, because you may cross the line again, and I need to pull it out and show it to you. Okay? He said, no, that's not what we do. We take it out of our pocket. We throw it away. We let God be our first line of defense if we need defending. Okay? But I'm defending myself. I think with this resentment that I'm going to pocket, but I'm never going to let go of it. I'm not going to throw it in the trash. This is not subtle stuff. Some people think it is, but it really isn't. Okay? If I'm holding on to it, and Juanita said it, and it'll kill me, what am I up to? What am I doing? I'm suicidal. Okay? Now, here's the part that everybody hates me for that I'm going to get into now. You ever hear people in AA say, or you may have said it yourself, within the last week, and then I was willing to look at my part in it. I did my inventory, and I saw my part. You ever heard that? No one's ever heard that. No, they don't say that in New York, right? Only in Santa Fe do they say, I was looking at my part, right? Okay. Just wanted to clear that one up. Good. You guys don't need fixing then. Okay, here's what it says. Here's the philosophy of this deal. Referring to our list again and putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes.
You mean forgetting their part?
Okay. It doesn't say part. It says mistake. Okay, number one thing, where was I mistaken? Where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. You think they meant entirely? Completely? Do you think? Yeah, I do too. I think they really meant that. Where were we to blame? Okay, I was mistaken. Now they're talking about where was I to blame. The inventory was ours, not the other man's. I've already had my fun with the other man in the second column. Okay, as much fun as I'll ever have with it, I've had in the second column. That's over with. That part's done. Okay, the inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, so it says, where was I at fault? Where was I mistaken? Where was I to blame? We listed them. I list my faults. Okay? We placed them before us in black and white. We admitted our wrongs honestly. So I was wrong, mistaken, at fault, and to blame. That's what it says. That's what the big book says. I'm sorry, but that's what it says.
And we become willing to set these matters straight. It begins talking about the 8th and 9th step right here in the 4th step.
Absolutely. What this is what I've seen, and Don, drilled this into me I don't know how many times for at least the last 12 years. People love to say, I was willing to look at my part, okay? It's subtle stuff, but when you talk about part of something, you're always referring back to the whole. I want my part of the apple pie. What do you think of? The apple pie, right? No, I'm only talking about my little part. Okay, you always have a bigger part. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? It's not what was my part. We put out of our mind entirely what the other person did. We look at where we were mistaken, where we were at fault. I just stick to where was I at fault. That's easier for me. Okay? But the deal is, so many people need for the other person to still be wrong or to blame in order for them to accept fault and blame themselves. And then the whole thing falls apart. It doesn't work.
Especially when they go to make amends.
Yeah, Don used to say, that if you do this thing with what was my part, well, they were a-holes, but, I looked at my part out of the, graciousness of my soul. When you go to make amends to these people and you make your amends and then they don't make amends back for their part, then you're pissed off again, all over again. The resentment comes back. Often it does. Not every time, but often it does. So I don't think you can overemphasize this.
I've had quite a few gals I sponsor come back to me after they made amends, and they said, I made my amends to them, and they'd never said a word, It's like they never said how they were sorry. And I said, well, why should they? I said, we don't care what they did. We don't care what they did at all. This is your stuff. You're the one who has to clean up your side of the street, not them.
I'm the fish I've got to catch. What was I up to? Okay? I got to put out of my mind entirely what they did for this thing to work. That's the dynamic of it. Resolutely look for my own mistakes, not what was my part. You can quote me on that.
So briefly, I'm going to share with you another quick little inventory. And this was just one little thing that happened. This was probably 10 years ago. And we were building our home. And my sponsor, Mary Thayer, was at our house because we'd been up to the conference, and she came home with us. And long story short, we had our daughter came home one night, and she found our dog on the front steps, and our dog had been shot. We had to take our dog in and have our dog put to sleep. And we believed firmly that it was my aunt who shot the dog. And the reason we think it was my aunt who shot the dog, who lives next door to us, was that my cousin, her daughter, and her son-in-law had come to our house several times and said, our mom is really upset with your dog because your dog is bothering the chickens. We live out in the country. And, she's getting to the chickens. And, we live in the country, so they don't like dogs that eat chickens in the country. They're shot quite often. Well, we had quite an uproar, didn't we? Quite an uproar. He's furious. Our daughter is destroyed. He's distraught. I mean, everybody is a mess. And it goes on for a while. It gets ugly. We call the sheriff, and it goes on, and he nearly has fist fights, and it's not pretty.
You sure you remember that right?
This is so funny. I'm following up the road one day behind him, and my cousin, who's the son-in-law of my aunt, is coming down, and he stops his car, because the son-in-law, my cousin, is walking down the road, and he gets out of the car, and they're shaking their fists at each other, and I jump out of the car behind him, and I'm going, Tom, get back in that car. What are you doing? And he starts to get back in the car, and then all of a sudden he goes, you can just hear the wheels clicking in his head, like, why do I have to listen to that? And he gets back out in the road and starts shaking his fist at it. Anyway, you get the picture. Well, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand this. I couldn't stand the way I was feeling. So I sat down, called my sponsor, and started to write some steps. Took it from the first step, finally through the fourth step. And when I sat down and wrote my resentments on the fourth step as to why I was angry, and I put down my aunt, my cousin, her husband, blah, 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 blah. When I got to the fourth column, putting aside completely what had been done, my dog being shot, their actions, and I looked where I was at fault, what I realized was I knew that there was a problem. I knew it. Now, see, my thought was, she ought to be a grown-up. I'm in the program. I know that, if there's a problem, they ought to come talk to me. So she should be a grown-up and come talk to me and not send my cousin or her husband to my house in a, triangulated way to tell me that there's something going on. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut and let her come talk to me. Well, knowing there's a problem and I'm the one who has a program, allegedly, I should go and knock on her door and say, Tia, Aunt, what's going on? I hear there's a problem. I hear my dog is after your chickens. Can you tell me more about this? And I didn't. And Tom at one point asked me, should I go talk to your aunt about this? And I said, nah, because I'm scared. I'm scared about, there being some kind of fight, because I was scared of my aunt, quite frankly. And I was afraid, I was scared that something would happen, and then, who wants to live in that environment? Well, we ended up living in that environment. So, I was the one who was to blame. I was to blame. I was the one who set the ball rolling. I knew that there was a problem, and I didn't stand up. I was not responsible. One of the second times I ever did a workshop at my home, I had this one gal, and we got to the fourth step, and at one point she turned to me as we began talking about the resentment inventory, and she says, I am so angry at you. And I said, really? Why? And she said, you lied to me. And I said, whoa, if I did, I didn't mean to. You want to tell me, tell me what's going on here? And it's a little weird. I'm doing the workshop, and she's sitting there with all these other women, and she's accusing me of lying to her. And I said, so tell me, Peggy, why do you think I'm lying to you? And she says, well, she said, you didn't tell me that if I did this work, that if I did these steps, that I was going to have to be responsible. That's the problem with this step work. You see, I have wanted to hide. I have wanted to hide. I have not wanted to be responsible my whole entire life. I've always wanted somebody else to be responsible, and I get to just skate behind them. And this program, if I'm really working it, doesn't let me do that. I have to stand up and be a grown-up and not be a kid. I was the one who was at fault. I was the one who allegedly had the program. I needed to go to them and speak and say, what's going on? Can we solve this? Instead, I don't want to be responsible.
Thanks. Okay. It says, notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties of Mr. Brown, Ms. Jones, the employer, and the wife. The short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it, meaning that it's all through me. It's a part of me. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. Did you ever get fearful and do something that later boomeranged back at you, exploded in your face? I've done that all my life, 98% of the lies I ever told was because I was just scared to death to tell the truth, and that's why I lied. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Okay, sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to have caused more trouble. I worked with that for a long time to be able to understand that. And what they did was they answered it later. Let's see. We reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper even though we had no resentment in connection with them. Asked ourselves why we had them. Why would I set the ball rolling, or how did I set the ball rolling? And it says, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Self-reliance was good as far as it went, didn't go far enough. Remember I told you that it took about 5.5 years of experimentation with running my life on self-will sober to realize that I couldn't run my life on self-will sober? I've been talking about it all weekend, right? Unmanageability, second half, first step. Okay, but I continued to do it way after it wasn't working, and I was aware of that. So I go into a situation. I'm using self-will to get as my gasoline to get the job done. I have a long history of it not working, and I'm scared to death. Okay, It ain't paranoia, it's righteous fear. I should have those fears because I know that self-will hasn't worked for me in the past. Yet I'm trying it one more time and I'm scared to death because I've got this long history of failure. Does that make sense? Okay. I got that finally. It took a long time to put that one together. I'm a real slow teach, I'll tell you. Some of us once had great self-confidence. I don't think I ever did. I would play like it to try to fool you, but I never really was confident. But it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. When it made us cocky, it was worse. Perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We're in the world to play the role He assigns. This next sentence is one of our immediate AA family's all-time favorites. Mary Thayer ends every talk she ever gives with this line, and it's a great, great promise. Just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. It's a great one, huh?
It comes in equal measure.
Yeah. We never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. We can laugh at those who think spirituality the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it's the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage, and all men of faith have courage. They trust their God. We never apologize for God. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. We ask Him to, and here's the fear prayer. I added it to my morning prayers. I've been saying it for years. I thought I was the only one, and some chick at York Street said the same thing. And I went, oh, I thought I was finally unique. But we ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be, not do, what would He have us be. And here's a promise connected with that. At once we commence to outgrow fear. That's a neat deal. I want that. Okay. I think my first inventories were just every fear I could think of, and I was afraid of just about everything. Lately, what I've been zeroing in on is the fears that keep me from realizing my heart's desire, keep me from realizing my dreams. Okay? I'm a musician without an instrument, essentially. I mean, I have extreme musical talent, but I'm so damn lazy I never learned how to play anything. And I have a deep desire to learn how to play the guitar. I can play air guitar. I can, but
well, too, huh?
But I'm afraid. I'm afraid to put in the effort. I mean, I could analyze it and go into all the reasons, but basically it's a fear that's crippling a dream of mine. I've got a half-written novel, but it's half-written in my head, okay? I want to write it. I know what it's about. I could tell you the storyline. It's really cool stuff. It's really great stuff. But I have this fear that it'll be a failure, or that people will laugh at it, or whatever my fear is, and it keeps the novel from being written. And I'm examining that. How big is my God? Is it big enough to write a novel that flops? Is it big enough to learn how to play the guitar and not play it very well? You see what I'm saying? Would God be there, catch me? Would I be okay if I did that? Okay? The fears that cripple me from realizing my dreams. That's what I'm looking at today. That's all I've got on fear. Anything else?
I was given some real specific questions my last time through the fear inventory, and I'm gonna just give them to you, just to give them to you, if I
just
can
for
find
something
them.
to do.
Yeah, just because. And I'm probably not going to find them, so I'm going to see if I think I can remember them. So, what's the fear? Actually, I'll take you through it, and then I think we'll pause for a break. Okay. So, one of my last inventories that I can remember, the inventory that I did regarding jealousy, I had on there fear of being alone. Fear of being alone. And, okay, that's the fear. Then I was asked to write down, when do I first remember having this fear? Well, the first time I ever remember having this fear was when my aunt passed away, and I was about 8 or 9 years old. And my aunt was the one who raised me. My mother worked full-time, as did my father, and my great aunt, raised me. And I remember the morning when the phone rang, and it was my mother who had been at the hospital calling my father saying that my aunt was dead. And I just felt this sense, this deep sense of overwhelming sadness and just, oh my God, now who's here to protect me? Because I grew up in a family where my father drank and my mother, was an unrecovered family member, and there was not much going on at home in terms of communication and safety. I mean, real safety. That's why I ended up in a position where I could be sexually molested, because with alcoholism, we don't protect our children. We were a family living together, going our separate ways. Each one of us, speaking from my experience, I was alone. There were 4 of us in that home: my mom, my dad, my younger brother, and myself. I might as well have been the only person in that house. So that's when I first remember having this fear. And then the next question was, what do I do to try and manage the fear? What do I do to try and manage the fear? Which is my self-reliance that the book speaks to. My self-reliance. What do I do to try and manage the fear? And I came up with all sorts of stuff, long list. I just, at the top of my head, can't remember it exactly. So I wrote down on that. Now, that's all nice, but that's really a nice little exercise, intellectual awareness. And my sponsor likes to say, you're in the middle of a spiritual experience, and what you have now is an intellectual understanding, but you've not yet had a spiritual awakening. So that's all nice. But the next question was, if you could look behind the door, if fear was a door, and you could look beyond the fear, what would your life look like? In other words, it's like what Tom's talking about. What's the dream? What's my heart's desire? If I could look beyond the fear, and the fear is keeping me from truly living my heart's desire, living out my dream, what's going on? Well, what I saw, I think I remember this correctly, as I looked behind this fear of being alone, I always was afraid to let my light shine. I always hung my star on somebody else. My sponsor once said to me, she said, you have more, I can't remember what it was, in your little finger than, so-and-so has in their whole being. She said, but why do you always hide your light? Why do you hide your light? I'm more afraid of being in the light than being in the dark. I am more afraid of realizing my full potential and letting you see me for who I truly am and be in the world as God would have me be. I would rather hide in my little cave and let the world go by out of my fear than to be fully present. So I saw that. That's what I was truly afraid of. You see, I thought the fear was the fear of being alone. The real fear was having you see me. Really having you see me. Because if you really see me, what if you don't like what you see?
Yeah. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Now about sex. Oh, should we? You want to?
Yeah, we better.
Okay. No time for
4:30.
sex. Let's take a break. But let's get back. What time do you want to come back? Because we don't have much time left.
15 minutes? 4:45? Okay.
4:45? Okay.
Don't come in like that.
I don't know which. Whenever the food comes, we'll stop. And we'll pick up tomorrow after the talk and go for about 2 hours. Chris Raymer, yeah. They said 9. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all. So, here we go. Now, the third inventory, which is the sex inventory. The book says, now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there.
Okay, this is my piece. Where's that mic? Where's that floor mic? Do we have that? Is Bill around? Do you have that floor mic? Let's just do this because it's so cute that we just have to do it. We have any auto mechanics here? Anyone? There he is. He's our man. In the back. Yeah. What I need for someone to explain the difference between an engine overhaul and a tune-up. And you're the man.
There's a big difference.
Well, please explain it.
Now, the book says many of us needed an overhauling regarding sex. Okay?
Well, if you're going to overhaul an engine, you're breaking down the whole engine, starting from scratch, rebuilding from the inside out. Tune-up's just all around the outside.
Okay. That's good. That's great. Yay. Okay.
Did he say scratch?
Yeah, start from scratch, he said. So the idea being that many of us need to redo the whole thing. Let's see. Above all, we tried to be sensible on this question. It's easy to get way off track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, base necessity of procreation. Then we have voices cry for sex and more sex. They bewail the institution of marriage and who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it or that it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. Here's the deal. We do not want to be the arbiter, the decider of anyone's sex conduct. Okay? You ever heard somebody say, no sex for the first year? Well, they don't say that. They say, don't get into a relationship in your first year. Okay? My sponsor told me I wasn't ready for a relationship. Right? You ever heard that? You ever said that? I did. Okay, I did. And then freaked out on the power I had over this guy. He didn't have sex for a year. And I thought, all right. One out of about 28, that actually... The old story is we don't know if it works because no one's ever tried it. But at any rate... But that's in direct conflict with what the book says. It says we do not wish to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. It's none of my business what you're doing sexually, but I will tell you that if you're hurting somebody and you keep on, you'll probably get drunk. So knock yourself out, baby. That's all I know to tell them. Okay. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. And this is a great one. This is a wonderful one. If you've never seen this, we all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't.
All?
All.
You mean all?
I mean all. What I say to these guys is, are you a human being? They go, what is this, a trick question? No, it's not a trick question. Are you in the human condition? They go, yeah, last time I checked, I was. I say, well, welcome to the human race. You're going to have sex problems. The book guarantees us that we all do. So if you do, you're in the right place. You're on planet Earth, human race. Good for you. You ain't unique. No matter how unique you think you are not. Okay? We reviewed our own conduct over the years past. And here's what we look for. Where had we been selfish, dishonest? There's 9 questions that they ask. I have people write them down, or I write them down for them so that they can review it. And what I do is, especially, if you've never done this, I have you write every sexual situation you can think of, especially the one you don't want to write down. That's the one you have to, okay? And they go, well, do you mean like sexual intercourse? And I say, not necessarily. It's like, was there a flirtation? Was there a sexually charged thing? Juanita, and with her girls, she uses misuse of sex powers, which we'll get into. That's a whole other deal. Well, I'll tell that story quickly. This drives me bananas. But we have a huge cottonwood tree outside of our house, and it fell down a couple of years ago. Half of it fell down, and it fell over some live wires. And the electric company came in, and they're removing some of the tree, but they've got their equipment out there, and I don't know why they can't remove the whole damn limb that fell. Seems to me they could. So I say to Juanita, hey, those guys are out there, and why don't you go out And just ask them if they'd remove, they're Hispanic guys, you're Hispanic, they're guys, you're a woman, do the thing, do the woman thing. She goes, no, we don't do that. That's a misuse of sex powers. I go, my God, aren't we carrying this a little too far? Like, where does this end, But anyway,
I came back and I said, how free do you want to be?
Anyway, so anything that you can think of, obviously, affairs that you've had, one-night stands, whatever, a little sentence, I don't want to hear the whole story. I don't want to hear any of it, really. You just have to, But just a sentence or something, on what happened, and then take that situation and ask these questions, okay? Where had we been selfish? Was I selfish? Was I dishonest? Was I inconsiderate? Whom had I hurt? Did I unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Somebody asked me, I think actually it was Robin who asked this years ago. You're not going to like this answer that I got. Okay, well, I got the answer. Robin asked years ago, 6, 7, 8 years ago, something like that. She said, what's unjustifiably and what's justifiably? So I asked Don. I always went to him with this stuff. He said, anybody who's asking that question is trying to get out from doing this work. He said, they're trying to evade something. So anyway, it's if you're arousing jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness, it's rarely justifiable. I mean, different people have different takes on that, but just don't worry about that, okay? Just ask yourself, did I arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? There's that one again. We love that one, right? Okay, and I write about where was I at fault. And then this is the one that my little group uses over and over again. We use it in the resentment inventory, but it's from the sex inventory. What should I have done instead? Okay? And here's the deal. Not what could I have done instead, okay? Because could I have done something different? I would have. You get what I'm saying? For years and years, Mary Thayer used to say to us, if I'd have known better, I'd have done better. If I'd have known better, I'd have done better. And that sounded good. It was like a mantra. And we would say that. And one day I looked at Juanita and I said, I knew damn well better than what I was doing. I just couldn't do any better. Mm-hmm. I knew better. I was raised better, and I couldn't do better. I didn't have the power. And she said, exactly.
So knowing what I now know, based on what I've seen, based on what I now have seen about myself in this inventory, what should I have done instead? And that's my values. That's my value, and that's the value I've gone against my whole entire life.
It's kind of like, what do I wished I had done instead of what I did do, okay? Now knowing what I now know. We got this all down on paper and looked at it. In this way, we try. In what way? In this way. What does that mean? In what way? I think it means in the way of what should I have done instead. Okay? I look at all my what should I have done insteads. I see what my value is, my morals and values and principles around sex, what they are. Okay? And in that way, I try to shape a sane and sound ideal for my future sex life. I subject each relation to the test. Was it selfish or not? We ask God to mold our ideals and help us to live up to them. That's another prayer, because whenever we're asking God, that's a prayer. We remembered always that our sex powers were God-given. There's that powers thing that she likes to hit me with all the time. We remembered that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised and loathed. Okay? Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided we do not bring about still more harm in so doing. Okay? I'll tell you a real quick story on this. When I first went through the work, I'm a child of the 60s. We were all loaded. We'd get together in bars or different places and, behave like rabbits, I guess. And so a bunch of this stuff came back to me on my original inventories. And I remember saying, I was fist-stepping with Mary Thayer, and I said, I had this one-night stand with this gal, but it wasn't a big deal. Nobody got hurt. I said, I don't even remember her name. And there was this pause, okay? And I knew something was up. She said, this is what she said, the most sacred act, one of the most sacred acts that a human being can perform, and you didn't even know her name. That made me feel great. Especially a woman telling me that, you know. But anyway, so then that was a little crack in the facade, and you start to, you know, that starts to let you into it, okay? So you know, I'm on a roll here. Don't mess with me. I'm on a roll. So we've got this fictitious situation, this situation. I had a one-night stand. Okay. What were the situation? Well, this gal and I met at a bar. We went back to her house. You know, we kind of fell in the hay, and that was the end of the story, and no one was hurt. Oh, really? Was anyone else in the house? Well, she did have two sons, you know, and yeah, they were there in the house. Well, did they see you there? Okay. Well, as a matter of fact, yeah, they saw me in the morning come staggering out of their mother's bedroom. Do you think they could have been hurt? Well, maybe. Maybe they could have. Well, was anyone else affected by this? Well, I remember her mother called, and I answered the phone. And I could tell her mother didn't like some strange man answering the phone at her house. That probably got her in some trouble, and maybe it hurt the mom. Okay, well, is that all that happened? Well, as a matter of fact, her ex-husband came over that morning and I'm there drinking coffee, bleary-eyed, and he knows full well what happened. I remember he slammed the door on the way out. So then, you know, we talk about extrapolation. The kids go out, they kick the dog bites the cat trips the mailman goes home and yells at his old lady, and where does it end? You know what I'm saying? My take on it is nobody got hurt. It was just a one-night stand, okay? But when we look at the ripple effect, it's incredible how far out this thing goes. Thank God that when we make amends, there's a ripple effect on that too. And if we have enough time this weekend, we'll talk about that. That's real important stuff. Your turn.
So, sex powers. A couple of years back to the steps, I had this woman taking me through, and when we got to this, you know, it was a standard thing, you know, whoever you've been in a sexual relationship with, well, duh, you know, it's not a long list. And I said, well, that'll be easy. She says, well, hold on a second. She says, is there anyone that you have been, you know, who has interested you sexually, or who, you know, there's just been any little flirtatious stuff going on? And the truth was there wasn't. But then she added the kicker. And she said, the book says that we're not to use our sex powers lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised nor loathed. And she said, so have you used your being a woman? Have you used your femininity? Have you used these things in any way with men or with women? So I went home and I thought about it, and I wasn't too thrilled with this assignment when she gave it to me. You know, I wanted something quick and dirty, quite frankly. Not quick and dirty. That's not the right way to say it.
Scratch that. Take that off the tape.
I wanted to get through the sex inventory quickly. And I had an inkling that maybe that might not happen. There's a lot of people in my life. I know a lot of folks, and I remember at a time that I'd taken my car to the Toyota dealership, and it was about 5 minutes of 5. You know, the guys are standing out there at the end of the day, and they're wanting to go home, and I drive up in my car, and I've got the front running lights that aren't working, and I get out of my car, and the guys come over, and they said, you know, what's going on? And I tell them, and, you know, I put on this little helpless act. You know, can you guys help me? You know, I'm anything but helpless, believe me, you know, but sure enough, the guys helped me, and, you know, so it's like I use my being a woman, and that's what she was talking about. And then she said, well, what about, you know, with any women? And I thought, well, no. And then I started thinking, you know, I work with a lot of lesbian women. There's a lot of lesbian women that I know, some good friends of mine, and every once in a while, I just get a little charge knowing that there's just this little tiny bit of, like, you know, hey, how you doing? You know? And it's not that I want to do anything or anything like that, but it's just like, you get the picture. Anyway, so it's like, we don't use this stuff lightly. It's not used lightly because it's God-given, and I don't use it selfishly, and I don't despise it, and I don't loathe it. So that was the deal that Tom's talking about. And I put those people through those same questions. Then she said to me, I want you to write a letter to God. And that sounded pretty easy, but when I sat down to write a letter to God, I felt really stupid doing it. It's one thing to sit in prayer and talk to God out loud, but to write a letter, I mean, come on, give me a break. But I said I'd do it, and so I did it. So I started writing, and I wrote, Dear God. And this is after prayer. I would say a prayer, and I write a letter to God, and Dear God, here I am. I'm your, little child, and I need your help. Please, I do not know what my sex ideal is. Please grant me a sane and sound ideal for my future sex life, because I don't know what it is. Love, your child, Juanita. And then I sat in quiet, and I wrote what came to me. And there were maybe like 12 words, 13 words, and some of it was the same stuff that I had written down in other ideals, and then there were a couple of others that were added on. The point being, every time I sit down and ask God to show me what my sane and sound sex ideal is, it's always just a little bit different. The first time I did it, it was about monogamy. I'm a married woman. I got one guy. That's all I'm interested in. And the beauty of this program and the wondrous grace of God is that ever since then, I have never been attracted to another man. He's my heart's desire. He is my heart's desire. He truly is. I know, pretty corny, but it's the truth. So next time I sit down and do this with my sponsor, and we get to this, we were talking one time. This was my first sponsor, Kay, and she and I were chatting, and I was telling her about, this guy who I'd gone to the gym, and this guy was there, and I think I was probably like maybe 4 years in the program, 3 or 4 years in the program. And I was telling her, and I said, and he asked me out. And, there's a little satisfaction as I'm telling this story. It's like... And so I'm telling her this, and I said, but then you know what happened? The next day, I told him, no, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to take that as a compliment. And the guy's got his hand on the stair railing, and I pat it, and I said, thank you, thanks for the compliment, but I'm married. The next day that I go to the gym, he comes to me and he says, when I asked you out the other day, he said, and you patted my hand, he said, and you let me down so gently. I went home and I started thinking about it, and I thought, maybe there was more to it. Maybe you didn't mean that you wouldn't go out with me. So, would you? And I said, no, I'm still married, dude. I'm not going out with you. But you know what? It stroked my ego. It stroked my ego. I dug it. And so I'm telling my sponsor this, and I'm saying, this guy's coming on to me, and, what do I do? And, this is about, 17 years ago, 20, 25 pounds less. And she looks at me and she gets very quiet. And if your sponsor gets quiet, watch out, because something's going to happen. She looks at me and she says, well, you don't have to dress the way you do. And I thought, you bitch. You old bitch. You old, jealous bitch. Right? Yeah. I kept dressing the way I did for a while until my new sponsor and I sat down and we talked about the sex inventory. And she asked me, about the way I was dressing. And I realized, and so that entered in my sane and sound ideal. And it was what she says to me about the inventory, regardless what part of the inventory it is. She says, this is about finding out your values, not your parents', not society's, not your friends', not mine. Your values. Your values. So I had another time through the steps where I was looking at the sane and sound ideal, and I realized that Tom and I had a great relationship. Really, our relationship had come so far. Great relationship between us, really good sexual relationship. But what I realized as I did my inventory, the resentment inventory, I realized when I looked where I was at fault was that there was a piece of me that I was withholding from him. Even though we had become so close, out of my fear of being vulnerable and out of my fear that if I truly revealed myself to him as who I was completely, my fears, my innermost thoughts, desires, I was afraid he would use them against me. At some point when we were having a fight and he got angry, that he would zap me with it. So I was withholding this piece of me out of that fear. So when I did my sane and sound ideal, I asked God to open me up fully to this man that I love and who I want as my partner for the rest of my life. Now, you heard him say at one point not too long ago, I think it was when we were talking about the resentment inventory, he said, how big's your God? See, that was my next question. How big was my God? Because God's got to be pretty damn big to take care of me if he were to whip out his little zinger with the complete vulnerability that I've shown him. How big's my God? Is God going to take care of me even if he does? It's a good question, don't you think? Yeah. So there was that. Then the next thing, one time we were up at a workshop. We went to a sex workshop. It was a sex inventory workshop up in Towson, New Mexico. And we got...
Sane and Sound Ideal workshop.
Yeah, Sane and Sound Ideal workshop. And we got this little piece of inventory that I really like to give, that I've used, that we both have done, and that I use with the people I sponsor. And what it is, well, he told you when he told you about us when we first met that we fell in lust. Well, we did. I never bothered to figure out for myself what kind of man I wanted to be in relationship with. I just jumped into any relationship. They were interested, okay. Right? I didn't bother to ask myself, am I interested? I mean, am I really interested? It was like I fit myself to them. Or there's a guy, I want him, that's it. Physical appearance, forget, who he is, really. So it was kind of like we just fell into relationships. And I remember a young woman where I live one day at a meeting not too long ago. She said, I went out with this guy. Nice guy. At the end of the night, he said to me, I really like you. I'd like to see you more. And she says, I found some words coming out of my mouth that I never said before. And the words were, well, I'll have to think about seeing you again. She says, because I realized I wasn't sure if I liked him. And I thought, oh my God, to have the clarity of thought to even consider that. Because my thing was, you like me? Okay. Off we go. into the sunset we ride. So we were given this.
Remember the Karen G line? I'm a sick individual. Karen G in L.A., she said, pat me on the head and my pants fall off. I didn't say it.
So we were given some things to think about. So when I'm looking at who I want to be in relationship with, I ask myself about 4 things. And the first is qualities that must be 100% present. 100% must be present. Qualities, number 2, that must be 100% not present. 3, qualities that are very important. And the 4th, it would be nice if. In these following areas: activities, age, behavior, children, cultural interests, family, finances and money, friends, health, home, interests, leisure time, physical attributes, recreation, sex, spirituality, and work. You want me to keep on?
Yeah.
So, same again?
Get a copy of it from her.
Activities, age, qualities which must 100% be present, 100% must not be present, qualities that are very important, and it would be very nice if. It would be nice if. Then in the following areas: activities, age, behavior, children, cultural interests, family, finances and money, friends, health, home, interests, leisure time, physical attributes, recreation, sex, spirituality, and work. First time I did this was with my first sponsor. I was bitching at her about something he'd done. And she sat me down and she says, I want you to write down everything you want from Tom. Oh my God. Now I could tell you what I didn't want and I could tell you what he did wrong, but I didn't know what I wanted from him. But I sat down and I wrote all sorts of stuff, right? So I'm writing. She left me there a little too long. And as I looked at my list, I realized when she came back, she asked me, so what do you think about your list? Did you see anything there? And I said, well, it's very interesting. She said, what I saw was I want him to do all these things, but I realized that I'm not doing them myself. See, I wanted him to be the first one to do the stuff. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to waste my time. I didn't want to give and then not have him give back. Right? So anyway, that was my first clue. Now, one of the things that I put on that first list was I like to play board games. I think they're fun, but he didn't play board games, and so I was upset. And as I looked at this list, I realized I was depending on him to play board games with me, and because he wouldn't, I wouldn't play. Now, there were a lot of people who love to play board games, just like I do. But because he wasn't doing it, I wasn't playing.
The emphasis is board games.
He plays on occasion. So we sat down and we did this. Now, what happens if you're already in a relationship with somebody and you do this stuff and they don't measure up? Ooh, scary, right? See, I have to write this list without anybody in mind. So I wrote this list down another time. I've gone through it several times. It changes. It does change. And one of the things that came on there was absolutely must not be present is violence in our home. No violence. 100% must be present in the person I want to be in a relationship with. Sobriety. 100% must be present. They must have a God of their understanding and be growing towards a relationship with that God. Okay? Now, when I hit children, now we have grandchildren in common. We have kids who are yours, mine, and ours. When we got together, he had 2 boys, I had a daughter, and then we had a daughter between us. They're now old, way too old, and they have children, and we have 7 grandchildren. And I sat down and wrote this, and I thought, well, you know what? I want the person I'm in a relationship with to treat my blood grandchildren the way I treat their blood grandchildren. And I thought, he ain't doing it. So I looked at this a little bit more, and I'm getting a little pissed off, and I've already written resentment, so here I'm going, And what I realized was, you know what? Again, the inventory is mine and not his. I look back as to how I was treating his blood grandchildren, how I was treating his blood grandchildren. And what I realized as I sat down and I looked at this was that the way I was treating them in a way so that I could teach him how to treat mine. You get it? That is one of my problems as a family member. I think I have to teach people how to behave. I come to a stoplight, and the light's yellow, and they're zooming by, and they're zooming by, and they're zooming by, and I'm thinking, y'all ought to watch me, because this is a yellow light. Stop, like I am, stop. It's yellow. It's not green. Green means go. Yellow means caution. You stop. You get ready for the red. I think I got to teach people. Who am I? Who gave me that job? Who gave me the job to teach him about how to treat, my grandchildren? The truth is, it doesn't matter how he's treating them, because I was at a place where I was hypervigilant. Now, if I'm hypervigilant about watching somebody behave, you know what? I'm going to find something to fault them on. Every time. Every time. Now, they may do something 100 times, but do it wrong once, and that's what I latch on to. Not the other 100 times that you do it a certain way. So what I realized was that, you know what? It ain't your job to teach. He's doing just fine being the grandpa to all our grandchildren. And I'm the fish I got to catch. And what am I up to? So even though I write down what I want, my question is always, am I giving it? What am I doing? And I can't put anything on this list that I want to have from a person that I'm not willing to give.
When we first did this, there's a couple of big book fanatics up in Taos, New Mexico, Carl and Sharon F., who were doing this as an adjunct to the Sane and Sound Ideal, and so they do like a half-day workshop on it, and we went up and did it, as we'd heard about it for years. And so everybody was writing down their ideal, frantically writing down what they wanted from a mate and everything. And right in the middle of it, Sharon goes, oh, I forgot to tell you, everything that you want from this person, you've got to be willing to give yourself. And everybody went back there racing in spirit.
Yeah.
Kind of a deal breaker, Anyway, we could go further into that, but that's enough on that. I'll just tell you, when I set someone out, give them instructions on what I want them to do, writing inventory, two pieces that aren't technically in the fourth-step part, I take and add in. And one is the dark crannies that comes from the fifth step. It says we go to it illuminating every dark cranny of the past, and everybody's got dark crannies. And dark crannies are just the stuff that I'm going to take to the grave rather than ever talk to anybody about. Okay? So we have a special little subheading in the inventory for dark crannies. The other thing I do, I don't know what page it is. Let's see. I think it's 76, yeah. It says, we have a list of all persons we have harmed and to whom we are willing to make amends. We made it when we took inventory. And so I take that as an instruction, and I have them take one page and in their inventory, in their fourth step, written fourth step, and at the top we put harms list, okay? And so as they're stirring that psychic pot of a fourth step, and the stuff comes up, the little guilts and you know, the little, you're tweaked a little bit here and there about someone you might have harmed, or someone you know you did harm, or someone that you had ill feeling towards, or someone you owed money towards. It just comes up because you're stirring this pot. You write it down on that list, and that's the beginning of your 8-step list you're going to do later. But what it does is it quiets your mind a little bit about it. You're saying to your subconscious, I intend to take care of this. It's on the list, okay? And so I put that in there because later it says we had the list, we made it when we took inventory.
On page 67, it says, we admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight. So it begins talking to us about the 8th and 9th step. And then on page 69, it also says, no, I just lost it.
What?
Where it is about, it says on the bottom of page 69, whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. Then it says we must be willing to make amends where we have done harm, provided that we do not bring about still more harm in so doing. So again, one more time, it talks about, you know, the amends and becoming willing to do that.
Okay.
It tells us that we treat sex like we do any other problems. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. Then the promise on this is that the right answer comes if we want it. And that's been key in my prayer life. Do I really want the answer? Or am I just saying the prayer and not really want the answer? I don't know about you, but I've been at meetings, and I've dealt with my sponsees, and I've been there myself, where I pray, but I don't get an answer. They come to me and say, I've been praying every day. I pray, you know, throughout my day. And I ask God, what do I do about this? And finally I asked them, do you really want to know what to do about this? And they said, well, I'm praying. I said, so what? Who cares if you're praying? Do you really want to know the answer? And as we talk, what I end up finding out is that they don't. They're praying because they think they ought to be praying, but they really don't want to know the answer. Because if they know the answer, they might have to do something about it. So do I really want to know the answer? This book tells me that if I want it, it being the answer, I will get it. I will get it.
There's a little hidden instruction in here. It's what Juanita is talking about. And it says, in other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. In meditation, we ask God what we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if we want it. And why I say that's hidden, because if you read it backwards, it says that we in AA, any problem that we have, we treat it the way we would sex. We take it to God in meditation. We ask for the right answer, any problem that we have. And if we want the answer, it'll come. It's another promise. Okay, we're not going to have time this weekend to go into this. I want to throw this out really quickly, though. There's a guy in Redondo Beach, California, J.S. I've been talking. J.S. J is his first name. S is his last initial, and he's a AA historian, and he's a member of the Oxford group, what's left of the Oxford group, the present-day Oxford group, and he's got a ton of great information. If you ever can run into him, he's just a great, great guy. And I've completely forgotten what. So anyway, what he was telling me about, two things that he impressed on me. He said the Oxford groupers, and this means that Bill and Bob and all the early AAs did this, they believed in what they called guidance, and they kept a little book, a little guidance book, and they would ask God specific questions, and then they would write down whatever they got, you know, in meditation, what came to them. And then they would take the four absolutes, which are absolute honesty, absolute love, absolute unselfishness, and absolute purity, and they would subject whatever they wrote down to that test of the four absolutes. If it passed the test, it came from God. If it didn't pass the test, it came from ego, and they disregarded it. But they kept a guidance book, and it was a big deal with these guys, the early AAs and the Oxford groupers. And a lot of people are swinging back to doing that. They're trying it out. I'll just throw that out. I'll challenge you to try that. The other thing that Jay told me that I wanted to mention this weekend is that he believes that through workshops like this, through the internet, the fact that more and more AAs are kind of networking and getting together and sharing information, that we're getting better and better, that we have more and more information, and that we have the potential to make AA stronger than it was ever able to be made, because we used to be in these little isolated communities, and we're now starting to come together. And I think he's right. I think he's absolutely on the mark with that. We have the potential to make AA stronger and better than it's ever been through sharing with each other on a larger scale. And I think that's terrific. Is that it with the inventory? That's pretty much it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
What time are we supposed to break for lunch? I mean, for dinner? 6? Okay.
Is that it? 6? Okay.
Yeah, we have a question. Yeah. The 4 absolutes. Absolute purity, absolute unselfishness, absolute love, absolute honesty. Honesty, purity, unselfishness, and love.
Okay. All right, moving right along. There won't be time to tell the story on myself. Thank God for that. Into Action, Chapter 6. Having made our personal inventory, what shall we do about it? We've been trying to get a new attitude, a new relationship with our Creator, and to discover the obstacles in our path. We have admitted certain defects. We've ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory, and now these are about to be cast out. This requires action on our part, which, when completed, will mean that we have admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the 5th step in the program of recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter. This is perhaps difficult, especially discussing our defects with another person. We think we've done well in admitting these things to ourselves. There's doubt about that. This is the line that always gets me. In actual practice, we usually find a solitary self-appraisal insufficient. This goes much deeper for me than just the 5th step. When I sit around thinking and mulling things over in my head, and I come up with some solution or great thought or something, and I don't run it by someone else, 9 times out of 10, I have a friend, he says, my solutions are problems yet to happen. Okay? That's kind of the way my brain works, okay? So when reasoning things out, unless I run it by somebody else and talk to them about it and pray about it, it's not a good way for me to work it. I have a damaged mind. Okay? So solitary self-appraisal of me always falls short of the mark. I need to talk to somebody else. Many of us thought it necessary to go much further. We will be more reconciled to discussing ourselves with another person when we see good reasons why we should do so. Best reason first, if we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. Time after time, newcomers have tried to keep to themselves certain facts about their lives. Trying to avoid this humbling experience, they've turned to easier methods. Almost invariably, they got drunk. Okay? Having persevered with the rest of the program, they wondered why they fell. We think the reason is that they never completed their housekeeping, their house cleaning. They took inventory all right, but hung on to some of the worst items in stock. They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear. They only thought they had humbled themselves, but they had not learned enough of humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all their life story. Okay? Here's a little promise or a death threat, depending on how you read it. We must be entirely honest with somebody if we expect to live long or happily in this world. Okay? Rightly and naturally, we think well before we choose the person or persons with whom to take this intimate and confidential step. And it goes on to say, if you belong to a religion that has confession, we suggest you do that. Let's see.
There is a rule. It says the rule is we must be hard on ourselves, but always considerate of others.
Right.
We have no right to save our own skin at another person's expense. We don't disclose anything to anyone which will hurt them or make them unhappy.
I'm in a peculiar position. My oldest son is 35 years old, and he did his own share of ripping and running and may still be doing it for all I know. I don't see it, but I don't look for it. I let him have his life, and I just try to be a loving father to him. But I've sponsored some of his friends, and I've listened to 5th steps of several of his friends, and occasionally they start getting into his stuff, like what my son was up to. And I have to stop them right there and say, look, this part you need to read to somebody else. I'm not the guy to hear this, okay? And I think that what Juanita just read is where that falls, where that comes under. To use a fifth step as an opportunity to spring something on someone that they don't know and it's going to hurt them, that's a terrible misuse of the step, I think. You just don't do that. You got to be tactful in what you're doing to whatever degree. You can always find somebody else to read that piece to, I think. Is that good? If we cannot, let's see. Of course, we sometimes encounter people who do not understand alcoholics. If we cannot or would rather not do this, we search our acquaintance for a closed-mouthed, understanding friend. Okay? Perhaps our doctor or psychologist would be the person. We already went through that. Notwithstanding the great necessity for discussing ourselves with someone, it may be one is so situated that there is no suitable person available. In this day and age, that's hardly ever the case. Okay? If that is so, the step may be postponed. But only if we hold ourselves in complete readiness to go through with it at the first opportunity. We say this because we're very anxious that we talk to the right person. Who is the right person to do a fifth step with? It's important that he be able to keep a confidence, that he fully understand and approve what we're driving at, that he will not try to change our plan, but we must not use this as a mere excuse to postpone. I'm going to tell you, we have time for my quick story. This is a story I hate to tell, but I know I have to. Today, when I listen to a person's fifth step, I read all these instructions. I read right through the whole thing, so they know I'm not making some jive up, And I say, here's the deal. I can keep a confidence. I'd rather have my tongue pulled out than to ever tell anybody anything that you say in this fifth step. Okay? I say, I fully understand and approve what you're driving at. I will not try to change your plan, and by that I'm not going to soft sell it. If you tell me some stuff, I'm not going to say, oh, honey, that's okay. It's not that bad. I won't do that. Okay? Let's see. Okay, it says, when we decide who's to hear a story, we waste no time. We've written inventory. We were prepared for a long talk. Explain to our partner what we were about to do and why we have to do it. He should realize we are engaged upon a life and death errand. So I ask the person, why are you doing this? Why are you fifth stepping with me? What I want to hear them say is, it's life and death. I have to do it. It's life and death. That's what I'm listening for. Okay? That's the right answer. Okay, most people approached in this way will be glad to help. They will be honored by our confidence, and I always tell them, I'm extremely honored that you would pick me to do this. Now, here's a little story. Before Don was my sponsor, I'd gone out to Amarillo to a conference where he was speaking because I just loved him. I adored him, and he was speaking out there, and I wanted to go see him. I hadn't asked him to sponsor me yet. And when he saw me at this conference, he goes, family, all right, it's good to see you. There's some family here. He said, I wrote an inventory on the plane coming out here from North Carolina. He was down with Tom I in North Carolina. And he said, and I need to read it. Would you listen to my inventory? Oh, I know, wow, right? It's like Jesus Christ had just asked me to hear his inventory. I mean, it was the greatest honor of my life. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I'm serious. I was just blown away. So, yeah, of course I will, and this guy that I sponsor was there, and he said, well, tell him to come along too, So we go in Don's room, we listen to the inventory. As far as I was concerned, it was a nothing inventory. I wouldn't even have bothered to write it, but he did, and it was bugging him. We fast forward about 6 months. Juanita and I are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I think. She was speaking at a Native American conference called Trail of Hope. It's like not the Trail of Tears, the Trail of Hope. And we were standing around with a couple of past delegates from Oklahoma, and I think the present delegate. And one of the guys is the new Joe of Joe and Charlie, right? So there were some hitters in AA kind of guys. And so I'm just casually talking with this one guy or his wife, who had both been delegates, and I said, well, do you happen to know Don P.? And, Don P., yes, we know him from service. And, I've known him. He's a great, great guy. And I said, yeah. I said, I just heard his fifth step. I said, a few months ago. And he said, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Juanita's standing off in the wings going, hey, it's like, come here. I go over and she goes, do you know what you just did? you just told them what Don P. said in his fifth step. And I said, no, I didn't. It's like, la, 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 no, that didn't happen, you know. I mean, and she said, yes, you did. And I said, no, I didn't. It was just general stuff and blah, blah, blah. And, but anyway, I couldn't shake it. I mean, that's exactly what I had done. So, you cutting us off? No. Okay. No. So, anyway, I went home, and obviously it was bugging me. And I called Mary Thayer, who was then my sponsor, and I said, Mary, this is what happened. I don't think I really did anything wrong, but this is what I did. And there's this long pause. And she goes, that's not good. That was not good. That was a bad thing, you know. She usually didn't talk to me like that, you know. And I'm going, oh, my God. And she goes, you got to take care of that. And I thought, I'd rather, you know, pull my fingernails out than take care of that. So I put it on hold. So I'm fifth stepping. I went through the steps again, and I picked a guy to fifth step with, a Native American guy who was a friend of mine, who hadn't done the work very much. He was kind of new to the work and stuff. And I think I was thinking he'd be easy on me, you know. So I go through this whole thing, and then I did this, and I had that, and that resentment, and blah, blah, and sex, and fear, and woof, woof. Oh, and then I also snitched out Don P's inventory.
Take it to the grave secrets, huh?
Yeah. He looks at me and says, you've got to make amends to him. I went, oh, my God, don't tell me that. He said, yeah, you've got to make that right. You've got to make amends to him. Okay? So I called Don. He's not my sponsor yet, right? But he says, I'm family, you know, great family. And I called him up and I said, Don, I need to tell you something. I said, when you fifth stepped with me in Amarillo, I said I was out in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I told some past delegates something, you know, what you said in your fifth step, you know. And he said, okay. He said, well, Tom, he said, you didn't hurt me, you know, by that. He said, but, and at this point, I break down and I'm crying. He can hear me weeping on the phone. I mean, I'm just bawling, you know. And he said, you didn't hurt me, Tom. He said, you know, and I said, oh, Don, I said, I know that this is life and death. And he said, well, it is life and death. He said, but you didn't hurt me, but it could be your life and death if no one will trust you enough to read inventory to you, if you're not a trusted person who can keep a confidence in a fifth step. And by then I'm just crying, just open. And he says, let me ask you something, Tom. He says, why did you do that? And I hadn't known until he asked the question. I had no idea. And I said, I was trying to be a big shot. And he said, that's good. I'm glad you saw that. He said, I love you very much. I wish there'd been an easier way to learn that lesson. I really do. But what it did for me is I'd rather have my tongue pulled out with a pair of pliers than to ever give up anybody's fifth step. Okay? I'm someone who can keep a confidence. Okay? I'm somebody who can really keep a confidence. And I can't tell you how important that is. I took it lightly, and it's absolutely important. It is sacred stuff. It's sacred space. It's really dangerous to mess around with that. There are a lot of people who are trustworthy, a lot of people who can keep a confidence. The way I do it is I use, you know, spiritual stuff. I sense if a person is the right person. I say, God, is this somebody I should be talking to? I always get the answer. I always do. And like I said, there's a lot of people out there who you know, can keep a confidence. Don't blow it like I did. You know, it's really a boundary you don't want to cross at all. And that's all I have to say on it. That's it.
So, it says we pocket our pride and we go to it, which is the fifth step, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. Then it tells me that once I've taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. And it gives me some promises, and I'm not going to read them. But then in the next paragraph on page 75, it says, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour, carefully reviewing what we have done. We thank God, here's another prayer, There are prayers everywhere in this book. We thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. Then it says, we take this book down from our shelf, turn to the page which contains the 12 steps, carefully reading the first 5 proposals, which is the first 5 steps. We ask if we've omitted anything, for we're building an ark. Remember the ark? Through which we shall walk a free man at last. Is my work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? And we haven't talked about the stones, but there's not time. Have we skipped on the cement put into the foundation? Have we tried to make mortar without sand? So I go home after reading my 5th step, and I have some quiet time, and I thank God. I thank God that I have now seen those things that are blocking me and have blocked me from Him, not only from Him, but from other people, and from being my true self. I go through my inventory, and I make a list. The exact nature of my wrongs, it says. To me, that says not only the exact nature of my wrongs are my shortcomings, are my defects of character. And I have a list. I go through my inventory. Okay, I was selfish. I lied. I judged. I criticized. Have my list. And it can be anywhere from, it's been anywhere from 5 or 6 things down to, say, 30. One of my favorites, not my favorites, one of the things that keeps coming up also often is I play God. I play God, and I read minds. Any of you read minds? I think they're thinking this. What really happens is that my sick mind is thinking what they're thinking. That's the real truth of it. But I read minds. So I sit and I go through it, and if I'm putting each one of those things to the first 5 proposals, the first 5 steps, I take the first one, critical. Am I powerless over being critical in the things that I've just discovered in my inventory? Oh yeah, I don't have the power. Of my own volition, I don't have the power. Is being critical making my life unmanageable? I just saw it. You bet it is. Totally and completely. Okay, the next thing is, and I do it with every single one of the items on my list. Then I look at the second proposal, which is, do I believe that a God can restore me to sanity? My God, the God that I came up with in my second step, can this God, the God of my heart's desire, restore me to sanity as regards being critical in what I've just seen in my fourth step? Most of the time it's yes. Every once in a while I think, no, I don't think so. Not this one. On all the others, yes, 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 no. I don't think so. So I look at that for a minute and I think, you know what? I don't have the needed faith in God. I don't have the needed trust in God. And I add that to my inventory. I add that to my defects of character, to my shortcomings, to the exact nature of my wrongs. Because one more time, I think I'm God. Okay? So, okay, see that. So I add that. And I go back to it, and I go back again through the list, and then I say, in these other things, the things that I do believe God can restore me to sanity on, can I make the decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God as I understand Him? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Then I go to the 4th one. Is there anything I've left out? Which is the inventory. Is there anything that I've left out? No. Oh yeah, I got to go back and tell my sponsor that I don't trust God in this area. Okay? So tomorrow I get up and I tell her, or whenever that is. So that takes care of the first 5 proposals. And by the time I do that, the item where I didn't think I could trust God in, and the fact that I was playing God, I'm now ready. I'm ready. I am powerless over that. It's made my life unmanageable. And I am clear on my first 5 proposals. What that then does for me is take me immediately and completely into the 6th step. If I'm entirely ready to have God take everything of these, then I'm perfectly clear and I don't have a problem. The first time through the steps, I was fine. I'm ready. God, I am so willing. Another time through the steps, I was sitting at my sponsor's house, and I said, I am totally willing. I came back home. I'm willing. Been saying the 7-step prayer. And all of a sudden, one day, I come back to my office, and I find myself in tears, and I shut the doors, I lock them, I pull down the shades, and I get down on my knees. And I say, God, I have been praying to you every day, sometimes several times in a day, and you have not removed this. What is up? What is going on? Now, I already told you, if I really want the answer and I'm in my prayers, I get the answer. And I got it loud and clear. You don't want me to take it. I had a payoff, and I liked the payoff. And I was saying the prayers because it was what I was supposed to do, but I didn't want God to take it. So as soon as I saw that, I said, okay, God, the 6th step says, in those areas where I'm not willing to have God take it, I ask for the willingness. And I said, God, I need the willingness to let you have this. Please grant it to me. And I'll tell you it came. I had another instance where I came home after doing a short 5th step, because there wasn't much on this inventory, but it was kicking my ass. And as I sat there looking at this stuff, I thought, I lied. Now, it wasn't an outright lie. I just carefully left out a sentence in my inventory. And I didn't want to call back this gal that I had just done a 5th step with. First of all, she was one of my sponsees. It doesn't look good on you. But I knew I had to do it. It's my life. And every day is a day when I make a decision. Am I going to live or am I going to die? What's my choice to be? So I get back on the phone and I call her and I say, I lied to you. You know, when I said blah, 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 to you, I left this out, and this is what I left out. And she says, why'd you do that? And I said, well, terrible question, why'd you do that? And I said, well, it wasn't much of anything, but I guess I was scared. I don't guess, I know. I was scared that you'd think I was some kind of a pervert. And she cracked up laughing. And she said, I don't think you're a pervert. She says, you're a little weird, but you've always been weird about everything, And it wasn't anything, but it was one more secret. It was one more little piece of me that I didn't want to fully disclose to somebody. And that, to me, is the essence of the 5th step. Being completely willing, completely humble to disclose myself to another person, to myself, and to God. So I like to do that list and put it through the first 5 steps in that manner, because it takes me right to the 6th step, and I know completely once I've done that whether I'm willing or whether I'm not to have God take it.
Just one other thing with the 5th step is that when I'm listening to a 5th step, if a person can't see the nature of their wrong, where they were at fault, I'll try to help them to do that. Oftentimes I'll ask, do you owe an amends? I already know they owe an amends, but I don't tell them that. I ask them so that it's coming from them. Sometimes they'll go, well, I don't think so. Do you? Then that gives me permission to tell them, of course I do. The very last thing is once we've taken this step, withholding nothing, we are delighted. And the last thing I ask somebody before they leave is, have you withheld anything? Is there anything else you need to tell me, that hasn't come up? And let them ponder that. And then oftentimes that leads into the kind of call that Juanita made. When it's eating them because they did withhold something, they get home and they call you back and they say, there was something that I didn't tell you. I need to get clean. You can go as deep as you want to go with this stuff. It's never ending, or you can half measure it, as much as you want to. It's your choice. But I'll tell you what I've gotten out of it is the more I put into Alcoholics Anonymous and the step work, the more I've gotten out, And since I decided years ago I want all of it, then I better be willing to put up. I mean, that's the way that works. My watch says 6 o'clock.
The note I have here is that dinner will be delivered at 6, but you will have more time because they will need to set it up.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go on then.
So let's go into we talked about the 6th step. Let's go into the 7th?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's the next
step. So, Here's the 7-step prayer. When ready, we say something like this. Now, I want you to pay close attention to this prayer because the 7th step says that I don't get to remove my character defects. I don't get to pick and choose which ones will be removed. There is absolutely zero work that I need to do in the 7th step other than say the prayer. All it says is, my Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. Good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows. Jealousy kept coming up in my inventory as one of my character defects, one of the exact natures of my wrongs, one of my shortcomings. I prayed for a long time to have God remove it. Still there. Now, it was greatly diminished throughout the years, but there was still a little piece of it. And when it came up, no matter how little it was, it would eat my lunch. Totally eat my lunch. The interesting thing about it, one day, as I'm looking at this, I said, God, this must be of some use to you or your children. Please, 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 can we please get rid of it? And the truth was, as good as it had gotten and as diminished as it had gotten, I still saw it being of use. And I can't tell you how many times people have come to me to talk to them about jealousy. But the point is that God sorts it out, not me. Then it says, grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. And there comes the amen. The amen. So shall we say it together? My Creator, I am now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and to my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen.
I think we've run out of time on the CD, so that should be a good time to stop.
Yep.
And we'll start tomorrow after Ed's talk. I don't know when that will be exactly, around 10:30, something like that, 10:30, with the 8th and 9th step.
I guess that's it.
Yep.
And we're going to have fun tomorrow because we're going to talk about amends.
Yeah. Tonight?
To children, or to anybody for that matter, than to ignore them as if they didn't exist. Well, I made my amends to those boys, and I'll tell you that when my first grandson was born, and it's been 11 years now, but when he was born, when he was 3 months old, my oldest son called up and said, would you mind babysitting Carter? And I said, it would be my honor, be my pleasure. And I was Carter's first babysitter. And I gave him his first bottle. My relationship with his has changed. We're about to go visit my son, my youngest son, who lives in Huntington. You see, it's no longer yours, mine, and ours. It's no longer my stepsons, but they're my sons. He lives out in Huntington Station, and we're going to go visit him and my 2 grandkids. They adore us. Every one of our grandkids absolutely adores us. You know, they've never seen us crazy. Really. They've never seen me yelling, and they've never seen us crazy. What a deal is that? And they think we're the best. You know, they call their other grandparents Grandma this and, Grandma that by their first name, and, and we're just Grandma and Grandpa. We're just Grandma and Grandpa. And they just fill our lives. My relationship with Tom is, well, I can't even tell you. It's like black and white. There was a time that I didn't know if I loved him. I had very little respect, if any, for him. And I'm sure it went the other way. How can you respect somebody if you don't even think you like them? And today I really like him. Today I enjoy him. I love him, and I have tremendous respect for him. I have tremendous respect for his sobriety. I have tremendous respect for his program and what he does to help people. And that's a far cry from what we had before. Far cry. People often ask us, how'd you two stay together? I think we were just too sick to grow apart. You know? We didn't have the effort. We didn't have the energy to split up. You know, that's how sick we were. That's how sick we were. And I think God has used that. And here we are. And I'm happy. I'm happy. I'll tell you this little story, I suppose. I went to Catholic girls' school from up until through 7th grade. And at this school, I went to school with the daughters of attorneys and doctors, and it was a very prestigious school. I mean, Santa Fe is a small place, but that was the prestigious school. There was a girls' school and a boys' school. And the governors, if they had daughters, their daughters went to school there also. Well, my father drank. He drank. My earliest memory of my father was when I was about 5 years old. My mother was ironing one night, and next thing I knew, my mother was against the wall. My father was holding her, and he had an iron within about 4 inches from her face. Next thing I know, we're leaving the house, going to stay at my aunt's house. And that's my first memory. So I'm at Catholic girls' school. My father's a construction worker. He'd been that up until I was about 6 years old in girls' school, and then he switched. He became an employee of the federal government, the General Services Department, and he was a security guard and a maintenance man at the U.S. Post Office in our little town. I thought I had the wrong dad. I thought I was supposed to have a father that was an attorney or a doctor or something important. Never once did it occur to me that Mom and Dad were working as hard as they could to give me the best education that they could. They worked hard. They were hard-working people. And they loved me so much that they wanted me to have the best education I could. I was such a little shit. I was just a brat. You know, I was selfish and self-centered from the get-go. And I had the wrong papa. Well, I found myself pregnant my senior year of high school. And got married. I mean, this was 1971, and I guess that's all I knew to do. And so my father and I are standing at the rear of the church just before the marriage ceremonies to take place, and he said, when we get to the altar, he said, I want to hug you and kiss you before I turn you over to your husband-to-be. I said, okay, Dad. I said, okay, Dad, without having any intention of letting that happen. Now, I can't tell you why, you know. Was it because I thought I should have a different father and I was ashamed of what my dad did, or was it because I remembered being little and seeing my dad drunk with his face, you know, in his food, and going to the store and people saying to me, saw your dad out in the front porch, and in Spanish they'd say to me, estaba en la buena, which means he was feeling no pain. He was loaded, you know, more or less. And I'd say, I'd laugh, and I'd say, yeah, I know. And they'd laugh, and, you know, I'd pretend it didn't hurt. But it hurt. It was very painful. I didn't want anybody laughing at my dad. I didn't want anybody laughing at my family. It wasn't funny. But I laughed so that you couldn't see the pain, so that you didn't know I'd hurt. So we get to the altar, and I immediately turn away from my father. Thanks, honey. And we go on with the service. After the reception was over and we're going home, at some point my dad turns to me and he said, "You must be very ashamed of me." I said, "Why do you say that, Dad?" And he said, "Well, you didn't let me hug you and you didn't let me kiss you." I said, "Oh, no, Dad." I said, I forgot. Alcoholics don't hold the market on lies, on selfishness and self-centeredness. Myself as a family member, I'm right there with you. Full of lies, full of deception. So the day came when I realized I had to make amends to my father. Talked to my sponsor and she said, "You're not going to go and tell your father that you were ashamed of him." She says, "Can you imagine how that would make him feel? Cripple him. He'd be devastated." I said, "So what do I do?" And she said, "You know what you stole from your father?" I said, "Well," and I thought about it, and to tell you the truth, it's really over time, that it's hit me more and more as to what I really did to my father and what I stole from him. And I realized that what I'd stolen from my father was my love. I didn't give him my love. I didn't give him my time. I didn't give him my attention. And most of all, I didn't give him my respect. Bless you. He deserved all that. He deserved all that as my father, absolutely. But also as a child of God. Just plain a child of God. So what I started to do was I would go into my parents' house after work or on the weekends, and I'd go and find my father, and I'd sit down with him. And I'd ask him, "How you doing, Dad? What'd you do today?" And I didn't rush it. Well, that's not entirely true. At first I did. At first I just, went through the motions. But after some time, I found myself sitting there with him more and more, and truly giving him my time, my attention, my respect. And I found myself really being interested in what he had to say and what he did. Little by little, I found myself giving him hugs. Little by little, I found myself kissing him on the cheek. Little by little, I found myself teasing him, rubbing that little bald spot he had on the back of his head. My relationship with my dad began to change. He started telling me how much he loved me. Before we'd go someplace, he'd come over to the house and would say, "I just came to say bye and I love you." And he'd say bye and he loved Tom. Oh God, he loved Tom. And a 3 years ago, he was in the hospital, and I was with him. And my sponsor had come to visit. She'd just gotten in on the day he had surgery. We'd planned a party that night, and all my sponsees, Tom's sponsees, people we knew in the program were coming to the house, and I was going to leave the hospital because Dad was doing okay, and I came to realize that Dad wasn't in a position where he could self-administer his pain medication. And I stopped for a minute, and I did what I was taught to do, which is to pause and ask God for right thought and action and the power to carry it out. And it came to me, you can't go home. If you go home and you leave your father here, you won't sleep tonight. And so I stayed, and it was the right thing to do. At the same time, my dad ended up, a week later, having an infection that they had to lance, where he had the IVs, and he went into shock. and he nearly died that day. And the fear I saw in my dad as his fever shot up to 107 within, seconds, literally. He was scared to death. And he said afterwards, after we, got him down and got him taken care of, he said, I think I'd have died if it hadn't been for you. And I minimized it. And I said, oh, no, Dad, it's no big deal. Because I couldn't stand the pain of what might have happened, of how I might have felt if he'd have gone. Long story short, a couple of years later, last spring, he was starting, in 2005, he was starting to lose weight. And I saw it, we both saw it, but I really didn't want to, I can still go into denial. And I didn't want to think that there was anything wrong with my dad. Healthy man, 79 years old, and he's still working with Tom doing construction. Tom, he'd be up on the roofs or he'd be up on scaffolds and ladders, and I'd say, Tom, you can't have him do that. What are you doing? If he falls, he's going to get hurt. And he says, I'm not telling him that. He says, you tell him. I'm not telling him. And I would say, Dad, you better not do that. You be careful. And he'd just kind of laugh, and he said, okay, and then he'd be back up, And I loved it. Loved working. He'd be up at 5 o'clock in the morning in the summer, working out in the yard. And every Saturday he'd be over at our house taking out the trash. You see, Dad did naturally what I had to come to you to learn. Dad was just a helpful man. Dad just wanted to be of service to his family in any way he could. Every morning when I was a kid, every morning, he would make breakfast. And I'm not talking cereal. I'm talking full breakfast. Full breakfast. And when I was talking with my dad about this a couple of months ago, he didn't even remember. That's just the kind of man he was. He was not the kind of man to keep score. He truly was not. And my dad loved to drink. And he drank. And his drinking affected me. And I watched his drinking affect my mother. So anyway, he kept losing weight, and we kept going to the doctor. Last summer I'd go with him. And finally in October, we found out what was wrong with him after several misdiagnoses. And he had prostate cancer that had metastasized in his lungs and in his bones. And he was breaking bones. We couldn't figure out why. Finally we found out why. And we did the deal, we did the treatment. I asked the doctor, how long does he have? And she says, well, if the treatment doesn't work, he's got 2 months. If it works, he might have, a couple of years, maybe 5. That's stretching it, but might have 5. He was doing good. February, March, he was doing good. He was doing great. And I thought, man, this is going to be okay. Not that he'd be healed, but he'd be okay. And he was okay. And then he started getting sick, and then May he broke an arm because his bones were so brittle from the cancer. He broke an arm just getting up, just snapped in half. And his PSA scores began going up, doubling, and his blood counts were lowered. And end of June, he asked me a question. He said, when's your next trip? When do you have your next trip scheduled? And I said, well, Dad, we have something coming up in beginning of August in New York. And I said, we have something in July up in Colorado. I said, but that can all be changed. I said, that can all be changed. I said, don't give it a second thought. Because I could see that he was needing more and more care. About a week after that, he fell. He fell twice the same night. And then 2 days later, he fell again, and we realized that we couldn't leave him alone. Now, my mom's still alive, but she's 80. She's about to be 81, and she couldn't do anything to help him. And she didn't want to. My mom didn't want him at home. She wanted him away at a nursing home because it was too painful for her to watch him. She just couldn't stand the pain. My brother, who was 5 years younger than me, passed away 19 years ago. She'd seen 2 of her sisters die. She had a brother that she lost. A lot of losses in her life, and she just couldn't deal with it. And I couldn't stand the idea of putting my father in a nursing home. I just couldn't bear it. So I and my youngest daughter, primarily, would spend the night there. And finally, Tom and my youngest daughter and her husband took a trip, and I realized, you know what, I can't do this. I need some help. So there's a couple of guys in the program who did elderly care, and I asked them if they would come. So I had 4 nights a week, I had them come and help. It was quick after that. I started saying a prayer, and the prayer I started saying was, God, this is really tough on my dad. I ask you to please take him home with you, and take him quickly. Because this is just killing him by slow measures. It was quick. A week after that, if that long, my dad couldn't get out of bed anymore. And he wanted to get up. He wanted to get up and go to the bathroom. The idea of staying in bed with a diaper on, it's not my dad. And so we went from me helping him for a month, shuffling from his wheelchair into bed to the bathroom, back again, to changing his diaper. Now here's the miracle of this. Here's what I really want to tell you about. I think I got to 12-step my dad. Not into Alcoholics Anonymous, not into Al-Anon, but 12-step him to a power that he could believe in and who would receive him with open arms. And here's what I mean. Little by little, I started to tell him the stories that I told and have told throughout the years about him when I tell my stories, when I come and spend my time with you. I told him about how I told people how he used to make breakfast, and about how he'd come and take the trash. And I said to him, you know what, Dad? I tell him that you just naturally did this, because that's who you are. And I had to come to Al-Anon to learn how to do that. And then I told him the story. And this is over a period of a few days. I told him the story of how when my brother was in the hospital 19 years ago, and it was the 3rd day he'd been in a coma, and Mom and I walked into his hospital room, and the doctors are working to revive him for about the 20th time. I got my mom by the hand, and I steered her out of his room. And we walked out in the halls and began to walk around the unit of the care unit there, the cardiac unit. And I said to Mom, Mom, how you doing? And she said, not good. What's wrong, Mom? Well, I'm afraid of where your brother's going to end up. She had the kind of God I had when I got to you. A God that was going to send her son to hell. God who was going to send me to hell for the things I'd done. Punishing God. So we walked a little ways, and I said, you know what, Mom? I said, I think God loves us so much, and He knows what we're going to do, because He knows everything, way before we do it, before we do anything wrong. And because He loves us so much, before we ever do anything wrong, He forgives us. Long before we do it. Long before we do it. I said, I don't think God even, holds anything against us. And we walked on a little ways, and my mom all of a sudden stopped, and she turned to me and she said, do you really believe this? Now, as I'm telling my father this story, I could feel the quiet. And I could feel him listening. And by this time, my dad's not responsive. But he's listening. And you can just feel it in the room. You could just feel it like a presence. And he was waiting for the answer. He was waiting for the answer. And I said, you know what, Dad? I had to really think about this. Because, I wasn't sure if I really believed it or if I was just saying it. Then all of a sudden I realized I really did. Up until that second, they had just been words. But all of a sudden it came to me, yeah, I believe it. And as I said that, you could visibly see his face relax. And you could feel that he was beginning to believe what I was saying. I said, and then, Dad, we kept walking, and Mom, as we got to Carlos's room, my brother's room, she said, okay, if God wants him that bad, God can have him. I said, and that's when the doctor came out and said, I'm sorry. My mother, who was very, very angry, not only at my father because he was ill and because he was dying, but at me because I wouldn't put him in the rest home, wanted nothing to do with him and wanted very little to do with me during this whole time. I had gotten in morning meditation. There's a chaplet that I like to do, and it's called the Chaplet to St. Michael. And I began to do a novena. And this was before he couldn't move out of bed. And in the novena, I was asking God to, speed his receiving my father. And it was Tuesday morning, and I asked my mom on Tuesday morning if she would like to come in with my daughter and me and say this chaplet. And it was a lot of us there that morning saying the chaplet. Tom was there, my cousin, and a couple of others, and my aunt walked in halfway through, and we all said the chaplet. And this was the first time my mom came into my dad's room and actually just sat there. It wasn't easy for her, but because we were going to pray, she was okay with it. And my sponsor, who I talked to, said, I want you to do something else. She says, I want you to say the rosary for divine mercy. And that's a rosary that gets said for people who are dying. And what it's about, and this is paraphrasing, is really to give someone peace and to say that they're forgiven no matter what. So I asked my mom if she'd like to say that, and she said, yeah, but not now. She had to go eat lunch with her brothers and sisters. That's what they do every Wednesday. So she came back Wednesday night, and she said, well, if we're going to do that rosary that you wanted to do, we better do it now. And so we did. And then the next morning, actually, that was Wednesday night. Anyway, we said it a couple of times. But every time we said this, there was a greater peace. And by the end of that rosary, my mom came over to my dad's bedside and put her hand on his arm, which she hadn't done. And Mom and I had a little talk. You see, what I realized was that if I wasn't going to be at peace with myself when my father died, if I didn't sit and have a chat with my mother. And I had to have a chat with my mother that went like this. Mom, I know you're very angry with Dad, but when he's gone, I'm really afraid that you're not going to be at peace and be okay if you don't say something along the lines of you love him or you're sad for him or say something. And she says, well, all I think I can say to him is I'm really sad that you're suffering. And I said, well, that's probably a very good thing to say. And this is making a very long story short. Anyway, Mom stood by Dad's bedside and put her arm on him, her hand on him, and said, I'm really sorry. I'm so sad that you're having a hard time and suffering. So that night, this is the night he passed away. My youngest daughter was supposed to stay with him that night because we were taking turns, and I couldn't go home. I'd been there the night before, even though we had a healthcare worker staying with him, because I didn't want to be gone when he left. And so I set my alarm for every half hour because we're giving him a lot of medication. And my daughter's 27. I don't want her to have to do this. I want to keep my kids from having the pain, I still do. The thing is that you can't be in life. You can't be fully immersed in life if you don't have the pain as well as the joy. Anyway, my alarm finally goes off about 1:30, and I really haven't slept much, and sit by his bed, and I realize that we're coming to the end. And my mom comes in shortly thereafter, and she, asks how he's doing. And I said, Mom, I think he's slowly going out. Anyway, he finally did. And it was the most peaceful death. The most peaceful death. Peaceful. Everybody says, what a nice gift you gave your dad. Yeah, I think I did. I really mean it when I say I think I 12-stepped into a power that he believed could receive him with open, loving arms. I mean, what I've just shared with you is just so minimal in the conversations we had. But I got a gift. I got a gift. I got to care for my father the way he cared for me. And I will tell you that because I cared for him in this manner, I think the pain that I felt when he passed is greater than it would have been had I not done this. But what I got out of it was I got to give my dad a little piece of who I really am. Not just his daughter, but who I am. The person that you guys get to see when I come and share. And I like to think that my mother's in a better place for being able to tell my dad that she was sorry that he was hurting. I'm not the same person that I was when I first walked in here, and I'm not the same person I was when I started this process with my father. And I don't know what that means in my life, and I don't know what that means for who I am or who I'll be, who I'll find myself to be. But I got a sneaking suspicion that I'm going to be a heck of a lot better for it. That my family's going to be a heck of a lot better for it. That when I come and share with you, maybe you'll be a little bit better for it. I have never been able to share who I am and tell my story without just opening my heart and let you see who I am. And it's such a far cry from who I was when I first came to you, because I had myself so locked up tight out of my fears. One last little story, one last little amends I want to give you, because there's so many of you who have been through this other little thing. The book says that we will share our darkest past, and it might become our greatest asset. And before I'd come into this program, I'd had 3 abortions. Quick transition, huh? And just lost my lens. Swimming in my eye. Oh well. And I had no respect for life by the time I got to you guys. No respect for my life. No respect for his life. No respect for my kids' life. No respect for life, period. I knew at one point I was never okay with the abortions I had. Never okay with them. That doesn't mean that I think there's a right or wrong for anyone else. I just knew it was against my values. It was against my values. I'd gone to confession, talked to priests, just never at peace with it. I knew I was going to have to make amends for it. And finally, the day came when I had to do it. And I asked Tom if he'd join me in them. And he said, yeah, because 2 of those were with him. And so we sat down one Sunday morning in our house, in our sunroom. And I had gotten these 7-day candles, and I picked one for each one of the little spirits which I had aborted. And as we sat in prayer and meditation, we finished that, and then I lit the candles. I lit each candle, and I called each little spirit by name, because I knew what their names were, and I knew what their sex was from the very beginning. There was never a doubt in my mind. Never a doubt in my mind. And I just talked to him. I just talked to him. And I said, you know, there's not a day hardly that goes by that I don't think about you. And when I think about you, I love children. I love babies. And my arms have longed for you. I've longed to hold you in my arms. And I invited them to be in my house. I said, I welcome you. I want your spirits here with us. Join us in my home. Long story. I also invited my dad's spirit to be with us in our home. So if you see him walking around, don't be surprised. So we did that. Now the next day, I'm going to tell the rest of this and then I'm done. The next day, I'm babysitting my granddaughter, who was 6 months old at the time. And when she was born, by the time she was 2 weeks old, I knew there was something wrong with her eyes. Babies normally focus on your eyes. She couldn't. She'd focus on she'd like look at you and she'd focus on your hairline. Anyway, so she has a lot of physical problems and learning disabilities and such. But this day, the next day, I'm babysitting for her. And she and I are sitting in my sunroom and I'm rocking her. See, my sponsor said to me, she said, those little spirits know what they're signed up for. They know it's not their time. And they've said, okay, I know I'm going to be around here just for a very short little bit. I agree to that. And then off they go. Wasn't their time. And so I'm rocking her. I'm rocking Kira in my arms. And I'm looking down at her. And all of a sudden, Kira focuses right into my eyes. Her eyes meet my eyes. And I will promise you, this was a physical impossibility for that child. It was not physically possible for her to do that. But it happened. And our eyes locked for easily a full minute. I couldn't dismiss that. See, I come from a belief. I have a belief. This is my belief. My belief. That it was not the time when I aborted them. But I believe that they were meant to come at another time. And I think she is one of those little spirits. Come back. It's my belief. You don't have to believe, but I believe it. This amends stuff, for me, is powerful. Powerful. All I have to do is be willing and have faith that God's going to get me through the amends and give me what I need to be able to make it. Because you see, I don't have the power to even do that. I don't have the power to make amends. I don't have it in me. I want to run and hide and pretend I didn't hurt you. And they're hard. Amends are the hardest things I've ever had to do in this program. They're also the most freeing.
My name's Tom. I'm an alcoholic. I'll just tell you one little deal, and then maybe we should. I know we should take a break. I think that we've all had things happen to us, spiritual things happen to us that are really extraordinary and are really special. And I'd tell Don certain stories, certain things that had happened to me in sobriety, and sometimes, before sobriety, but especially in sobriety when I was tuned into it. And I'd say, Don, is this something like when I speak from the podium, should I be telling this? And a lot of times he'd say, no, that's not one you tell from the podium, because you'll water it down. It'll lose its energy. It'll lose its power. That's a one-on-one story. You share that with people one-on-one. I listened to him. And she didn't tell you kind of the rest of that story after Vicente died, what happened that night. And I don't know what Don, I was just thinking this, I don't know if Don would say, no, you share that one-on-one or not, but I'm moved to share it. It's quirky as hell, but my father-in-law Vicente was really old school. He was younger by about a year than my dad would have been. My dad died in '73 when he was 48. He died here in Manhattan. He was a hard-working alcoholic. That's what he was, and. But Vicente was a year younger than what my father would have been, but he was more, the way he was raised and in the time and place he was raised, he was more like my grandparents. It was more like he'd been born in the late 1800s. And because that's just where they were from. That's how it was in rural northern New Mexico. And he denied himself a lot of stuff, I think. He just did. He just didn't think, I don't know if he thought he was not worth it or whatever, but he just... he was raised dirt poor, and you just didn't ask for much. You just settled for and so it turned out, we found out once he got sick with cancer that he really liked Johnny Cash a lot, and he never owned a CD player. He owned a radio, but he never owned a CD player. He would have never thought to have gotten himself one, our daughter Nieves got him a CD player. Well, we all did. We got him a CD player. We were trying to, keep him involved in life. We got him a VCR. He'd never had one of those, And but anyway, we got him a CD player, and Nieves bought him records that she thought he would like, and bought him a bunch of Johnny Cash, like 3 Johnny Cash records, and he would listen to them, when he was sick. And when we brought hospice in. There was a hospice nurse named Frances who just fell in love with Vicente like everybody did. And, she told us that a lot of her patients weren't very lovable, but that he really was. And he really was. He was a lovable guy. And so she'd joke with him and talk. And it turned out she liked Johnny Cash a lot, too, and liked country music, And so she'd, talk with him and about different things. And anyway, the night he died, we live, I always say, 1 alfalfa field away from my in-laws. And Juanita called me when he died, and I came over. I'd been at our house, and she'd been there in the room with him. And I think I told you that, I don't know what we've said so much this weekend, I can't remember what the hell I've said, but maybe repeating myself. But anyway, we washed his body, and we prayed with his body for about 45 minutes or an hour, and which we think is the right thing to do. It's just something that no religion taught us that. That's just what we learned to do. We did it with my mom 2.5 years ago. And we had to call Frances, the hospice nurse, and she came and she did the death certificate piece, and she did all this. When she walked into the room, she bent over and she kissed Vicente. He was dead, and she kissed him on the cheek, and she said, "Say hi to Johnny Cash." And we thought that was really sweet. And she stayed with us for quite a while, like 2.5 hours, and talked with all of us. Turned out she and I had worked in a treatment center 18 years prior together. Didn't even know each other, you know. And sweet gal. And she just expressed how much she cared for him. She hugged us all when she left. And it was about 5 a.m. when she took off. And she left. And she had said, you know, that Ring of Fire was his favorite song. You know, that's what he really liked. And but he liked all of Johnny Cash. So she left, and you know, it was kind of peaceful. We were just all kind of hanging out. His sister had come by then, Vicente's sister, Juanita's aunt, and Mom was there, and my son-in-law. We were all there, and Frances had left, and 5 minutes after she left, the phone rings, and Nieves goes and answers the phone. And she comes back shaking her head, and she said, Frances got in her car to drive home. She turned on the radio, and Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash was playing. I don't know. Who knows, you know? But I work with a lot of guys, and you know, what we try to do is keep ourselves open to all possibilities. You know, I've talked about it this weekend. You can really shortchange yourself in Alcoholics Anonymous. There's worlds upon worlds here that are open to us, and I think we tend to diss the power of God. And we shortchange ourselves, you know, by not being awake to this stuff. But I think stuff like that is happening all the time, and I think, you know, you become sensitive to it. And then Mickey Mussett used to say, "You're walking in miracle land. You can walk in miracle land, and you can't, you know." And let's take a break for 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. Follow that up. We're back. We're live in New York. Live in Queens. Hang on just a second. Okay. Now we've got 80 minutes for the CD. I don't know how long this is going to go, but we'll just let the Spirit guide us. It always happens like this Sunday morning. We're bearing down to the maddest of the mad dogs. You know, I had an agenda and for how I wanted this to go, and God always seems to laugh at that. That got blown out of the water. We had wanted to do. I don't know if you've heard it from us this weekend, but we really, really believe that amends are important. You know, and I was talking to someone this morning about this. You talk to people, you know, they're 5, 10, 15 years in sobriety, whatever it is, sometimes 20, 25 years in sobriety. They say, "I'm really depressed. I'm really, you know, I'm having trouble. Everything's flat. You know, I don't know what's wrong." First question we always ask, "You got any unfinished amends?" Okay? I don't think anything eats your lunch worse than unfinished amends. And, you know, I think it's the cause of most, you know, typical depressions in Alcoholics Anonymous. I really do. You know, Ed was talking about it this morning. He had severe depression. You know, he worked the steps and the depression went away. Bill Wilson, what was he, 14 years sober. Father Ed Dowling catches him in New York, asks him this horrible question, Bill, have you ever worked these steps? And he's, indignant. Well, I wrote them. He said, I didn't ask you that. Have you ever worked them? And Bill, finally gets on and says, no, I never did. To tell you the truth, I laid in a bed in Towns Hospital, and Ebby asked me some questions. I answered them and had an experience, but I never really worked them to depth. I never did it again, the working and reworking of the steps, okay? And so Ed says, well, I'm willing to, boogie with you if you are. And he says yes, and the depression is lifted for Bill because he goes through and he does these things that he only wrote about, And so anyway, that's that little lecture. But nothing has set me as free as making my amends. Don used to say, you don't do this because you're guilty. That's not why you do it. Okay? He said, the essence of this thing is if I owe you, I have to pay you. Okay? It's just that simple. If I owe you, I have to pay you. I don't cut deals with the amends. But for me, and Don didn't like this, and I hopefully I will evolve more spiritually so that I get to the plane that he was at. But I do a lot of it because it makes me feel, I can sleep better at night after I've done it. I do it for my own peace of mind, a lot of it. I know it's not why we do it. The idea is if there's something between me and you, there's something between me and God, okay? And I can't be effective working with God's kids if I'm carrying all this baggage with me. That's why we do 4-step. That's why we do 9-step, okay? Don simplified it for me one time. He said, here's what it boils down to. 80% of them just want to hear you say you were wrong. The other 20% want their money back. Hey, pretty simple deal. I'm going to tell a quick story that's more of a 4-step story than it is a 9-step story, but I talked to Michelle earlier, and I hope this will be helpful. May or may not. This depends. There's a lady in AA. She's a very virtuous, sober AA woman, and she's out on one horribly cold winter night crossing a 4-lane highway. I mean, it's really cold, freezing cold. She's giggling. As she stands on the shoulder looking across the highway, she hears something. It sounds like a squeak at first, and then she realizes it's a voice, and the voice is going, "Please help me! Please help me! I'm freezing!" And she looks down, and there's a snake down, laying at her feet, and a fairly large snake, and it's stiff, but it's speaking to her. And he goes, "Please help me!" And she goes, "My God, a snake that can talk." It goes, "Help you? What are you saying? What could I do for you?" "Please carry me across the road. I'm freezing. I can't get across the road." She goes, "My God, carry you across the road? No." She says, "Wait, that's crazy. You're a snake. You'd bite me." And the voice goes, "I wouldn't bite someone who helped me. Please carry me across the road." And she kind of looks around. She thinks she's going crazy, but she says, "Well, all right, okay, I'd like to help you." And she reaches down, and the snake's just almost stiff, and she's got on a down jacket. And she puts the snake in under her down jacket, and she starts across the road with it. Well, she crosses the 4 lanes, and she gets to the other side, and she can feel that her body warmth has warmed the snake up, and it's wriggling a little bit, And so she reaches in and takes it out, and she's gently putting it down, and just as she does, it bites her, a good one, right on the hand. And she drops it, and she goes, "Oh, my God." She goes, "I helped you. You promised me that you wouldn't bite me, and you did." And the snake, it's not squeaking. It goes, "You knew my nature when you picked me up." Okay? And the idea is, how many snakes have I picked up, knowing full well what their nature was, over and over and over again? And then I'm pissed off because the snake does what it can only do. Okay? It's just something to think about. I don't know if that's helpful. We have a friend. He's a Native American friend of ours, and I don't see him very often except when he needs something. And then he lives around the corner from us. And he recently asked me for a loan of $100, and I don't lend our money. It's our money, so I don't lend it out or give it out, unless I talk to my wife, because it's our stuff. And I said, this guy, he asked me for a $100 loan, do you mind if I do that? And she said, yes, I mind. She said, you're not going to loan it to him. You can give him $100 if you want, but you're not going to loan it to him, because you know full well it's a setup for resentment. We clear on that? You know that one. Don't lend money in AA, just give it. You probably owe it some places in amend anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, or if you want to have a resentment, lend the money. It's a good way to do that. It'll work, I promise you. Okay. Here's a few things, and then I want to tell a few stories, and we're going to have to move on out of here. It says, we subjected ourselves to a drastic self-appraisal. I'm on 76. Now we go out to our fellows and repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which has accumulated out of our effort to live on self-will and run the show ourselves. This is the theme of the whole big book, okay? They hammer you in the third step with it. They talk about it in the fourth step. They're talking about it again. I live life on self-will. I step on the toes of my fellows. They retaliate. Then I get mad, blame them for it. Okay? It's the way I've lived my whole life. They're going to, what we're going to miss this morning, unfortunately, is the family afterwards. My personal favorite chapter in the whole book. There's people who say, don't worry about that. Just read Working Through Others and you learn about the 12 steps. Well, the 12 steps says we practice these principles in all our affairs. And I find those principles laid out mostly in the family afterwards. Some in the chapter to wives, a little bit in employers, and a little bit in a vision to you. But basically, the family afterwards is loaded with. They say giving rather than getting will become the guiding principle. And they talk about how in the family, everybody's trying to exert their will. They want their own way, and it causes discord and unhappiness in the family. Okay? Same theme that we've got all the way through. When I insist on my way, it blows up in my face. And it's happened all my life, and I'm still trying to learn the lesson at almost 60 years old. Incredible deal. But anyway, what has caused these problems is my effort to run the show myself and live on a self-will basis. If I haven't the will to do this, meaning clean up the debris, then I ask until it comes. I ask God. I pray for the willingness. But here's the kicker, and this is a good thing to remember when you're working with other people. I don't know if you guys do what we do, but I'm a busy cat. I'm really busy. I run a construction business, and I sponsor too many people. And, I go to meetings when I can. I'm always at my home group. I have children and grandchildren. I try to be a part of their lives. I think that's what, somebody said if your program doesn't work at home, your program doesn't work. That's all there is to it. I mean, that's a good way to judge it. So I don't have much time. I have zero time to waste, okay? Almost 60 years old, got Hep C. We don't know how long I'm going to be on the planet. I don't have time to waste, and neither do you, because your time is precious and you've been given a great gift, okay? So I sit down with the person and I say, why do you want to do this? Let's talk about it. And this is what going to any lengths might look like. It's pretty hairy stuff. I mean, it's not just stuff you do for fun and amusement, okay? I mean, you've heard some of that. So do we have an agreement? Do we have a little contract here that you're willing to go to any length for victory over alcohol? Okay? And you now know what going to any length would look like because I've explained it to you. And they always say yes, Half of them bag it, but they always say yes in the beginning. But this is kind of, I write contracts. I'm a general contractor. And this is the kind of thing that I might pull out if it were a contract later when we have a discrepancy, in some construction project. Is, whoa, remember, it was agreed at the beginning we would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol, in italics, which meant they were screaming at you. That's what the old-timers used to say. They're yelling at you when they put it in italics. If you've seen a first edition, it's in large case, caps, right? You've seen it. Probably there's still some misgivings as we look over the list of business acquaintances and friends we have hurt. We may feel diffident, which means you don't want to do it, you feel bad about it, about going to some of them on a spiritual basis. It says, don't worry about that. You're not going to have to do that. God bless you. You might prejudice them anyway. At the moment, we're trying to put our lives in order, but this is not an end in itself. Juanita read it. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be a maximum service to God and the people about us. Let's see. There's a couple of these that I wanted to read to you. Go ahead. I'll find them.
Here's a good one on page 77. Under no condition do we criticize such a person or argue. You get that?
Yep.
We go to make amends. We don't criticize them, or we don't argue.
Okay. I'm back on it.
All right.
Hold that thought. Let's see. The question of how to approach the man we hated will arise. It may be he has done us more harm than we have done him, and though we may have acquired a better attitude toward him, we are still not too keen about admitting our faults. Don used to say, this is the truth of the thing. Because I am wrong doesn't mean you're right, but I can't dwell on that. That'll mess me up, okay? But just to know that that's true. And he may have done more harm to me than I've done to him, but I'm the fish I've got to catch. It doesn't matter what they've done. That's the piece I have to get. That's the piece that's so important. Nevertheless, with a person we dislike, we take the bit in our teeth. It's harder to go to an enemy than to a friend, but we find it much more beneficial to us. Here's the direction. We go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feeling and expressing our regret. Okay? We were taught a formula, and I might go back to this, and the formula is this. I go to the person or call them on the phone. Sometimes I don't want to arrive in your life because last time in your life wasn't so wonderful, and I don't want to be. And one of the things that I did, Don did this too. I was a surprise in people's lives. They didn't know what to expect. Okay, it wasn't normally good, but it wasn't always horrible. But you never knew. Okay, and that's not good. That upsets people. So I don't want to pop back into your life and be a surprise again. Typically, I'll call you on the phone or write you a letter. Okay, this is what I'm up to. Member of Alcoholics Anonymous. I've got to do everything in my power to take care of the mess I made out of my life prior. I believe that I've harmed you, and would you please be willing to listen to me about some harm that I caused you? If they say no, thanks anyway. Wonderful hearing from you. Go and have a good life. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Then that's great. That's it. But Don taught me that I have to stay willing, that if it should ever come up that I could make that amends, okay, that I will make it in the future. That's that willingness piece, to hold on to that, okay? But if they say, well, okay, I will talk to you, then I make an appointment, and I've made the approach, and now I go to see them. 9 times out of 10, the harm that I did was not over the telephone or by letter. It was face-to-face in person. That's the way I like to hurt you, up close and personal. So I was taught that the nature of my amends should be similar to the nature of the harm, that if I did it in person, I make the amends directly in person if possible. Now, some people are willing to talk to me on the telephone. They don't want to see me face-to-face, and I honor that. And I say, well, thank you. Some people, they say, I don't want to see you, I don't want to talk about it. And I ask them, well, would you mind if I wrote you a letter? I mean, would that be okay? Okay, and most people say, well, yeah, that'd be all right. The big book talks about some people cannot be seen. We write them an honest letter. That's what we do. Okay, that's the direction. So if they'll see me, I go to them and I say, this is the harm that I'm believe that I caused you. Okay. Now, before I barge in and talk about harm I caused them, I talk to my sponsor. I say, how do you think this sounds? Okay? And sometimes they'll reflect it back to me. They'll say, well, how would that sound to you if somebody came to you and said that? And sometimes I say, well, I think it would hurt me. I'd be pissed off to hear all that. They say, exactly. Don't say it like that. Don't say those things. Say these things. okay? And we work it until it's not going to hurt the person. I mean, it's some work to be done. I call that 8-step work, working with your sponsor to figure out how the deal ought to be. We talked about the cards. Did we talk about the cards this weekend? Index cards? No? A pile of index cards, write on them, what are they, 3 by 5? Right at the top, this is the person, this is their last known address, phone number, email, whatever. This is the harm I'm clear on, or if I don't have the address and all that, find. Okay, find.
3 piles, at least for me. Pile that I'm willing to make, amends I'm willing to make. Middle pile where I'm not too sure I'm willing to make them. And then, bless you, there's the never in hell will I ever make these amend pile.
Yeah. What we find, and I know a bunch of you have also, is that as you start making the willings, then the not so willing become, oh, that's not a big deal. I made these others. And finally, once you make those, the I'll never in hell do it become possible to do. At least that's my experience. Hers too. So I'd say this is the harm that I'm clear on, and I'm pretty selfish, and I've been a tornado through people's lives. I mean, I don't say it like that, but I express it. And is there any harm that I didn't mention that you could tell me about, that I caused you? Some people get in this thing of how did it make you feel and all that. That's too complicated for me. I'm a simpleton. I also never graduated high school like Ed,
They'll tell you if they want you to know.
Yeah, exactly. I try to keep it a little simpler, and I say, is there any harm that I caused you that I haven't mentioned that you could tell me about? And then my direction is shut up and listen. Mm-hmm. Okay, Juanita just read this part. I don't argue with them, okay? When I made amends to my mother, I didn't even have to ask her if there was any harm that I hadn't mentioned. Man, she had a whole, boatload of it. And, it was my job to sit there and then you and anyway, so shut up and listen. Okay, real good. If you start retaliating and do that and get into arguing with them, then eventually you'll either drink or you'll have to go back and make amends for the sloppy amends you did, which is really humiliating. I've done that twice. Okay, don't do that. Don't argue with them. It's not worth it. And the kicker is, what can I now do to make this right? Don used to say, even the books. I don't know about that, but what can I now do to make this right between us and clean this up? And then shut up and listen and be willing to do, what anything they might ask. Am I still on? Am I still? Okay. I've told you about, I interacted with Don before he was my sponsor and stuff. And when I first got to know Don, I hadn't made all my amends, and I was really worried about it. And I said, Don, I need to ask you something because I'm concerned about this. I mistreated a lot of women. I owe a lot of amends to past girlfriends. I owe a bunch of money, because I basically robbed people. I didn't rob them with guns and stuff, but I would borrow your money and then move 2,000 miles away. And it's out of sight, out of mind, and that was 30 years ago anyway. It doesn't really, Guy told me what did he say? The subconscious knows no statute of limitations. No statute of limitations for the subconscious, and that's true. It'll eat you alive, no matter how. I've paid back debts over 30 years prior, and the weight that is lifted when I've done it is amazing. And now I completely lost my place. Let's see, where was I? Oh, so I'm talking to Don, and I said, "Here's my fear, Don. I'm afraid that if I go back to some of these old girlfriends, I was pretty selfish, right? I was a pretty selfish lover and just a selfish guy in general. And what if they say to me, well, you can make it right by hopping in the sack with me, okay? And you're not laughing. Usually people laugh when I tell this story. Anyway, Don didn't laugh. I'm sure he wanted to, but he didn't. By the way, not one girlfriend has asked that, just for the record. He kept a straight face, and I said, well, what if I go back and I owed him $1,000, and they say I want $20,000, And he said, Tom, let me ask you something. He said, would any of that stuff make right the harm that you did? And I said, no, it wouldn't. He said, you didn't ask what can I do to make it worse. You asked what can I do to make it right. And in the improbable instance that they did say something like that, which they, by the way, they never have, He said, you wouldn't have to honor that because that's not what you asked for. You asked, what can I do to make it right? You know, trust that God is going to take care of this deal. You know, don't worry about it. In every case, it's been more than made right. So they tell you what you can do, and then you're willing to carry that out. And that was the direction I was given. Okay, here's the deal. My former wife, we try not to X out our, you know, we try. That's a long story, but we don't call them exes, okay? They're especially if you've had children with them and stuff, they're part of your family. You may not be married to them anymore, but they're part of your family. We say my former, okay? That's just our quirky little thing we do. So my former wife, my first wife, I broke her spirit. I was the worst husband you can imagine. I mean, anything horrible that a husband can do, I did it. Guilty on all counts, Your Honor. And she, of my in-laws' 4 children, she was their favorite. Absolutely, bar none. I mean, they wouldn't say that, but everybody knew she was their favorite. So I broke the spirit of their favorite child. You know, I was a crappy father to their grandchildren. Okay, to say that they hated me is just it doesn't even come close to how they felt about me. Right? What a bum they thought I was, and I was. So came amends time, and I got to make amends to them. I really don't want to. Last time I talked to my former father-in-law, he told me that he was going to. Here's what he said: we're in a parking lot of a like convenience type little grocery store in Santa Fe. He said, if I ever hear of you laying a hand on my daughter again, I'm going to take you apart like a cheap watch. This is verbatim what he said. Last time I talked to him. It's like 15 years, 20 years prior, something like that. So now I got to go to him and make amends, right? And I think my mother-in-law said something to me like, you just broke my heart. That's the last thing she said to me. So now I'm back. I've got to see them. I hate them. They hate me, da-da-da-da. Or I did hate them. I don't anymore because I've done the work on it. I've looked at what I did to set all that up. I don't need to forgive them because I'm the culprit. I made all that happen, okay? There's no forgiveness necessary. You know, there's remorse on my part. So I'm going to see them, and I'm scared to death. I'm just scared to even talk to them. And I'm praying this prayer, you know, God, please help me. God, please help me. And for some reason, I stop, I pull off the road, and I get out the big book, and I read this piece. And it says, we go to him in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feeling and expressing our regret. And what I thought was, you're making this all about you one more time. You hurt these people. You know, you broke the spirit of their daughter. You did this. You know, you're supposed to go to them in a helpful and forgiving spirit. And my prayer changed. And it was, God, show me how I can be helpful to them. Show me how I can heal what's been broken here. Okay? Not help me, give me, but them. What can I do for them? Show me how to go in a helpful and forgiving spirit. I had absolute forgiveness. I mean, there was nothing to forgive anyway. And my focus was on being helpful to them. It was a really great amends, okay? They told me what they wanted me to do. They'd always wanted me to support my children better than I had. My children were grown. They said, you know, help them go to school, go to college, go further if you can. And I said I would do that. And I've helped my kids ever since. I mean, I'd helped them before that. But, you know, that's what I did. I had owed them some money. I said, I have to pay you this money back. They said, we don't want the money, you know, forget about it. And what I did was I took that amount of money and I paid it to their grandchildren, to my kids, because that's, you know, that was where it logically needed to go. I've paid a lot of money back. I'll tell you one quick story. I started drinking on a little island off Cape Cod called Nantucket Island. That's where I started alcoholic in a place called the Chicken Box. And if you've never been there, don't worry about it. You have not missed a damn thing. Plywood floors, you know, bucket of blood, Portuguese fishing bar. Anyway, they hadn't served chicken there in 40 years, but still the Chicken Box. And that is where I lived. That's where I had lived there on Nantucket. And for about 3 years, I had a shop there, a retail shop, in the summertime, because it's a tourist place. I had a partner. He'd borrowed some money from his aunt to keep the store floating. I promised him I would pay it back, but I don't pay debts back if you're not around. I don't really owe it to you. That's just kind of the way it goes. He had called me over the years and he had asked for this money, and I just remember getting scared every time he would do it. And I talked to him when I first got sober, and he said, "You interested in paying back your debts?" I said, "Oh yes, I will when I get on my feet, but I'm newly sober and there's nothing I can do," and blah blah blah. Anyway, so I would think about it, and do you know about the white noise? Do you know about that? That's that. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to meditate, but you owe David that money from 30 years ago. So I would think about it, and I'd feel guilty. I paid, an incredible amount of interest, psychic interest, over the years. But I had it in my head it was $3,500, and I never had $3,500 together, and nobody was telling me, just pay in increments, just start paying. You know what I'm saying? So my mind came up with this, my mind's always there to feed me wonderful, useful information, and what it told me was, you can't afford this. Don't do it. Don't go there. Don't call him. Someday you'll have a windfall, and you can pay them the $3,500. Finally, I'm making amends, and I can't stand the white noise, and I find he's in Oakland, California. I find him and call him up. I say, "David, this is Tom, and, I've owed you money for almost 30 years, and I'm, trying to stay sober in AA, and I need to pay you back." And here's what he says to me. "I was wondering if you would ever pay me that $500 you owed me." And I said, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, you've owed me $500, And I was just startled, and I said, "Well, I'd like to pay you some interest." And he said, "Well, you could pay me a little interest. That'd be all right. Simple interest, whatever." And so, long story short, I pay it off. But the point of that was my ego, that is never my friend, my rational mind without God involved, had served up a scenario where I owed the guy $3,500. If I had ever called him, like 15 years before this, he'd have said, "You owe me $500, and I could have paid him 20 times. You see what I'm saying? But instead of doing the right thing, I listened to this, and then I pay interest on a debt that I don't even owe. Okay? Again and again and again, and guilt and shame and white noise and all that jazz. I left out a piece. Well, there's some, we could do a weekend on the ninth step. We could, and we could more than do a weekend on the family afterwards. But I want to tell you about a few more that are real important to me. Some people say, okay, background on this. When I got sober in Santa Fe, the inner child was running rampant. I don't know if you've ever seen him, but he was not my friend. What does that mean?
We finish at 1.
Yeah, well, he said we could go longer. Bart said we could go longer.
Oh, okay.
Didn't he? We okay with that?
1.
1, that's it?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I got to hustle it up. The inner child was running rampant. Everybody had their therapist. They'd have crystals on the tables in AA meetings. I mean, it's just we were the woo-woo capital of America. If you didn't have a therapist, you couldn't even share at AA practically. And you heard this kind of thing. If anyone brought up the ninth step, then the next person sharing would say, "Well, my sponsor told me that the step reads, except when to do so would injure them or others, and I'm others, and if it's going to hurt me, I don't have to make the amends." And people would go, "Oh, yeah, my sponsor told me that too. That's right. Yep. Good point. Good point." That'll keep you enslaved for the rest of your life. And then you hear things like, "Well, I would have gone on that 12-step call, but I realized it would be codependent of me to do that because it wasn't a convenient time, so I didn't go because I don't want to be codependent," whatever the hell that means. And everybody nod and yes, and this is the atmosphere that I came into AA. Went to Colorado, heard immense stories, realized I'd been missing the whole boat. So anyway, that's the background on this, and that's kind of why I dragged my feet for quite a while with this. I'd heard you can't make amends to people who have died. That's not true. I mean, here, okay, I'm going to go on record. You can make amends to dead people, okay? And I'll just quickly end with this and then give you whatever. My dad and I had a horrible time together. We never got along. I think I was just I know I was a disappointment to him. I was kind of skinny, intellectual kid. You know, he was a great big guy, had been a great athlete, World War II vet, you know, on. And I was just a disappointment to him. I mean, I was a screw up. I don't know how to tell you any other way. I was just a screw up. And I got kicked out of schools, and, you know, I told you I blew up the sewer, and, you know, bought booze underage and went to, you know, just all this stuff. I was always messing up somehow or another. And we're going to fast forward. It's 1967, and my draft number has come up. I'm 19 years old. I'm the perfect age in the perfect year to go to Vietnam, except that I'm, you know, a revolutionary, you know, and I ain't going to Vietnam. And so I've got to go over here. Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn was my draft board. Probably a bunch of you guys had to go to Fort Hamilton, or your older brothers did or something. And so I'm going for my induction physical, and I'm having a little talk with my dad. And he's probably had a few nips by then, but he wasn't drunk. And I'll always remember this. And I said, you know, we're arguing about it. I'm not going to do that. You know, I'll go to Sweden. I'll go to Canada. I'll do any damn thing. And I'm yelling, and finally we're yelling at each other. And I say, I'm not going to go fight your racist war, you capitalist son of a bitch. You know, and so anyway, on with my life, and just, you know, anyway, on with my life. And I get out of the Vietnam thing because I've got a bum hip. You might have seen me limping around here, and it's been haunting me for years. But anyway, I get a 4F. I don't have to go. I'm on with my life. Long career in drug and alcohol abuse. My dad dies in 1973. He drops dead in Manhattan. He was, that's a long, God, I wish we had more time, I swear. My dad was part of the New York City Building Congress, which was all of the building industry in New York City, and he was a frustrated showman. He was a singer and dancer. He had a fabulous voice, and he always, you know, that's what he would have done. But he sold Caterpillar tractor. That's what he did do. That's what, you know, he had to do to make a living. But what he would have done had he done his heart's desire was he'd have been a showman. He would have been in musicals and stuff. And the Congress had a Christmas show every year, and they held it at the Waldorf, and he was always in it. He was always in it. Then he had a heart attack. He couldn't be in, but then he made a comeback, and he just loved it. He lived all year for this Christmas show that he did, and he was singing and dancing on stage at a place called the Lambs Club in Manhattan, where they had the final dress rehearsal. Now, he's doing that. I'm up in Harlem scoring heroin at the time. It's December 1973, and I don't even have a telephone. I'm living on Long Island. And he drops dead of a massive coronary while he's singing and dancing on stage. I find out about it the next day because we didn't have a phone. Anyway, a lot of resentment towards my dad. You know, he never treated me right, no respect, woof, woof. So we come back to, I don't know, I was 6 years, 7 years sober, something like that. I think, you know, maybe 5 years sober, I think. And we're up in Taos, New Mexico, and we're listening to a gal speak, and she talks about how she went to see her father when he was dying of cancer, and she told him everything about what her experience of living with him as an alcoholic dad was like. And then he shared stuff with her, and supposedly they had this catharsis, and it was all wonderful. So I tell Mary Thayer, well, I'm going to go to my dad's grave in Kentucky, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to tell him what it was like. And Mary Thayer, there's this silence, you know, and she says, well, that doesn't sound like amends to me, you know. And I'm thinking, well, screw you, I'm doing it anyway, you know. I know better than you do. So I go to my dad's grave, and actually I went to visit my mother, and she had broken her hip and was in the hospital, and so I had time on my hands, and I'm at the cemetery, and I start talking to my father, and I start praying, and instead of this scenario I had about telling him how awful it was, I start asking for his forgiveness and telling him how absolutely sorry I am for the disappointment that I was to him, you know, and just how I know I wished I'd been a better son, and I appreciate everything he did for me, and how hard he worked and this and that. And it just flipped. And it wasn't of my doing. I swear it wasn't. And I'm crying and I'm praying, and the guys are mowing the grass out there, and I'm hugging the grave and crying and all that jazz. And it was a sweet deal. And I got up, and from it, I was there about 2 hours, and I thought, I'm clean on this deal. I'm clean. Well, oftentimes there's more to the story. And in this case, there was. And about 3-4 years later, I think it was, Juanita and I went to the movies in Santa Fe, and we saw this movie called Saving Private Ryan. If you've never seen it, it's extremely graphic stuff about World War II, okay? And I'm looking at it, and at the end of the movie, they've got the paratroopers in France who are like hanging there, and all of a sudden it comes to me, and my dad was a paratrooper in France. He was like 17 years old when he went into World War II. He bribed a draft board. He had high blood pressure. He bribed a guy at a draft board to let him into World War II, so that he could fight for his country, right? And he was one of these guys that just hung there. And the German, like the fifth columnist or whatever, the guys who got left behind the snipers would take pot shots at these guys, often kill them while they were hanging there, And he's like 18 years old. And I get this image of my father doing this, and my next thought is, what a punk he must have thought I was. Can you imagine? This is a guy who bribed a draft board so he could fight for his country, and his oldest son is telling him, I'm not, you capitalist pig, and all this crap. And it just broke my heart. It killed me. It just absolutely killed me. So I went back to the grave. I had another trip back to the grave. And I said, God, I am so sorry. I had no idea. I was so wrapped up in me, and my crap, that I never once thought of what that must have been like for you and how your heart must have broken, to go through that. And please forgive me, and know that I wouldn't have done that, had I known better. And I had the power to do better. And, I just can't tell you how sorry I am. And I got straight on it. I know I was talking straight to his spirit. And when I left that time, I was absolutely clean. Okay? I mean, I was done with it. And I felt, and I still today, I feel like my dad is with me right now, Whew. I feel like at times he's been pulling for me. I feel like Don Pritz is pulling for me. And, I feel like I've got an angel in heaven or something, and it's good. It's clean between us. I've been back to that grave. There's no pull at all. There's no hook whatsoever. That wasn't the end of the amends, though. There was a little bit more to it than that. I had gotten down on some non-vets when they came back, I wasn't one of these that called them baby killers and all this, but I was pretty close to that, And the amends weren't settled yet. And something that God has blessed me with is that we've got about 2 hours from where we live in Angel Fire, New Mexico, is a monument, a memorial to the Vietnam veterans. It's the best one. You might have been to the wall or whatever. If you've never been to Angel Fire, you never seen the real deal. This is a sacred space. It's an old Native American vortex, and they built this thing right on it. It's unbelievable. And what I've been able to do is take, some of you know Mark H., who has spoken here. I took him, and I've taken a bunch of non-vets up there and sat with them and held their hands while they cried, and they healed from some of what happened to them in Vietnam. And what a gift, And I've taken, sometimes we'll do these fifth steps and we'll just start driving, for miles and miles because it gets toxic sitting there listening to a fifth step. And I always tend to gravitate up there and we go up to the memorial, whether they're non-vets or not. And I've taken the sons of Vietnam veterans and had them sit there and cry when they realized what their dads had to experience, And there's been some tremendous, tremendous healings. I have an affinity for Vietnam veterans. Some of my best friends in AA are non-vets. I love them. They're the greatest, They gave everything. And so I feel like that's put to sleep, that whole thing has been finished now, and we've come full circle with that. And it's just, if you're open to it, what can happen is just unbelievable. What we've talked about this weekend is the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it's just, I wish I could sit with you for 2 weeks and share everything, that we've been through and the stories we've heard. But we can't. And it's 1 o'clock or close to it. And I just want to thank you. This weekend has been really good for us. I think it's really been healing for us. And the energy from you guys is tremendous. You know, I've met so many of you that I wished I could spend more time with and really get to know better. You know, if you come to Santa Fe, you're welcome to come see us. I tell you, I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And thanks for everything. Thanks for my life. And thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Tom said I got 5 minutes. Okay, so I'll take it. I always did like to get the last word in anyway. We've done some 11-step stuff here twice. Did a little morning meditation and prayer. The other piece of the 11th step is the night review. And I'm not going to read it. It's there on page 86. So take a look at that because the 11th step begins there. As we did the morning meditation stuff, and I took you through the prayers, I just took page 86, 87, 88, and turned those pages into prayers. I also added to the morning prayer and meditation from the 9th step, the page before the promises, where it says, every morning we ask in meditation for God to show us tolerance. Well, what did I say? We ask God, blah, 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 blah. We ask each morning meditation that our Creator show us the way of patience, tolerance, kindness, and love. And I've added that into my morning prayers because it says to. I've taken from step 10 and I've made some things into prayers, and one of it is that for God to help me grow in understanding and effectiveness. That's my function of the 10th step. And I've added also that God grant me the ability to grow in love and tolerance. And then I love the prayer that's in there on page 85 from the 10th step. And I've taken this and I've turned it into a prayer, and I've added the prayer where it says, I ask God to grant me the ability to carry the vision of God's will into all my activities. How may I best serve you, God? Your will, not mine, be done. And from a vision for you, where it says on the last page, 164, we ask Him in our morning meditation. Another prayer it says for me to do in meditation in the morning. That what I can do each day for the man who is still sick. So that's my morning prayers. Step 10. I told you about what I like to do with the bedevilments in the second on the second step, which is I began to create a vision. I asked God to help me create a vision for who I am and how my life and my personal relationships are going to be. So as I began the 10th step and I look at the vision of God's will for me, I look at that list and I ask God if there's any changes that need to be made. And if so, I revise it. When I had about 5-6 years in the program, I was coming home from a meeting one night and I thought, what is my vision for God's will for me? And I had this little idea. I thought, well, you're Hispanic, you've got some Native American. How about this little house where you have, a couple of women in there, and, you help them change their lives, and you help their families change their lives, and, you little by little, 2s by 3s, right? By 2s and by 3s. Well, I thought about this a little bit more for about another 4 or 5 seconds, and at the end of those 4 or 5 seconds, I'd gone nationwide with these little houses. And I started to laugh, and I thought, okay, God, that's pretty egotistical of me. What is it that you'd really have for me? What's my vision? What is the vision? And I got it, and it was very simple at the time, and it was, just be the best wife you can be. Not the best, okay? There's a difference. Because I always had to be the best friend, the best employee, the best wife. It was the best that you can be, your personal best. Loud and clear, honey. I got it. Thank you. It's changed throughout the years, and what it is today is, my vision is that I be an example of God's power, God's love, and God's way of life. That's my vision of God's will for me. And I hope that that's what I've done. The 10th step also speaks about the 6th sense. I knew about sight, hearing, taste, feeling, smell. 6th sense. That's the spiritual connection. That's the vital 6th sense that I'm to develop if I'm going to live in the 4th dimension, which is the spiritual dimension. the last little piece I want to leave with you. The last little piece I want to leave with you is on page 18. And we've been sharing with you this weekend about how, basically, how we do the 12 steps. And hopefully have given and conveyed to you a message of hope, which is what we try to do. Leave a message of hope with hopeless people. And hopeless people can be at any point. You don't have to be new. You can have 20, 30 years in any program and still have hopelessness. Page 18, the bottom, is what I believe we do with each other and what I do with my sponsees. It says, we have the man who is making the approach has had the same difficulty, that he obviously knows what he's talking about. I hope you know that I know what I'm talking about, and that Tom knows what he's talking about, and that our whole department shouts at you that we are a man that have found a real answer, that we have no attitude of holier than thou. In fact, you know what? We're just a couple of lamos just up here doing this deal. You know, we know very little. All we have is our experience. That we have nothing except the sincere desire to be helpful. That's it. There are no fees to pay, no axes to grind, no people to please, no lectures to be endured, and these are conditions that we have found most effective. And I hope that is what we have done here with you this weekend. I know that's what we try to do and what we set out to do. And we are just pleased as anything to have been here with you this weekend, and God bless you, and thank you all. It's been a ball.